What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Spotify, Apple, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Wednesday, August 21st, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, what defines a successful season for Texas football in 2024? We will debate. Plus, Texas basketball has released its SEC schedule for the 2024-2025 campaign. We'll talk a little bit about that. The University of Texas has announced its Hall of Honor class for 2024. We'll tell you who got in. We'll also talk some NFL as Jerry Jones gave us another update on CD Lamb's contract negotiations. We'll discuss the AP All-America teams in college football. We've got Would You Eat That? And plenty more to get into over the next couple of hours. We are jam-packed on a Wednesday show, and we appreciate all of y'all spending part of your Wednesday with us. How we doing this morning, Buck?
Doing fantastic. Feeling good. Ready to go. Looking forward to the remainder of this week and getting ready to get into game week. Loving it, man.
How was your golf game yesterday?
It was okay for 105, 106 yesterday. I shot a smooth 89, which was good for me. I was hoping that I could be in the low 90s, in that heat, but it was fine. I didn't have any problems. I had hydrated the day before. I'd started drinking a bunch of water. I did that. I drank a big old Gatorade before I went out there, a bunch of water behind that. Had a kolache. I mean, it was good. Ate something before I went and played. Starting to find out now it's more so than just being hydrated is you got to put some fuel in the engine too. If you just go out there and think that, okay, just a little breakfast taco may do it for you. No, you better eat something. I had a banana, some fruit before I went out, some protein, and then some water. But I've noticed before when I think that, no, eat after you play and you go out there and you got nothing in that tank but water, no good. Now, I was ready to walk the course yesterday. I felt so good.
No, you weren't.
No. Dude, it was hot. It was skin burning hot yesterday.
Yeah, if you would have tried to walk the course, you would have passed out by hole 3.
Yeah, I think I could have got 1, 2, 4. Hole 4 is the one, the par 5, the long par 5 walking over the bridge.
They just would have found your body on that bridge.
Oh yeah, they got some little caves and stuff. I would have just went down there and tried to get into the shade. I know this. Dudes are taking way too long on the putting surface these days. Hey, let's get off. It's hot on the putting surface. I hit a couple balls in the sand traps, and dude, I thought I was in the desert. I mean, I got in there and stood in the trap. It is so. By the way, the traps are pretty hard and baked right now.
Yeah,
man,
it's like hitting out of concrete right now.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's good. I was worried you were going to shoot higher than the temperature outside. So.
No, I did okay. I was surprised. I concentrated yesterday. I got to the point where I said, I'm really going to concentrate on every shot, all the putts. I 2-putted yesterday, all the greens. I got a couple times I got straight off into bunkers. And like I say, the consistency of the bunkers, I don't mind when it's a little hard in there. I don't like really soft, that sand that your club slides under and the ball doesn't move. I like a little something behind it. And they all had something behind it. It was kind of – it was hard behind the ball. So, I mean, it wasn't solid hard, but it was okay. I putted all right, and I kept my concentration.
It was hard behind the balls, he says.
Yeah, I kept my concentration. That was hard to do yesterday, And when you're struggling and you're starting to feel real hot, and once again, if somebody's plumb bobbing and getting on one knee to look over putts, and you're going, my God, you're not going to make it anyway. Just putt the ball.
My last question on this before you say good morning to our soldiers out there. Did you take some money from your buddies?
I didn't take them. I was the tick leader, even with an 89. So I on some occasions when I had a stroke, I had one hole. I won one hole with 4 ticks, and then one with I had like 12 ticks, and the lowest on the totem pole had like 3. I didn't take the money. I don't know what was into me yesterday.
What?
First of all, when you're done, it's like, let me get my ass in the car and get out of here. I don't want to sit around in the golf cart and talk about 8, 10, 12 bucks. I was like, no, I'm out. You guys keep your money. I took enough from you in poker. Let's not forget, there's still a little something. Let's not forget that poker, you know what I mean?
Do you own a wallet?
Yes, I have a wallet.
Why is that cash just out everywhere you go?
That's in my front pocket. That's their cash. So that means if I'm buying like cat food or something, I'm using their cash to buy the cat's food or the dog's food.
You got to buy something better than cat food with that cash that you stole from your buddies.
I didn't steal it. I beat their ass in poker. That's what I was. Poker's a little different. I take the cash in poker.
I was going to say, man, you could have doubled up back-to-back days of taking money from your buddies, and instead you tried to be a good guy and you let them keep their money.
Dude, let me tell you, if that's October, I'm sitting around there waiting for my cash. It was too hot. You get to the car, they're loading your stuff in. It's not like I want to sit in a golf cart and talk to them. For those guys, because on the way home, they're going to stop and, they've got to have a margarita. I can't go and hang out. I'm trying to get home to the damn dogs that were outside yesterday, and they're looking at me like, hey, where you been? Don't you understand something? It's even in this garage that's up, it's a little warm here. We need some more ice water here. What are you doing? Why are you thinking you need to go play golf? You old man, you should be in here in the air conditioning anyway.
And then they probably heard that you didn't take money from your buddies, and they're like, dude, you let us down.
I did let them down. I did. I should. You know what? That's just a lesson for them. That's just a lesson that I will take money from them next time.
There you go.
If I get the chance. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do to you, to your families, for sharing you with all of us, and do be safe out there. Yes. And dude, it will be hot again today.
Yeah, 106 is the high temp in Austin today.
Oh, it's hateful. Oh, I'd be hateful if I was a football player. It's like, when the hell does the game come?
10 days from now. We are Vince Young days away from Texas getting to play somebody else for the first time in 2024. But, yeah, practice continues down on the 40 acres, and it's got to be miserable for those players and those coaches who are toughing it out there. No question about that. The good news is, look, weather guessers are what they are. We call them guessers for a reason. But the early forecasts for next week are looking pretty good. So we don't have the projection all the way to next Saturday just yet. But looking later next week, we're talking about highs in the low 90s, which, yes, that's still hot, and it will still be toasty at DKR on August 31st if we're talking about temps in the 90s. But I think anybody would sign up for low to mid 90s for the season opener after what we've had around here these last few weeks.
Dude, I'd settle for 95.
Yeah, that will feel like a win if we can get that. So it's early. Once again, we still have a week and a half till the game actually gets here. But if the weather guessers are actually good at their job, which they're usually not, then we've got a chance to not be completely miserable at DKR on the 31st.
I'm going to call for a little rain on next Wednesday, a little shower here and there for us.
Oh, a 7-day advance forecast?
Yeah, I call for a little rain Wednesday.
Okay.
The percentages are real low from the weather guessers themselves, like 20% or whatever. But the buck is going to be, by that time, my back will be telling me, yeah, there's got to be a little bit of moisture in the air. There's got to be some moisture somewhere. My goodness.
You would think. So I just pulled up a 2-week forecast, which I guess we're beyond 10 days now. So now it can be wrong 2 weeks in advance instead of just 10 days out. I'm seeing 93 as the high, but also, how about this for a potential twist? A 40% chance of rain for next Saturday. So long way to go until we get there. Of course, it does feel a little,
wow, compared to what's been going on. That's crazy.
Telling you, it does feel a little ridiculous to be trying to guess things that far out, but that's what we've got right now. So potentially some cooler weather. That doesn't sound cool, but it will feel cooler than what we've had.
Yeah, absolutely.
Around these parts. So there you go. 10 days out from Texas football. We'll be talking plenty of Longhorn football on today's show, including this story right off the bat, Buck. Joel Klatt, one of the top college football analysts, the top dog for Fox, has released his defining success chart for 2024. So he basically picked a handful of teams across college football and said, this would make it a successful season for these teams in 2024. We can start with Texas, and then we'll go to some of the other teams that he has on his list. I'll do a little screen share for those of you watching on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter, but we'll also explain this graphic to everyone tuned in on the TSU app. Joel Klatt says a successful season for Texas football in 2024 would be reaching the college football playoff semifinal. So I'll ask you, Buck, do you agree with Joel Klatt?
I probably would have agreed with him if they didn't lose 2 running backs before the damn season started. But I'm looking at double-digit wins at first year in the SEC.
So that basically means a college football playoff berth. Because if you win 10 games in the SEC, you're going to
get you in.
Yeah, that'll get you in.
Okay, well then that's yes.
So that defines a successful season for you?
Yes, it does. Does not mean get to the semifinals or play for the national championship. It's getting to the playoffs. Yes.
Okay. So Texas obviously got to the CFP semifinal last year, but
yes.
It was different last year, right? If you made it to the college football playoff in 2023, you were automatically in the semifinals because there were only 4 teams in the CFP. Yeah. This year, making it to the CFP semifinals means you have to win at least 1 playoff game. Now, if you don't get a first-round bye, meaning you don't win the SEC championship,
you're going to be playing.
Then that means you have to win 2 games in the playoff to make it to the semifinals. So for me, there's a gray area here. It's not just success or failure. If Texas makes it to the college football playoff, but they lose in their first game, whether they have a bye or not, I can't call it a failed season, but I'm not going to sit here and say it was some major success because that's not a step forward. That's basically exactly where you were last year. And hell, you could make the case that that's even a minor step back from where you were last year. But it's not a failed season. If Texas wins a playoff game, I think it's a successful season. I would define that as success. And that might not mean making it to the semifinals, right? That might be being the 5 or the 6 seed in the CFP. You'll win your first game, and then you lose to somebody else. Will that be disappointing? Yeah, of course it'd be disappointing. You don't want to lose once you get that far. Right. But to me, if this team wins a playoff game, Buck, they've obviously never done that before because last year was the first year they made it to the CFP. If they win a playoff game this season, I would chalk that up as a successful season and a step in the right direction.
Well, do you think this is a better football team than it was last year? I don't. That's where we differ. I don't think this is a better football team than they were last year.
I don't know. I don't know if it is. It's going to be hard to be better than what they were last year.
It is.
They went 11-1, and with the conference championship, they were 12-1 going into the playoff. So I think Texas loses a couple of games this season. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that they're in the SEC and not the Big 12. So I think it's about the same level of talent that last year's team had. They lost a lot. They've got a lot to replace, but they did a good job in the portal. And look, they're a preseason number 4 team in the country. So I think they've got a shot to be as good as last year's team is. And well, if they are, look, last year's team made it to the CFP semifinals. So that's about what Joel Klatt is saying with his prediction right here.
Yeah, I think just getting there is a pretty good season first year in the SEC.
Yeah,
there's just some things that have happened before you even start. Damn it.
Yeah.
I hate that. I hate that for this team. I hate that for the university that you start out before you even get into competition and you lose key elements of your football team. And now you're having to. It's all about making adjustments, but damn, you like to make the adjustments in week 6 and not before the season even starts.
Yeah, well, the good news on that, and we touched on this a lot following C.J. Baxter's injury, is Texas at least had time to figure out a game plan for life.
That's right. You're right. It didn't happen in game 1, and then all of a sudden you're playing Michigan.
Right. And no disrespect to Christian Clark, but he's not a key element to this Texas team. C.J. Baxter was the key element. He was your number 1 running back.
Right.
And he's not going to be easy to replace. That guy means a lot as a player. He means a lot in the locker room as well. So he's not going to be easy to replace, but you should be able to have just as much success, or at least very close to that level of success that you would have had with C.J. Baxter healthy. That can't be a thing that derails this season. For me,
I still think there are still questions anyway. There's still questions.
Sure.
Although you have capable wide receivers and you got a lot of them, what is it going to be with Quinn Ewers together with those guys? Those are things that you have to see too. Not so much of the run game, as you said. You've got a kid that's played a lot of downs and really played a lot of meaningful downs on your team. And if nothing happens to him, he'll just be a tired son of a bee at the end of the season. That's all. But he'll make it through.
Right.
You know that's possible too. That means that guy could be a 1,300 yard rusher, but be tired. So what? Everybody's tired at the end of the season as long as you stay that you don't get hurt. And you're capable of doing some of the things we saw him do. But I need to know how, you need to know how the quarterback and the wide receivers mesh, who's going to be the main target, what they're going to do on defense. It's not just all about the offense,
Of course. But back to CJ Baxter, like if Texas misses the college football playoff this year, I don't think any fan is going to be like accepting it because CJ Baxter wasn't here. Right. It's not going to be like, well, that's okay that we came up just short because our number one running back didn't play a single snap this year. Like that's not going to fly for people. So you're right. Like, obviously the whole team's got to be really good to make it to the college football playoff, and losing CJ Baxter sucks. But like that's not an excuse that Texas fans are going to be okay with. If Texas is 9-3 and they finish 13, 14 or 15, right, on the outside looking in, it's not going to be like, oh, that's okay. Like, Sark can say that if he had his running back, he would have been there and we're fine. Like, they've got to be able to overcome that loss. If they lose 4 or 5 more guys, then the conversation obviously changes.
Sure.
We're talking about just one running back when, like you said, they've got somebody who's really good. Hell, I saw Vegas odds last week, Buck. I think Cole and I talked about this one day. There's a Vegas sports book that has Jaden Blue as the favorite to lead the SEC in rushing yards this year. So that might be a little unrealistic considering he hadn't played very much, but like that's the expectation, is that this Texas run game is still going to be very good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To me, he's got all the capabilities of having 1,200 yards, 12 to 1,400 yards, but now he's got to stay. He can't get nicked up at practice. He's got to be the guy you treat with kid gloves. You have to. You got to make sure that he's ready to go. So you can't overload him even at your practices during the week. That guy gets a pass.
Yeah, he was wearing a
pass. And if he's running well and running 130 yards, 140 yards in some of these games, gets over 100 against a Michigan defense, that dude can go rest up at the dorm somewhere.
Right.
I mean,
right.
Seriously, now you've got, hey, go to class. We'll see you at practice in your shorts. We're not hitting you. Do not hit this guy. Do not trip him. Do not mess with him. Don't mess with him on campus. Don't be giving him hugs and picking him up and all that stuff. Let him play. Just let him play in the games. That'll be fine. But that's hard to even do for a guy to stay healthy that way. I mean, he's got practice. There's a lot of things that go into a season just besides the games and what'll happen to him in the game. So, and your second guy, it has got to be good.
Right. Yeah, it sounds like Jaden Blue and Trey Wisner, who is that second guy you just mentioned, were wearing green non-contact jerseys during the scrimmage this past Saturday. So
I got that.
All you Texas fans who wanted those guys wrapped in bubble wrap, that's about as close as you could do in fall camp. So yeah, like that's where things really go off the rails, right? You lose CJ Baxter and Christian Clark, that sucks, but your expectation shouldn't change that much. If Jaden Blue goes down, like you said, then it's like,
dude, if the second guy goes down, if the second guy gets a bummed up ankle before the first game, and that's your guy who's got to go spell that guy in a game against Michigan and is limping into the line of scrimmage, God.
Yeah.
But you know what? Those are ifs and buts and all that other stuff. And, they've already had some bad luck. So, I mean, I expected everybody those two guys will be healthy and ready to go.
That's the hope. That is absolutely the hope for Texas. So, yeah, look, I think winning a playoff game would make this a successful season. I think making the playoffs is fine. I think not making it to the playoff is a failed season. Do you agree?
Well, that means you only get 9 wins. I mean, it's something else I think would have to happen to your team, another big injury to a major player. It won't be because you're not tough enough, you're not big enough, you're not physical enough. It'll have to be an injury that really sidelines somebody in a big game, yes.
So barring that major injury, knock on wood, coming up short of a CFP is a failed season?
I think so. I mean, unless 10 wins. I mean, double-digit wins just doesn't get you there. And as you said, it should get you there in the SEC. So I think you need to win 10. I think they need to win 10. They have the ability to win 10 games.
Yeah.
I don't know about what happens once you get to the playoffs. Pretty good teams in there.
If you go from 12 wins to 9 wins.
Yeah, that'll hurt.
That'll hurt a lot. And I know you lost 11 players to the NFL, but that's what we've been talking about all off season long. Like the best programs in the sport, they lose a bunch of guys to the league every year. And what do? They figure it out. That's where you want Texas to be. And if they go from 12 to 9 wins, then you're going to be wondering, like, if we can be that program under Steve Sarkisian. I'm not saying he's going to be on a hot seat or anything like that, but you're going to be wondering, okay, can we have sustained success?
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that won 12 games last year, and the recruiting that you're expecting to pick up is just kind of right now. You're thinking, what in the hell? You're going in the SEC. That's all they talk about is can't wait to get there, and you're expecting, you have crazy recruiting when you're in the Big 12. Now you're in the SEC, and you went to the playoffs last year, and recruiting is just okay. How did that get that way?
Yeah, we'll see. It's a big week for Texas. They've got a few top recruiting targets committing, hoping for some good news involving Jonah Williams.
Yeah, they need to hit a big one here.
Yeah. Jonah Williams is a guy they have a chance with, a 5-star athlete from Galveston Ball, absolute monster. He's looking at Texas. He's looking at LSU. He's looking at A&M, Oregon, and USC also in the mix as well. He'll commit this weekend. But another 5-star guy we've talked about a lot, Michael Fasusi, the offensive tackle from Louisville. He'll commit, I think, on Friday, and it sounds like he's going to end up committing to Oklahoma. So if that happens, the 3 top offensive linemen in the states for the class of 2025, this current cycle, will all be committing not to Texas and actually not to any in-state school. You got one already committed.
That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing when you're a big offensive lineman and you've had such success as Texas has over the last 3 years of recruiting big linemen, and now you've got one on the All-American team and you can't get one of them.
Right. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, they already have a few O-line men committed right now, and there's a 4-star that they are in a good spot for, a guy by the name of Nick Brooks. But, yeah, not only are you talking about 3 top O-linemen in this class, you're talking about 3 guys in your own backyard. And one of them's currently committed to Bama. One of them's currently committed to Mizzou. And then Michael Fasusi, once again, who commits later this week, it sounds like he's going to commit to Oklahoma. So, look, Texas brought in 3 top 5 recruiting classes in a row. That's why this team won 12 games last year. That's why they're number 4 to start off this year. This class to this point, not as good. It ranks number 13 in the country. So, look, still a few months till signing day. But to your point, Buck, the recruiting has not been quite where we wanted it to be in the class of 2025 just yet.
Yeah, I mean, you got to find 2 more linemen somehow, some way.
Yeah, that's all.
Guys, there are going to be guys going out the door this year on the offensive line, and you got to replace those guys with guys that in a year and a half are ready to go.
Yeah, look, Texas could lose all 5 starters on its offensive line after this year. I think Kelvin Banks is gone for sure. We know that.
Yeah,
Jake Majors has to be gone. I think Hayden Connor has to be gone. So there's your left side of the O-line right there. And then, if DJ Campbell has a great year, he'll be draft eligible, the former 5-star. And at right tackle, Cam Williams, look, we haven't seen a lot from him yet. So maybe thinking he's going to leave is a little bit far-fetched. But if he has a great year, I mean, that guy's mountain of a man. And he could be a guy who decides to take his talents to the next level. So, look, Texas has recruited well on the offensive line the last couple of years. I think they already have 3 or 4 guys committed this year, but obviously you'd like to get one of the top dogs if you can.
Especially from your own state. You want to get one from the state.
Yeah, that would be nice. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, guys can flip between now and December, but right now it feels like Texas has missed out. And at this moment in time, and this could change if Jonah Williams commits later this week.
Well, what you don't want to do is lose one to Oklahoma.
Right. Yeah. The top 6 players in the state of Texas, none of them are currently committed to the University of Texas. So that's where we're at right now. Things could change. Jonah Williams is, I think, the 3rd-ranked player in the state. So if he decides to commit to UT, then obviously that stat will be irrelevant. But that's where we're at right now. So, you want sustained success, and obviously you want success this season. So, man, I'm with you. CFP, you make it there. You can't call that a failure at all, because that means you're winning double-digit games. That means you're competing in the SEC in your first year. That means you're one of the top 12 teams in college football, and that means you're competing for a national championship. That's the bar for Texas. I think if you win a game in the playoff, then you could call that a step in the right direction. If you lose your first round game, okay, disappointing, but still a solid year. But yeah, if you come up short, when you're projected, I don't know what projected is. When you're projected to be number 4 going into the year and you don't finish in the top 12, there's no way around that. That's a disappointment.
Or you've had some catastrophic injuries happen to you.
Yeah, and that's also disappointing. Like nothing you could do about that.
No, you can't do anything. You can't do anything about that. And people can say what they want and say, "Oh, Sark isn't this or he isn't that." And 1 year they're good and then they win the Big 12. No, you get some injuries and keep spots. Dude, the 2 that they have already are key. That's a key spot. That's 2 in one position.
Yeah, it is not ideal to be down 2 in one spot when you only have 5 scholarship guys at that spot.
But what it is it's not your quarterback, and your quarterback at the University of Texas have a way of not making it through an entire football season. Just think about that. Now there are others that can't wait for that to go on so they can get to the other guy and get cranking with the other guy. But dude, you just don't want that. You don't want that. You don't want that for morale. You don't want to lose a running back, and then what that other position has been throughout your history. You know what I'm saying?
I think there are 4 guys, Buck, that Texas cannot lose this year.
Okay.
Obviously, if they lose a bunch of guys at a certain position, that sucks. But I think you know what? I'll go 5 guys now. 5 guys that Texas cannot lose at this point. The quarterback is one of them.
For sure, always.
Jaden Blue is now one of them.
Yes, 2. There you go.
You wouldn't have said that before Baxter, but now you have to say that. I think Kelvin Banks at left tackle is one of them.
That's for sure.
I think Anthony Hill at linebacker is one of them. And I think your number 1 corner, Manny Muhammad, is the 5th one. I think those are your 5 most important players. Like those guys, I think, have to stay healthy because if they don't, then the expectation.
I thought for sure you're going to put the kicker in. What is wrong with you? How can you not put the all SEC kicker in there?
Hey, I love Sideshow Burt, all right? Big fan of his game. He's the 2nd best player on this team. But come on, he's not a real person. He's a kicker.
That's true. I thought I should have been thinking real players.
Yeah, real players, not the special players. Not special players. So, yeah.
Well, I think what we're going to find out pretty early is that some of these wide receivers are, as we saw them play on other teams, are going to be pretty dynamic for Texas. The kid from Alabama is the one that as I watched that guy kind of grow last year, he was growing with the quarterback pains that they had at Alabama. He was growing with that quarterback. So if he's with an accurate quarterback to start, it's going to be a lot of fun for him because he's pretty talented.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Texas has a lot of talent at receiver, and they're so deep there that it's like you don't want to lose any of those guys. But if you do, you're going to be okay in that spot.
Yeah, and I still want to know how real the ones that were recruited here are.
Sure.
They came alive in the spring game. They never really got a shot last year because they weren't going to get a shot last year because of the talent that they had. Now they have a shot. Now you find out why you got recruited to Texas. The couple guys that are still on the roster that are wide receivers that this staff has recruited, now you find out if they don't make hay, then they probably should have never been here. This is their time right now. Seriously, they probably should have been elsewhere. They should have been at another level of football. If they can't play at this level and crack the lineup and you're having to go in the portal and get other guys that, well, yeah, they may be better, but you're not truly going to get on the field because of those guys, that scares you.
Yeah, I keep hearing good things about DeAndre Moore. That's one of those guys that you're talking about who was recruited here a couple of years ago. He's going into his 2nd season at Texas, high 4-star out of high school. And I keep getting like Jordan Whittington comparisons with that guy.
Okay.
Like Jordan Whittington, when he was at Texas, he was always the first guy at practice and he was the last guy to leave. Like you think quarterback when you hear stuff like that, but Jay Witt was that dude forever. That's why.
Sark loved that guy so much. I mean, Sark talked about him for like 2 years, and for the first year he talked about he never threw him the ball. I was like, well, you talk about him like you love him, but you never throw him. He never gets the ball. And then finally last year, towards the end of the season, he started getting a bunch of catches, and we all could see what that kid should have been like immediately.
Yeah. So it sounds like, look, I don't know if DeAndre Moore is going to lead the team in catches this year. I doubt he does because I don't think he's the most talented receiver Texas has. But that
Right.
guy is doing whatever he possibly can to get on the field. Like that guy knows the playbook in and out. He knows where he's supposed to be, knows what he's supposed to do, and he's working overtime
And he
to
makes the
show.
plays, yes.
Yeah, to show the coaches, look, it's a crowded wide receiver room, right? There's 6 or 7 guys that are all fighting for playing time. You got to do some things that make you stand out, and it sounds like DeAndre Moore is putting in that overtime work to do that. And we know coaches like that. It's kind of a circle of trust when you're in a loaded position group like that. Like, hey,
You got a superstar freshman at wide receiver, the stud. I'm looking at ways of how I'm going to get him in games. What am I going to do to get the ball in his hands? How am I going to do this? So
yeah, that's trust.
Got to be thinking of, you know what, these tight ends may not be as talented as that wide receiver. How do I get him to run kind of tight end routes out of the wide receiver position so that I'm not trying to say I need to have a tight end? Well, no, I'll use an extra wide receiver if I have to.
Well, I think
you're lacking running backs.
Right. I think Ryan Wingo's been doing most of his work on the outside, not so much as a slot guy to this point. So I think that's kind of where Texas views him.
Mm-hmm. Well, they got enough little quick slot receivers.
Yeah. So, look, I think Ryan Wingo talking about that trust, like as soon as the coaches trust him, he's going to be on the field. And that might be week one.
I agree.
That might be play one of week one. Like the talent level, you've been raving about him all off season long. We all saw it on display at the spring game. I mean, the insiders have been telling us how good he's looked in fall camp. I don't think there's any question about the talent. I just think it's like, when does he have the playbook figured out?
Sure.
When do the coaches trust him? As soon as that happens, maybe it's week 2, maybe it's week 6, maybe it's week 10. As soon as that happens, though, Ryan Wingo's, he's probably going to start.
Yeah, he'll be a star too.
Yeah. So it'll be fun. I mean, there's a lot to talk about there with that wide receiver room, and it's going to be fun to watch that thing play out over the course of the long college football season.
And for the defense and for the D, man, there's always going to be work to be done, especially in that secondary.
Sure. Yeah, I'm with you. That's why Manny Muhammad was one of those guys who can't get hurt. Like your number 1 corner, you're not even sure if you have a number 2 corner that's good enough. You can't lose your top guy. So we'll keep talking about this. We'll maybe take a look at some of the other teams that Joel Klatt has on that graphic. But before we continue the conversation, let's give some shout outs to some of our sponsors.
Folks, our good friends over at Relax the Back. For years I was searching for the right support and nothing gave me the comfort my back needed. And believe me, my back needed comfort because I had massive thoracic back surgery, reconstruction of my thoracic back. And then I went to Relax the Back. They embraced a holistic approach of a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And they have proven it to me and my back for sure. I love this chair that I've been sitting in. I've had this chair for about 20 years now, and it is as comfortable as it was on day one as it is now. Feels good, feels great, gives me all the support in my thoracic, my lumbar area, and even my shoulders can tell the difference. And you can find that same security and that support you need at Relax the Back. They've got Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses, select massage chairs, zero gravity recliners there. Are you missing your chair today? Are you back home?
Back home, but I still have the Relax the Back office chair.
Very nice. Human scale office chairs, desks, accessories, everything you need. 2 wonderful locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Folks, live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of pain-free, I'm always pain-free when I'm drinking.
Yeah.
The Olipop, baby. Love the Olipop. Got the cream soda this morning. Take a quick sip.
There you go.
Delicious. Love the Olipop. They've got 18 different flavors of Olipop. They added a new one over the weekend, Buck, called Ridge Rush. I think it's a Mountain Dew style taste.
Oh, boy. Yahoo.
Oh, yeah. So be on the lookout for that. I haven't tried it yet. I need to run to a store at some point this week and see if I can find it. But they've got all the classic Olipop flavors that we've been drinking for months, and hopefully you've been drinking too. This stuff is fantastic. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. It tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but it's got tons of health benefits, prebiotics, botanicals, plant fibers, things that are going to help support good digestive health. You get that every time you drink Olipop. You don't get that when you drink other soda. You do get that when you drink Olipop. Pick it up wherever you buy your groceries. H-E-B, Whole Foods, Target, Walmart, Costco, wherever you shop for groceries. You can find the greatness that is Ollie.
Yeah, one of my Texas cheaters at poker on Monday said I've tried Ollie Pop for the first time. Now he's a runner, he's a biker, and he said, boy, I can tell the little boost I get from it without all the sugar in it. He said I needed to find something. He said because I love soda,
Yeah.
but he said with all this running and biking and swimming and crap that he's doing, he said I needed to get something that was going to be good for me. He said he tried Ollie Pop and he's hooked. He
There
loves
we
it.
go. Love to hear that. Yep. Olipop is fantastic. Look, I had sworn off soda for years because of how bad it was for me. Like I wanted to eat all my fast food, but I'm like, I can't eat like crap and also drink like crap too. So I had to make the sacrifice. Now I don't have to make that sacrifice. I
There you
still
go.
get the soda taste that I love, and it's actually good for me. So great news there. Shout out to the Coverts as well. A couple of folks have commented this morning asking about this hat. This is a Covert Bee Cave hat.
There you go.
Love our friends at Covert Bee Cave. We'll be out there next Friday for our first Texas football pregame luncheon of the 2024
Come
season.
join us and have some of that pizza.
Yeah, absolutely. Via 313 Pizza will be there. Smoky Mo's Barbecue will be there. It's all free. I'm not talking like food trucks where you got to pay. No, come by, get you some free food, hang out with us, and also hang out with legendary lifetime Longhorn Derek Johnson, who will be our special guests next Friday at Covert Bee Cave from 12 to 1. Play hooky for – you're not working on Friday anyway. What do you mean?
Who you kidding? Friday before the game?
No, yeah, you ain't working.
At noon, at lunchtime, you've been gone. You go into work, you pick up your stuff, you pretend, you say hello to the boss. I'll be right back after my meeting, boss. I got a sales meeting. See you. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, good one. Yeah, I got to use the bathroom, boss. Oh, funny thing is the bathroom's at the bar down the street, actually. And I need a couple of margaritas to help me go. Come hang out with us. Bring the fam. Bring some friends. Bring the office. Hell, we're talking about the office. Bring everybody. It should be a great time. DJ will be taking pictures, signing some autographs. We'll be talking football. And it should be a grand old time at Covert Bee Cave next Friday.
Love it.
All right. I guess let's go to a couple more of these, Buck, before we move off of this Joel Klatt conversation. So he's got a couple of other teams in here in terms of what success would be for these teams in college football. If you're just joining us, Joel Klatt says a successful season for Texas in 2024 means reaching the college football playoff semifinals. So he's got pretty high aspirations and expectations for the Horns in 2024. But we'll start at the top. There are two teams that have to make the national championship game for this to be considered a successful year, according to Joel Klatt. He's got Georgia and Ohio State. Do you agree? Is it reach the final two or bust for those two preseason top two teams?
Well, I can't say that about Georgia. I mean, they've led the way for the last 5 years. So I'm not even thinking if they don't make it, good. Give somebody else another shot. Ohio State needs to make it. That team is loaded. They've got running backs, wide receivers. They've got a new quarterback, and that guy, this is his opportunity because he's going to be driving. He's got the keys to an incredible car that he's going to have at Ohio State, and he may be that missing link for them. He may be able to be the guy who can pass the ball, run the ball, and run this offense with all these great, talented offensive players. And defense, you're talking about a defensive line and a secondary and a linebacking core. This may be the best all-around team. You know, I looked at Georgia and said they're number one, Ohio State two. I think Ohio State's a not a very distant number two. I think they're very close to 1A.
I think top to bottom, Ohio State has more talent than Georgia.
I do too.
The reason I think Georgia's going to have a better year is because they've got the better quarterback and they've got the better head coach, right?
Yeah, I'm going to have to say that for Ohio State, yeah, they've got to get into the finals. Georgia, if something were to happen to them, what are you going to be mad at Georgia for not making it? They're that. I mean, they've been there forever, so
right.
It seems like I just want them to give somebody else another shot.
Yeah,
get the hell out of there.
If Georgia doesn't win the national title this year, it will have still been two of the last four national championships that have gone to Georgia, right? Like they're preseason number one. They're pissed about the way last year ended where they didn't even make it to the CFP.
Well, I forgot about them being pissed.
Yeah, so I get it. Like they're going to be great, and that's what the standard is now in Athens under Kirby Smart. But yeah, like going back to Ohio State, Buck, it is so hard to have a rational conversation about Ryan Day because he's 56-8 as a head coach.
I know.
Like most teams would kill for that.
Yeah, and
But
he will get another job if they think about firing him, believe me.
100%. But like he hasn't won the big one. That's the one. He's made a couple of playoffs. He's gotten to a national championship game. Remember, he lost to Steve Sarkisian in Alabama in 2020. Like he's been close, but he hasn't won the whole thing yet. That's the one thing he hasn't done. And it's like you've got Ohio State fans saying, well, if we don't at least make it to the national title game this year, we got to make a move at head coach.
Yeah, no kidding. And if we lose to Michigan, we still got to make a move at head coach.
Right. And it's like, oh my God, I think about what Texas has done in the last 6 years. And it's like, oh my God, 8 losses in 6 years. That's what Ryan Day's done. Like I'd kill for that. We would all kill for that. And yet Ohio State fans are like, sorry, that's not good enough here. So yeah, like at some point he's got to break through. I don't know if it's this year, but there are Ohio State fans who think that they've got to win the whole damn thing for this to be considered a successful year.
And boy, can they ever, because they are talented.
Yeah. It all depends on Will Howard for me.
Yeah.
Will Howard and Ryan Day. Like that's why I'm not picking Ohio State to win at all. Is because
quarterback and coach.
Yeah, when you're talking about teams that are evenly matched, those are the two things that I look at as separators. Who do I trust more at coach? Who do I trust more at quarterback? And Georgia, to me, checks both of those boxes over Ohio State. Hell, I trust Dylan Gabriel and Dan Lanning more at Oregon than I trust the Will Howard, Ryan Day combo at Ohio State. So that's where I'm at right there. I don't want to talk about all these teams, Buck, but I do want to get your thoughts on Oklahoma. Joel Klatt says if OU makes it to the CFP, that is defined as a successful season. Do you agree with that?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
If they make it, once again, that's a 10-win season. I don't think they're going to have that.
No, I don't either. I mean, our resident Oklahoma fan, Tanner, says if OU finishes 9-3 and just misses the playoff, that is still a success in his eyes. And I agree. OU's got a brutal, brutal schedule this year. If they do make it to the CFP, then hell, Brent Venables might get another contract extension.
Wow.
10 wins with that slate with a first-year quarterback, that'd be maybe the best coaching job in America.
Dude, that group right there with that schedule could end up just winning 7 games too.
Yeah, I think the Vegas over-under is 7.5, if I'm not mistaken, which I'd go over. I think OU's an 8 or a 9 win team, but you're right. Like that's the Vegas number is right in line with what you just said.
Yeah,
like, it could be a 7-5 team this year if Jackson Arnold ain't ready for the big time. And once again, that schedule is a gauntlet for the Sooners. Yeah, if they make it to the CFP this season, they win 10 games this year. That is big time, and that should worry you. That would worry me as a Texas fan because I'm still not sold on Brent Venables. Like, I don't know if he's a great coach yet. It's a big leap they took from his first season to his second season. But if he makes it to the CFP, then it's like, oh, shit, they've done it again. They've got another great coach up there in Norman.
Yeah, the group that's really on the hot seat will be that group at Penn State. They've got an unbelievably talented team with a young quarterback, 2 great running backs, a defense once again, and an offensive line that, that their expectations are high in Happy Valley, really.
Mm-hmm. There's not a team in the country, Buck, that I think benefits more from the expanded playoff than Penn State.
Yeah, they get their opportunity now.
And they also benefit from conference realignment because they don't have to play Michigan this year. And they've got like Ohio State, but they got that game at home, but it's been Ohio State and Michigan. They haven't been able to beat either of those teams, and they only have to play one of them this year. And they don't have Oregon on their slate. So
yeah, they better not lose to West Virginia.
Oh, yeah, week 1. That's an interesting game in Morgantown. The Couch Burners next Saturday. That's one of my favorite games in that opening weekend slate. They lose that game, then James Franco.
Yeah, I got Penn State laying the hammer down to that group. I'm saying West Virginia will have a decent year in the Big 12, but they're not going to win that game against Penn State. Penn State's too used to knocking the living dog shit out of that group.
Yeah, I think we looked at the line the other day off the air. 10.5, 11, somewhere in that range right now. So you like Penn State on the road taking care of business?
They will take that ball and run it down the Morgantowners, the Mountaineers' throat in that game. They'll get their running backs off to a great start. Even though they have a young quarterback and they'd like to get him going, they'll rush for about 400 yards of rushing against them.
Yeah, that Singleton-Allen duo that Penn State has. I mean, look, Ohio State has the best running back tandem in the country with Henderson and Judkins, but Penn State might be number 2.
Oh, yeah.
their two-headed monster that they have. So, so there'll be some grounding and pounding going on, and according to Buck, some shoving stuff down dudes' throats.
Yes,
going
once
on
again, right down your gullet.
With Penn State. And Tanner, next Saturday, baby. Next Saturday. And we've got college football in 3 days. Week 0 is 3 days from now, and we're 10 days away from most college football
Did
teams.
you say SMU is on the slate?
SMU is hosting Nevada this weekend. They are, I think, 4 touchdown favorites in that one.
You don't want any part of that madness.
I'm high on the ponies this year, man. I don't know why. I probably shouldn't be, because every time they played a good opponent last year, they got boat raced.
Don't do it.
They got a lot of guys back.
Hang your hat on the Panthers.
ACC. Oh, I'm taking SMU over Pitt in the ACC.
Come on, man.
Do they play this? I'm not even going to look that up because I don't care. I don't care. You're still high on Pitt. I said it last week when you were out. Like, look, everyone's going to be watching the SEC and the Big Ten, because the national championship winner's coming from one of those 2 conferences.
Sure.
Like the Big 12 and the ACC are going to be so much fun this year.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
There's no clear-cut favorite in either conference. Now, you might not have a team with 1 loss or less in either of those leagues, but there's going to be, every game I think is going to be close, and I think those conference races are going to come down to the final week of the year. It's going to be very enjoyable if you just like college football.
Oh, I can't wait to see Gundy lose the big game like to BYU or somebody like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they do have to go to Provo this year. And if you have to go to Provo, like, this is a good year to do it, because they're not that good right now. But, Oklahoma State, they expect to be in that Big 12 title game.
They got one of the best running backs in the country coming back. You know,
they got a 40-year-old at quarterback.
Yeah, and then plus their NIL deals, that one guy's getting all the money. The running back's getting all the money, getting all the drink, getting all the booze. He's getting everything.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Oklahoma State and NIL, we obviously played Mike Gundy's comments yesterday about how some of his players' agents are reaching out to the coaches, like right now, asking for raises. How about this from Oklahoma State in the NIL sphere? It's a perfect segue. Oklahoma State players will wear QR codes on the backs of their helmets this season that will link to the team's general fund. So if you're watching an Oklahoma State game on TV this season, you can zoom in on the back of the players' helmets. Every player's going to have one of these. You could scan that QR code. Buck, do you know how those things work?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Is that the one you stick your phone up to?
Yeah, so like some restaurants, right? The menu.
Sure.
They've got a QR code to access the menu. Well, Oklahoma State, every player is going to have a code on the back of their head that will take you to a link where you can donate to the team's general NIL fund.
No, dude. That thing is – I'd like to know how much money, who's going to scan that damn thing.
I don't know. Like
nobody.
Yeah.
2 people, parents of players. Here's $10.
I think some Oklahoma State fans. Come on, like if OSU picks up a big win, right? If they beat Utah, I think they play Utah early in the year, and Utah's the favorite to win the conference this season. If they beat Utah and like they're dealing out the clock on the final play of the game, there might be some fans, some drunk Oklahoma State fans at home like, yeah, I want to donate. Let's go. And they take a picture of that QR code. Now,
that's true. If they take some money from their buddies, they may be willing to throw down a little bit.
Yeah. Here's what I wish was the case. So everyone's got the same code. And once again, the code takes you to one place. So like the same, if you scan Ollie Gordon's QR code, you're not donating to Ollie Gordon. If you scan Alan Bowman's QR code, you're not donating to Alan Bowman, right? It all goes to the general fund for Oklahoma State athletics. But I wish it was individualized.
Yeah, now you're talking.
Like Ollie Gordon breaks an 80-yard touchdown run. Oh, shit, yeah. I don't want the walk-off.
Cha-ching.
Just give Ollie Gordon that cash. Hey, if the star defensive player injures Cam Rising and he's out for the game and Oklahoma State wins, hey, I got you, dog. Thanks for doing that. Little bounty gate action. Get Greg Williams in on this, baby. Come on now.
You're talking, yeah.
That's what I want. I want the
general scholarship fund.
Yeah, no general fund. Come on. This is player by player here. If you play well, you're getting money. We're not just letting the crappy guys cash in on this. You get paid based on your play. That's what I want to happen.
Wow.
I don't think that's going to happen there.
That's not the way that was meant to work.
No, I don't think
it
so.
Should though.
Yeah, could you imagine how much fun would that be?
Yo, that would be, boy. You don't think guys would be trying to have a great game? Hey, what do you mean, coach? You're taking me out? Not a chance.
Right. Well, that's how you please the players, right? Because look, coaches are pissed that, once again, like Mike Gundy said yesterday, these agents are looking for more money. Well, the fans can donate the money during the season when they watch
during the games. How about it just racks up during the games?
How about that? You're Ollie Gordon. You're checking your phone at halftime after you go for 90 and 2 tutties in the first half, and you're like, "Oh shit! I just made $2,000.
Hey, I need another tutty here.
Come on now, yeah." Now we're talking.
You think those guys would be giving the assistant coaches grief for coming out of the game when they come out of the game in the third quarter or the fourth quarter? Coach, I can't come out yet.
I gotta play.
Oh.
I need more money. I need more yards.
I think John Bianco would know that Ricky Williams needed 10 more yards if that would have been the deal.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Think I'd have known that?
Yeah, no kidding. He would have threatened you if you didn't give him those last 10 yards.
Oh yeah.
In the NIL era.
CB, you think you think I would have known about that? You think somebody would have tapped me on the shoulder if that were the case? If there was money involved back in the day?
I feel like our guy CB always brings that up every time we talk about Rio Don. That is great. I do wonder, one last thought on this, and then we'll move on to Texas basketball because they released their SEC schedule. I'll give a few quick thoughts on that. Okay, think about when you go to a restaurant, Buck, and they don't have the traditional menu, and you do have to use your phone to scan that QR code. I feel like that doesn't always work. Like, your phone is right in front of that code, and it still doesn't always pick up the code, right?
Right.
Sometimes it takes you a few moments to get it. How is it going to work on a TV screen? Because that was a pretty small code. It's not like it takes up the whole helmet. Look how tiny this thing is. I feel like it's going to be pretty hard to time it out to hold your phone right up to the screen to get that QR code to work.
Oh, you don't think TV cameras are going to be behind when guys are sitting down, going behind their helmets? Of course they are. If there's a helmet that's sitting on a table somewhere, a TV camera is going to go right by it so that you can hit it.
Yeah, yes, and you'll have to pause your TV on your TiVo.
Oh yeah,
to get the close up if you really want to do this. But I don't know.
They're going to figure it out. They're going to have it. And are they going to have one big one somewhere in the stadium where you run by it? That's going to be in the end zone somewhere.
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised after this news. And this dropped yesterday, right?
Hey, it'll be at the 50-yard line. That'll be.
Yeah. Well, like on the concourse at DKR, right? Like you're going to get your nachos and boom, they've got a QR code to the Texas One Fund, like right next to the concession stand. And it's like, hey, we know we're charging like $10 a beer and like $10 a hot dog and hundreds of dollars for a ticket. But if you would like to give more money to us,
here's it. Scan this as you're standing in line. Just walk over here and hit it one time.
Yeah, you like what you see. You like Quinn Ewers as your quarterback. You like all of these talented receivers we got from the portal. Then keep donating right here. We got you.
We haven't even got to the cheerleaders when they start getting their when they get their codes on their outfits.
Oh, how great would that be? Instead of like a Longhorn logo across the chest, they just have a giant QR code to donate.
Hit it one time, will you?
Hey, eyes up here. No, I'm donating. I'm supporting the university, okay?
Money,
I can watch.
Hey, we're student athletes too. It'll get to that point.
Hey, that money, I don't know. I think that money supports the cheer program, right?
Yeah, probably does. Hey, that's general scholarship. Let's go.
Yeah. Help them out.
Band members will have it on there.
Yeah, can we get the band members less material so they're not dying with all of the garb that they rock every
wearing
year?
That garb in 106.
Holy crap. I mean, it's a great look.
It's a
great look, but Jesus, man.
It looks thick.
Yeah. You're wearing like sleeves, tassels, pants, boots, a hat in 100-degree weather. And you're out there playing your instrument for 3.5 hours plus the halftime show, or you're marching around. God bless him, man.
And that little baby Bevo running around in that nasty outfit.
Oh, hook him.
We need to trim that up a little bit. We need to make that thing sleek.
I don't know, man. What are you saying? Like, do what K-State does, where it's just the hat and then it's a human body?
All buffed up.
I hate that, dude.
I hate it too.
You got to go full on mascot.
I'm very happy that the SEC, because it just means more, didn't have a bunch of those idiots running around. Thank you very much.
Oh, that was disappointing.
I know it was disappointing. I was so happy not to have to run into any of that kind of crap there in Dallas. They don't bring their stuff along with them.
I'm going to reach out to Commissioner Sankey.
What?
And say next year, hey, here's what we need. We enjoyed it. We had a great time, but we would like to see mascots in attendance next year.
More mascots and more cheerleaders. What's the deal here?
Is this what you're asking for?
That dude.
This is like, if you're a kid, it's like, what is that? Is that a human? Is that a mat? What's going on here? Because when you're like a small kid, you don't realize there's a person in that suit.
Dude, I go to Jerry's World and there would be that dude every year, all buffed up. Just before he got up in the morning, he's doing all kinds of push-ups and stuff before he come down, and he'd be all buffed. Yeah. And he's got sweatbands on. I'm just go punch him right in the nuts.
Right. Like, I don't want that thing touching me. I really don't want any of them touching me. But like, even as a kid, it's like, oh, it's cool to take a picture with the mascot as a kid, right?
I'd be afraid of that thing.
But it's like, hey, this is just some like creepy man touching me now. Like, I'm supposed to stay away from strangers, and now like I got to take a picture with this guy.
Yeah, I always got creeped out by that Nebraska thing that used to bobble around.
Oh.
That thing that horrifies me as an adult when I would see the Cornhusker head guy.
Lil Red?
Yeah, is that what he's called?
Yeah, Lil Red. Dude, that is so you and I are on opposite ends of the spectrum there, because that is my favorite mascot in college football.
Get out of here. That thing bouncing around with his little belly.
Thing?
That thing, yeah.
Where he bounces on his head, or he like shrinks and then like grows really tall.
Yeah,
oh my God.
Like, where are the true legs of the person? Are those real legs down there?
I don't think there's a person in there. I think it's all remote control.
There's no chance.
How are you getting a person in that thing bouncing on their head like that?
That's not right.
That is, it's everything that's right in college football is what it is. Like, I would love to go to a Nebraska game, not because of the history that the program has, not because—
You want to see that thing?
Yeah, Memorial Stadium holds like 100K, and I'm sure they're all going nuts. I want to see these two jabronis.
No way. Look at that, some scary stuff. How would you like for that to pull up? How would you like to have that pull up on you some dark night and knock on your door, knock on your car window, and say, roll the window down, please. And you see that face right there. I would faint. I would pass out.
Nightmare unlocked right there. You saying that is like, I'm going to have a nightmare about that at some point in my life now.
Yeah, that face right there, that Nebraska face, and the Oklahoma Cowboy, that big chin dude. I hate that dude too.
Could you imagine? Yeah, you get a knock on your door at 2 a.m. You go out, you're wiping the sleep from your eyes, and you open the door, and it's those two dudes. Holding a machete.
Can you imagine that? Hey, we're lost. Can we come in? Can you give us some water? Like, hell no.
They can't talk.
And that's right. They're not allowed to talk. Can you imagine that? Open up the door to that. You don't think I would look through the peephole and then go get my gun and come back?
Yeah, because they're probably holding a machete and a gun when they get to your place.
I mean, look at that happy fellow in the background. That is a pervert. Don't even tell me that's not.
Lil Red's just an inflatable. Not even a guy.
There's a person in there.
No way, dude.
There's like a 12-year-old kid that's just to the end right there. That's where his head is.
How do you're calling a 12-year-old a pervert? Is that even—
I'm just telling you, it's a little person in there. It's like Kyler Murray working that thing.
Oh, wow. Is that what Kyler does on Saturdays? He plays on Sundays, but on Saturdays
look at the smile on number one right there. Yeah, that's friendly.
I think it's Big Red and Lil Red are the name of those two mascots there. Very original.
No, but I'm not down with the Wildcat. I never was down with that dude. That dude would show up all buffed up like, that's the Boilermaker, isn't it?
That's Purdue Pete.
Yeah, there's another one. Nice chin there.
That is terrifying, dude. Holy shit. If this thing walks across your path.
Yeah, the worst is that the when the Syracuse orange now, it's just a little ball with a little blue hat on it. I wanted to kick the shit out of that thing. I tripped that thing before when I was at Boston College. When it was the Orangeman, and that thing used to roll around. I stuck my leg out as a coach. It's like little feet, and I think it has like a little blue cap on, and it's an orange. It looks like the face of Tom Penders.
This one? Oh, no, that's the Orange Bowl mascot next to Mark Mangino. Look how scared that orange is, like, oh, shit, this guy's about to eat me.
He is hungry. Wow.
Oh, my God. There's random mascot talk.
Yeah, they're the worst. They're the worst. They're the worst. That's what makes college sports horrible is the mascots. And in the SEC, it means more, and they don't bring them with – they don't travel with them.
Are you okay with the live mascot?
I'm good with that. I'm good with Bevo. Hey, I'm good with Ralphie. Ralphie will be coming to town. That's cool. Yeah. Bring that big-ass buffalo. You know, even when Baylor had that silly-ass Pepsi drinking or Dr. Pepper drinking bear until they had to put the stop on that, until the bear got diabetes and died. You know?
Is that how they explained it?
Yeah. Not enough Olipop, drinking too much Dr. Pepper, and it died. So, no. I'm good. I'm glad with the LSU. I'm good with the Tiger.
Yeah.
You know, I don't understand what's wrong with Alabama. Why can't they have a real elephant? Why they got to have around? You know what I'm saying? Bring it. Bring the real thing.
How do you get a real elephant? Like, do we have a lot of those just hanging around our country?
I think you can get those. You can borrow those from the zoo. You can pay a price, get that from the zoo. Why don't they have a real one? Why do they have to have that fake Crimson Tide elephant? Bring the real thing.
Well, the Crimson Tide is not even an elephant.
I know.
I don't even know what that is. Like the Longhorn, the Longhorn's a Longhorn. The Buffalo's a Buffalo. The Tiger's a Tiger. Like,
hey, the Bulldog. Georgia brings a little goofy Bulldog. That's fine.
Yeah, like Bulldog. You think Uga's going to come to Austin this year?
Oh, yeah, they're going to bring Uga. They're not first time here. You don't think they're not bringing that thing with them?
Well, it was a different Uga, but remember what happened the last time Uga and Bevo were together at the same place at the same time?
They'll keep that little dude in the concourse there at the stadium in a cage somewhere. He won't get to the field.
In the concourse?
Yeah.
You're going to be like buying nachos and petting Uga at the same time?
Oh, he'll have his little thing there so you can make money off of him too.
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know. That'll be interesting to see if Uga and Bevo are
Ralphie comes to the Big 12. That's going to be awesome.
They don't travel with Ralphie, do they?
No, but that's the scene. But I've been to that stadium for a game. That is awesome with that dude coming down that hill.
That's like, look, you should always try to get to a college game or any game before kickoff or first pitch or tip off, whatever. But like that tradition.
That is awesome.
Run Ralphie run before the game. Like you got to be in your seats for that. Otherwise, there's no point in going to the game up there.
Yeah, and no one wants to see ever again the Boomer Schooner and that thing falling over with those big girls on there.
Oh, big girls.
That was the one who was in the front seat that one time, and she leaned to the side, and the whole thing went over.
He's fat. He's fat.
She was round-shouldered, and she hit that ground and bounced around a little bit.
Yeah, I felt that in the stands at the Cotton Bowl that day. Thing hit the Richter scale, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
No, I never liked those dudes around with that whatever that little thing they shoot off, that little gun that they hold, or
the
Top Gun or whatever, that silly ass deal that they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's their bit, man.
There's some great traditions. There's some cool things that go on in college. I love the pageantry of college football. I really do.
It's what separates it from any other sport that we have. Right, even other college sports. Look, there's tradition and pageantry and college hoops and college baseball and college volleyball and this and that. But I don't have to tell anybody it's different in college football, and that's why we love it so much. All right, before we mention this Texas basketball SEC schedule that was dropped yesterday, let's give a few more shout outs to a few more sponsors. Buck.
Next week we'll be at Sue Patrick's on next Wednesday. Come join us over at Sue Patrick's. The incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, folks. They got a wide variety of men's and women's clothing. Get those polos, get those hats, get everything you need for the upcoming season. And they can get it to you and get it to you in a hurry. Right now, they offer free shipping on online orders over $49. Free curbside pickup right there at 5222 Burnett Road. You name it, they have it at Sue Patrick. Books. They've got, all your cooking utensils for your your tailgating. They've got all of that for you. They've got how about the mugs that they have right now, the schedule mugs that Jay has in store there for you. Love those. I'm using that for my my iced tea.
Ooh,
right? Yeah,
nice.
baby. I love those. Love those mugs. And this all happens at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. Go to SuePatrick.com for more info.
Yes, indeed. And shout out to our friends at Passes as well. If you're not yet familiar with Passes, where have you been? Passes is really cool, man. It's a content creator company that the Texas One Fund has partnered with. 40 of the top UT athletes across a number of different sports: football, men's and women's basketball, volleyball, softball, baseball, Olympics. They're all on Passes, and they're all posting content on there every single day. Passes gives you behind-the-scenes access to your favorite Longhorn athletes, Q&A sessions, exclusive fan offerings. You can DM your favorite athletes and communicate with them in ways that you've never been able to before. I'm telling y'all, Passes is revolutionizing the way that you, the fan, can engage with your favorite college football and college athletes in general. Just go to passes.com, sign up, learn more there. But this is really cool. Once again, behind-the-scenes access to your favorite student athletes at the University of Texas, access that you've never been able to get in the past. You can now get it thanks to our friends at passes.com. And also, about a word from our man, Tom McKay, over at AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678, or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Hey, what are we into in the PGA right now? We're the second leg of the FedEx Cup. Where are we going this week? Even though I got so behind being out of town. We just did St. Jude's Classic, right?
Yes, that was this past weekend, and Hideki Matsuyama won that event.
Yep.
Castle Pines.
Is that one of the Carolinas?
This weekend. That is in Colorado.
Ooh.
Yep, that is where the PGA Tour will be this week. It is the longest course in PGA Tour history.
Nice.
According to this quick Google search I just did. So this is the
Let's go get
BMW.
the par fives and 2.
This is the BMW Championship that is there this year. So, yeah, it's going to be nuts watching those guys hit par 5 greens in 2. Is that what you said?
Oh, yeah, they're still going to hit them in 2.
Of course they will. Of course they will. So, yeah, approaching the end of the PGA Tour season, Scotty Scheffler's going to win the FedEx Cup because that guy is ridiculous.
He came in 4th last week and just playing, not playing great, but just he was right there in 4th place. He was right there.
He's just damn near a lock to be top 5 in every tournament he plays in. Like, that's like, you don't even get good odds when you bet him to be finishing in the top 5 at this point, because it's just
he's going to make his career, his money earnings for this year, when this thing is all said and done, when he wins the FedEx Cup, is going to be ridiculous.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's already made, I think, upwards of $30 million this season.
Yep.
And the season's not done just yet. So he's already set a record for most earnings in 1 year on the PGA Tour. And that's just on the tour. That's not sponsorships. That's not any other sources of
not
income.
Endorsements.
Yeah, none of that stuff. That is all just from the tour itself. And Scotty's earned it. He's been the most dominant player in the world in 2024. All right, Buck, a little Texas basketball talk. We won't talk too much Longhorn hoops because we're focused on football and some of the other happenings right now. But Texas did release its first ever SEC men's basketball schedule yesterday. And we won't go game by game, but there are some intriguing nuggets that I think are worth talking about, including the fact that Texas will open up its SEC slates in College Station.
Very nice.
About that, the first ever SEC basketball game for Texas will be against the Aggies on January 4th, 2025. Of course, the non-con happens in the fall. Texas basketball starts on November 4th. That's the first game of the season, and it'll be in Vegas against Ohio State for the first conference game a couple of months later in Aggieland on Jan 4.
I'm looking forward to that game. I'm looking forward to Texas basketball versus the Aggies, because this Aggies team is going to be good again.
Yeah, they made it to the second round of the tournament last year. They took Houston, the number 1 seed in the Midwest region, to overtime before coming up a little bit short. But they do have a lot of guys back for Buzz Williams. I think A&M is going to be a preseason top 20 team. I think Texas will also be a preseason top 20 team. So we'll obviously see how things play out. We'll know a couple of months, or we'll have a couple of months worth of basketball played by the time these two teams play. But yeah, like the good news for Texas is that's over winter break. But it's still Texas A&M, so you assume the crowd's going to be crazy because of the rivalry. But yeah, that's the first SEC game for the Longhorns, and of course, A&M is one of the 3 teams that Texas basketball will play twice this year.
Nice.
They'll play A&M twice, they'll play OU twice, and they'll play Arkansas with John Calipari twice. So A&M is the opener, and the closer is Oklahoma at home. So I like that. Good job by the SEC to bookend the conference slate with rivalry games, one on the road, one at home. But it's a tough start to the conference schedule for Texas because they've got at A&M. You talked about how good they were last year.
Yes.
You've got Auburn, who was really good last year.
Yep.
And then you've got Rick Barnes in Tennessee. You made it to the Elite 8 last year.
Wow, that's really good. That's a great start. And then that out of conference is a bitch.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then obviously you got to play UConn in the non-con, and you got some other intriguing matchups. You got Syracuse on the slate too. So, yeah, man. Look, the SEC, it's a reprieve from the Big 12. It's not as good of a basketball conference as the Big 12, but last year it was the second best league in the sport. So it's not going to be some major step back in talent. But hopefully Texas is able to maneuver this conference slate that I think is pretty favorable. It's a tough start, but looking at this compared to the last few years of conference schedules Texas has had, I think it's a little bit easier than what they've had to do.
Yeah, that's where Oklahoma's going to have to pick up the pace in the SEC is in basketball.
Yeah, I
believe.
They've been bad, and a lot of OU fans wish that Porter Moser was gone, and that experiment.
He's back for another year, right?
Back for another year, yep. They just missed
one more year. If it's not good, he probably will be gone.
Well, you could say the same about Rodney Terry. Now, Porter Moser's been there a lot longer than RT has, but I don't know what RT has to do. And some people think it may be ridiculous to even be having this conversation, but I do think there are scenarios that exist where Rodney Terry is not brought back next season. I don't think that's likely. I don't think that's the favorite, if you will. But,
well, if it's not a good season, I think that could be likely.
Yeah, if Texas misses the tournament, I think they're making a change. That'd be a huge disappointment because, once again, this is a top 20 team, I think, going into the year, and there's a lot of talent on this roster. I don't know how well they're going to play together, and that's Rodney Terry and this coaching staff's job to figure out because it's a lot of new faces coming in here this year.
Everybody in college basketball has to do it.
But this will be a ranked team to start the year. And with 68 making the tournament, if you're preseason top 25, you better be one of those 68 at the end of the run. So that's where we're at. But you're right. Oklahoma they've been struggling. They just missed the tournament. They've got to figure some things out a little bit. But there's your SEC basketball schedule for Texas.
Or that UConn ticket will be a hard one to get.
Yeah, UConn coming up on December 8th. Yeah, back-to-back games in early December. Texas has to go to Raleigh to play NC State. Remember, NC State made the Final Four last year. Now they lost a lot from that Final Four team, but they've got to play them in the SEC ACC Challenge on the road on Wednesday the 4th, and then Sunday the 8th is when the two-time defending champion UConn Huskies come to the mood. So we'll learn a lot about Texas hoops in the first and second weeks of December.
No doubt about it. It's a good schedule.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Excited for college basketball to get here. Of course, that's lower on the agenda further down the line than the return of college football, but there you go. There's your SEC slate for Texas. And a lot of oars on that list. Those are all midweek games. So Texas will play on Saturdays, and then those oars are Tuesdays or Wednesdays, which is a good thing about the SEC, right? The Big 12, you'd play a lot of Saturday, Monday.
Right.
It's like, man, one day off, and then you got to travel. Like you got, I don't know, Baylor at home on a Saturday, then shit, you got to go to Lawrence to play at Allen Fieldhouse on a Monday. Like that's brutal. So the fact that you're going to get that extra day in between games in the SEC, I think is a good thing for Texas.
Yeah, man, wait till the Big Ten and those Oregon and all those teams have to go to the Midwest in late October or November. They're going to hate that travel.
Oh, my God.
They want the money. They're going to pay for it.
Yeah, that's it. It's,
Man.
football is one thing when it's just once a week. But, yeah, when you're playing a couple of basketball games a week and you got to travel from Eugene to Piscataway.
Good Lord.
On like a Tuesday night for a game. Yeah, that's a weird bit right there.
Yeah, that is a weird bit. That scheduling for those teams traveling in the Midwest. I've flown through the Midwest in November, and the winds in the Midwest, just getting on that plane is not all that much fun. Forget, the hours upon hours you've got to do. But you get some rocky and some shaky landings, man.
Well, turbulence.
Oh.
Yeah, not what you need. Not what anybody needs.
Not what I need.
No, God, no. Flying out today. Don't need any of that today. Quick shout out, by the way.
Speaking of that, Denver, on takeoff at Denver airport, going through the Rockies, you get a little turbulence there, BK, through those mountains and the winds in Denver. And it's the summertime, so I can't even imagine what that damn place is like in October. I've never I think I've gone through Denver maybe twice, 2 other times in my lifetime. And this time I do remember the takeoff and the pilot talking about, we've got the rocky winds here. And I'm like, shit, what does that mean? Don't you come on and tell me about it. Let me figure it out. I'll figure that out.
Was it bad?
It wasn't great.
Okay.
It wasn't that bad. I mean, I've been through worse. I've been through worse upstate New York, but you can tell that's got to be that's kind of like an every flight deal there in the Denver and the Rocky Mountain area, probably. Most people don't think of it as anything,
Right. Yeah. Is that 20 minutes, 30 minutes? How long were you dealing with that?
I only dealt with it for about 10 minutes. That's it on takeoff. Landing from here to Denver and Southwest was fine, but takeoff from Denver to get back to Austin from Lewiston was just a weird get up there, and that thing shakes around a little bit, and you can see yourself getting around. And by the way, I was in the back parts of the plane. It's been a long time since I was back there in aisle 30 something, because that was my seat assignment on United. It wasn't the cattle car where I got a nice spot in the middle. I've never been back there. It's been a long time since I've been back there where the wheels hit the ground first. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, they gave you the Rosa Parks treatment?
No, it was just where my seating was. I wanted the aisle, so I didn't care as long as I didn't get the last aisle seat by the bathroom. But I was back there in the 30s.
Yeah, that bathroom seats, those are tough, man.
Yes, they are.
You don't want any part of that. I checked our Vegas contingent in on Southwest yesterday while I was driving back from Galveston. By the way, shout out to the Texas Exes chapter in Galveston. Great preseason luncheon down there yesterday. Nice. But while I'm driving, I'm on 71 and I'm checking in to our flights on my phone. B group.
B.
B 3 through 6. So early B. So
nice.
We'll be okay. Yeah, like I right at 4:30, 24 hours in advance. I'm on my phone. I'm ready to go. And then I still can't even get A-list treatment. But
B-list is okay. B's fine.
We'll take it. We'll take B.
You're there before the relatives of the flight attendants. You know what I'm saying? Before they start.
I don't know.
Gold card members, people that are going to be incarcerated, whatever it is, they get in front of you. That's where I go. Those who are getting ready to be incarcerated, and then you, Buck, you're right with them. I'm like, wait a minute. Can I get up here with, I know I can't get up there with the veterans. I talk about the veterans every day. I need to be getting there. Hey, active military, they jump on there. Their spouses, pilots, friends. Hey, male servants, your buddies can come on the plane, and I'm back there with those to be incarcerated. And then you, Buck. I'm like, great.
Hey, easy, Gronk. No stolen valor here, all right? Trying to take credit for being in the military. Come on, man.
You know what is crazy? And I'm just hobbling through there with my knee, trying to get to the spot. And I love when they said anybody who may be disabled. I'm always looking like, I'm not far away from that deal. I'm limping a little bit. I could hop up there and get on that plane, get my seat first. I won't do it. I'm still not there yet. And I refuse to get on the cart. And I see that cart going by, beeping at people. getting to spots. I'm thinking, boy, that Denver airport was long. Although they do have the moving tram that kind of you stand there and go by. Of course, my wife missed that on the first time. Like, see that thing right there? That's meant for me. You can fly through here. And she leaves me when she goes to the airport, because I kind of lag behind with my knee and my carry-on. That woman is gone. She's like, I'm trying to find her up in front of people. She goes, You know where the gate is, right? I'm like, yeah. She goes, okay. And next thing I know, she's like gone. I'm like, wait a minute, help me out here.
What's her rush?
I don't know, but she always feels like she's got to get to the gate. And that's generally my bit. I want to get there so I know who's going to be a jerk on the plane. Like the lady that was stressed out and they let her off. How is that? Why is the door shut? Once the door is shut, we got to go, right? But then again, if there's one that's going to misbehave on the plane once it takes off and get all stressed out and start seeing things, no, that was a great move by the pilot. Very happy with United and how they handled that. You know what? We never left the gate. The door just shut. What does it take to open up the gate and kick somebody out and throw their bags out with them? Not much. The pilot said we had a little stress deal here. I'm like, okay, good. That's gone. Now let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah, that's good. All right. Do want to give some love to the 2024 Texas Athletics Hall of Honor class.
There you go.
This was announced yesterday. 10 new members. Also, 2 coaches will be inducted this September. September 20th is the date for the Hall of Honor induction for the class of 2024. But you've got some big names on this list. Colt McCoy, one of those names. Nice. Pretty solid week for Colt. He announced his retirement. He announced that he got a job working with NBC Sports covering the Big Ten. And also he finds out that he will be inducted into the Longhorns Hall of Honor. Also Marquise Goodwin, your other football inductee, also a track star during his time at Texas. So he's getting in for both of those. The other men to get inducted, Omar Quintanilla, great baseball player at the university. Reggie Freeman, great basketball player in the mid-'90s at Texas. Also, how about John Fields, head golf coach. Yeah, friend of TSU, John Fields, one of the guys getting in this year. For the women, a really good list too. Julie Cooper, Blymel, Farley Taylor Lansing, Mira Topic Lyserts, Lexi Bennett Skaggs, and Karen Nelson Walters. Obviously, a lot of married names there. But Julie Cooper, 27-time All-American swimmer during her Texas career. Lexi Bennett, I remember her playing softball. She was in school around the same time I was in the late aughts and early 10s. Some big names there. So congrats to all of those lifetime Longhorns on the ultimate honor as a Texas student athlete. Yeah, getting into the Hall of Honor. Once again, the induction will take place Friday, September 20th. 12 individuals getting in, 10 former student athletes, and 2 coaches getting the nod this year.
Great stuff.
Buck, do you care about the preseason AP All-America teams?
Yeah, that's always interesting.
So those were released, and obviously everybody and their mother drops an All-America team at this time of the year. But it feels like the AP is one of the most talked about, and it's one of the most cared about. And the Associated Press dropped its preseason All-America teams earlier this week. They've got a first team and a second team.
Okay.
Only one Longhorn made the squads this year.
I can understand who that would be and understand why that would be.
Yeah, that's the left tackle.
Yep.
Kelvin Banks, who was listed as a first-team preseason All-America on the AP poll. But that's it. No other Longhorns on the first team and no Longhorns on the second team. There were 54 players picked on these All-America teams, 27 on the first and 27 on the second. Texas only had one of the top 54 players, according to the AP voters. That's interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, what spot were they going to put Quinn Ewers? What were they going to do with him? I mean, they've got Carson Beck. I mean, Carson Beck is still around.
Yeah, so that'd be my next question, right? Like, did anyone get snubbed? Because those were the 2 quarterbacks. Carson Beck was the first team. Dylan Gabriel was the second team.
Yeah,
Quinn Ewers, I'm sure some people could argue and would argue that he should be on there. but is there anybody else that you think? I mean, Bert Auburn would be that other dude. Like maybe he could be a first or second team kicker on the preseason team. But where else would you look?
Nowhere else.
Yeah, that's like it'd be hard to put Isaiah Bond on there. I know people have high expectations for him, but with this being his first year at Texas.
Yeah, I mean, he just, once again, he just really started to come on the middle of the season for Alabama. When the quarterback started to get good, so did he.
Yeah.
I mean, it just worked out that way for them. He was not a great one immediately at Bama. He sat around a little bit, and he was there, but he wasn't anything spectacular. But the quarterback got better. He got better.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, like, I know our fans are so tired of hearing me say this, but it goes back to the question I've had all offseason long, Buck, and I think this is the biggest question facing Texas football in 2024. Do they have enough elite talent? They've got a great roster. They're preseason number 4 in the country. They've got one of the best rosters in the country. There's no doubt there. But, like, I look at Ohio State. Ohio State had 4 players on the first team.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They got individuals that can play.
That's the team you're going to be – one of the teams you're going to be competing with in the college football playoff. Now, they're not in the SEC, but like Ohio State, Georgia, does Texas have enough elite talent to –
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the individual stars can overwhelm a team where they don't play well as a team, but these individuals have these great stats. I mean, but does Texas have enough of those individuals that they can make a difference and help the team? Maybe we're just going to have to count on this group to be really good as a team, as a whole.
Yep.
On both sides, I believe that's offense and defense. I definitely believe on defense they're just going to have to be a fantastic group together, because I don't think they have that many individual standouts. We're hoping that a couple of them. We're hoping that the kid now who's a sophomore linebacker is going to be a special player. But I know hope is not a strategy, but it's, that's all you can do on that side. I mean, the preparation of this defense, and now that they've been together, there's a standout there, but it's only played for a year. Does he bring it in his sophomore year? That could possibly happen. But as a group, we don't see so many standout guys that are on the defensive line. But as a whole, how good could they be? I think they can be pretty good as a whole. Can. But I don't see any great play. I don't see any great individuals. I see a great individual on offense, and that's the left tackle. That's a great football player right there. The running backs are just okay. The wide receivers, some of them will pop out. The quarterback is outstanding. He's outstanding quarterback. I don't care what people say. Quinn Ewers is a really, really good quarterback. I think we saw that last year, and we expect for him to be even more mature and better this year, even with a new cast of characters at wide receivers. I expect for him to be the leader of that offense, period. Left tackle is hard for him to be the leader. I mean, he's not going to be a vocal guy. He's going to lead that offensive line and get them together. But the guy at quarterback has to be your leader. That's just the way that goes. Yeah. So, but I don't know if they have enough of those. I think you're right. They don't have enough star power guys.
Yeah, just not enough proven star power guys at the University of Texas. And look, guys will emerge as stars over the course.
I think some of that offensive line group, as Banks is on his way out, a couple of those big studs, those are big talented guys. They will start catching the eye of a lot of people around the nation. They have to.
Yeah, I think Texas has a lot of star candidates, and a guy like DJ Campbell could emerge as that, right? Former 5-star, was in the same recruiting class as Kelvin Banks.
That's right.
Cam Williams at right tackle. Haven't seen a lot from him, but he's got seemingly everything you would want in an offensive lineman. I think that guy's got the potential to be a star. I think there's a few wide receivers on this team that have the potential to be.
And the daggum running back was going to be a star.
Well, that's also a hope, though. Like, Anthony Hill did more last year than C.J. Baxter. Like, you were hoping C.J. Baxter was going to turn into a star, but he's not like losing a proven star on your football team. Like, he's another one of those guys that you hoped would take that step this year, like the Anthony Hill, like the Manny Muhammad.
From what I saw of him, from when I first saw him till at the end of the season, I was having more than just hope about that kid at running back. I just thought he was going to be a very talented, big running back, big kid that was going to be, if he was going to be here for 2 more years, he's going to end up being an All-American.
Yeah, but he could still be next year.
Yeah, he could still be, but once again, there's just so many guys on defense that I hope that will be good, and that's tough.
Right. Well, Jahdae Barron's already good. And even though Anthony Hill and Manny Muhammad are true sophomores, they're good.
Well, I know the kid from Clemson is awesome.
Yeah. Makuba, I think was good. I think Trey Moore's really good too. So some of these guys you haven't seen it at Texas. Some of these dudes are still underclassmen. That's why you have questions. But look, where Texas is going to win, it goes to your point. It's the depth of this team.
Right.
They don't have the same star talent that Ohio State or Georgia does.
They don't have a star rush in who's going to get sacked the quarterback 12 times.
Well, I think they do with Trey Moore. I think that I don't know if he gets to 12, but I think he gets close. I think the edge room is going to be great this year. There are other spots I would throw in before edge where I'm worried about if they have star talent, but they're going to win with their depth. That's what separates Texas. And Sark's talked about it, and every college football pundit has talked about it. This is the deepest team Texas has had in a long time, and it's one of the deepest teams in the country. So that's where Texas is going to win over the course of a long season, is they've got enough players at enough positions to where they can deal with the rigors of what could be a 15, 16, or 17 game year this year.
Yeah, but this group had star power last year, real star power.
Yeah, and that's the biggest difference. Because you knew that going into the year. You knew you had a lot more stars going into last year, and this year it's you're hoping it all comes together.
Well, and you're right about that. And some of that stuff could change, because I thought Jonathan Brooks was a good running back. I didn't think he was going to be. I didn't realize how good he was until I saw him play last year. Adonai Mitchell last year, I knew he was solid because we had seen him do things even in practice, but I didn't know how great that dude was going to be. Xavier Worthy, we knew was that dude.
Yeah.
We just knew that guy was the dude. We've been waiting on Jordan Whittington. We've been waiting for 4 years on that guy, and we found out how good he is. So they had guys. And the two sluggos in the middle, we knew they were okay, but damn, All-American type, Outland Award winner. I mean, that was a big deal last year with those two guys. That was star power right there. That wasn't hoping. They were there. They were playing for you.
Sure. And this is a preseason poll, right? Look, if Texas is going to be in the mix for a national championship this year, they're going to have more than one player on the postseason All-America teams. And I think they will. I think somebody, if not a couple of bodies, will step up and join Kelvin Banks on this team at the end of the year.
Your quarterback has to be one of them. And that guy's got to be in New York.
Yeah, well, it feels like if Texas is going to win the whole thing, or at least make it to the Final Four again this year, then Quinn's going to have to take a step because of everything else you lose on your football team.
That's right.
That's a guy going into his third year at the most important position on the field, who is one of the Vegas favorites to win the Heisman. That guy's going to have to take another step, and he's going to have to be in that All-America conversation if this Texas team does what we all want it to do.
Yeah, if that dude is behind Dylan Gabriel, that's not. I know that's what people think. He's got to be better than that dude. I don't care what team Dylan Gabriel's on, a good Oregon team, but he has to be a better quarterback than Dylan Gabriel.
He's got to be right there. I don't think he has to be better. I would love for him to be better, but if Dylan Gabriel wins the Heisman and Quinn Ewers finishes second, then
sure. Yeah.
I still think that's great for Texas.
Well, Dylan Gabriel, as you told me, I was asking, who is he throwing to? And you told me he's throwing to some studs.
Yeah. Oregon's a beast. I mean, they've got Evan Stewart in from A&M. They've got Tej Johnson back for another year. That guy had 1,100 yards at Oregon last season. I think 4 of the top 5 pass catchers for the Ducks are back this season. So they're number 3 for a reason. But Texas, they're going to have to compete at that level. And you look at the quarterbacks, Carson Beck and Dylan Gabriel, those are the other guys kind of right there with Quinn Ewers in terms of Heisman odds. That's the level you're probably going to need Quinn to play at.
Yes.
To get to the college football playoff and to get deep into the college football playoff. So,
yeah, and there's going to have to be – I know this defense plays good and they've got depth, but somebody on that defensive front has to step up and be the real man. That's what's going to interest – that's what I'm interested in seeing, who takes that next big leap and is comes out of the woodwork. And, we always thought that, they had it in them, but we never got a chance to see them because they had really good players in front of them. Now, boy, who's going to make that next step? They need somebody to make that. It's fine to have 8 pass rushers, but who steps up and is that person,
Sure. That's we'll find out starting next Saturday.
Yeah, Mr. Sorrell's kid is big in this group to me this year.
Yeah, I agree. And he's been getting a lot of first-team reps. it's been him and Trey Moore getting most of the reps with the number one defense
That's
coming
awesome.
off the edge. So, Barron Sorrell decided to come back for one more year. I think we all agree that was the right decision for him.
Absolutely.
Hopefully he puts it all together this season. But, yeah, that's an area that's got to be good. And I think that might be the most improved spot on this team from last year to this year is the edge room, because you just didn't get enough last season. And now you add Trey Moore, you add Colin Simmons, and you've got just about everybody else back from that group. That's got to be one of the most explosive pass rushing units in college football, and I think it will be.
Yeah, I love the way they played against the run last year. I think they held their ground on the outside. Not a lot of people getting outside of them, and they didn't have a lot of breakoffs in the gut. Nobody ran through them in the gut. And they tried. Teams tried, because once again, they're always going to test Texas and see how long they can hang in there before they give in. And they didn't give in last year, that was great to see. The teams come back and do the same thing and get after them. Well, they'd be stupid not to when you lose the two guys that they lost in the middle.
Right.
I mean, who do they think is going to just walk in and take those guys' place? Those teams and those coaches are going to look at it and say, they don't have those two guys anymore. We go right back at them and punch them in the gut.
Hey, Michigan would have tried to do that last year.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, for sure.
If Texas and Michigan played in that national championship
with
game,
their run game, of course they would have.
They would have said, all right, yeah, we know you've got T. Sweat and Byron Murphy up the gut, but we've got Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards, and
oh my goodness,
the best offensive line in college football. So we're going to test you this year. Yeah, even without Blake Corum, even without their offensive line.
They're still coming in the middle, because even though they lose all their offensive linemen, once again, it's Michigan. They have guys waiting to play and take those guys' spots on the offensive line. That's just the way they're built. So they're going to still come in. They've got a new quarterback. They're not going to be flinging the ball all over the place.
No.
Even against Texas, they don't want to take those chances. They want to prove and they want to show that they're a powerful Michigan team, and they will run the ball at any time against you.
That's what they're saying up there. Like that's how they're amping up their players to get ready for week 2.
Of course.
I've got this on good accord. Like they believe they are going to out physical Texas. They are confident that they are going to beat Texas in the second game of the year because they are going to be more physical on the lines of scrimmage. So that will be a test. Like Texas won that battle of physicality in Tuscaloosa in week 2 last year. That's going to be another early season. Like you better be buttoned up and ready to go. Because Texas, there's no doubt Texas has better skill position players than Michigan. There's no doubt. They've got a better quarterback. They've got a more proven head coach. Where Michigan thinks they have the advantage is on the lines of scrimmage.
Yeah, and they will not. And what there's not going to be any of that. You know what? The excuse is we didn't get enough good looks because we didn't have a running back running down there with the scout team the week of the game. Nobody's going to buy into that. Now that may be the case because Texas doesn't have a running back like that kid that's going to run with that first group with them. I mean, even their starter's not like that dude. That dude is a beast. So it's hard to simulate a guy like that. But that's why I said that you've got to find somebody. Find somebody on campus that used to play running back and high. You have to give that defense a good look. You're not going to totally simulate what you're going to see, but you can't have a guy just run straight in the middle. That guy is shifty. He's got speed. I mean, he's got unbelievable strength. So they have to get a good look in week 2, BK. It'll be very important. And I mean, I know what that's like when you don't give a group a good look and then they get in the games and the running back's totally different from what they saw at practice because it's just hard to do it. That's why it's hard when you get a good quarterback, a guy that can escape and run around, and your defense is getting a guy who drops back and falls down because he's your third quarterback, and that doesn't help your defense.
No.
I mean, I've been at places where you've taken the second team quarterback and brought his ass down there to run around and do some things and escape your defense to give them good looks. They have to get good looks too. So that's going to be that second week is going to be very, very important on how they practice and what they practice like. But there won't be any excuse, dude. If you have to go ahead and take your second team running back and get him down there for a couple periods during the course of the week against Michigan, you have to.
Right. I think Jarrett Gibson, size-wise, is the closest thing Texas has to Donovan Edwards.
Well, see you down there in week 2, giving that defense a good look. You're going to get hit.
Yeah, Gibson was – so we mentioned it earlier in the show that Jaden Blue and Trey Wisner were wearing green non-contact jerseys during the scrimmage this past weekend. Jarrett Gibson was not. He was full contact.
Hey, he's a freshman. He's supposed to get hit. He's not. He needs to find out what college football is like.
Yeah, so he apparently had a much better second scrimmage than what he had last weekend or the previous weekend. But yeah, like Texas, they got to practice tackling still. You got to protect your running backs, but you still got to work on stopping the run and making sure you know how to tackle those dudes. So yeah, Jarrett Gibson's sort of been the crash test dummy, it sounds like, in practice since those injuries. And going into that Michigan game, you can
sorry about that, freshman.
Yeah, there's your freshman hazing there. Welcome.
But and you just have to just do those things. So I hate the fact when you start to lose guys that, you want to bubble wrap guys, but that defense needs to look too, or they will look like. And you're right. Michigan is not changing what they do and how they feel. And I don't care how many offensive linemen they lose. They have others just like them to take their place. They'll be All-Americans this year too when it's all said and done. They'll have 2 or 3 of those guys that'll be first-round draft picks because that's what it is. That's what they do. That's how they recruit players.
Sure feels that way. So that'll be fun. 17 days away from Texas, Michigan, or 10 days away from the season opener against Colorado State. But yeah, football right around the corner.
Boy, and I know a lot of folks that are taking that trip to Ann Arbor. That is going to be a fun trip for Texas fans who've never been there to sit in that stadium. I mean, it ain't nothing to write home about. It's just a big old bowl. It's like going out to USC in the Coliseum. It's just the pageantry of Michigan. That is going to be awesome if you've never been there.
It's going to be a ridiculous crowd, and it's one of the most expensive tickets in college football this season.
Oh, I bet.
So it'll be 100,000. A lot of maize and blue. It's actually going to be a maize out, so it'll be all yellow in the stands.
No mustard. They're going the mustard look.
Going with the mustard for that game, and obviously,
good job there, Bijan.
Plenty of burnt orange will be at Michigan Stadium as well. Yeah, that's going to be so much fun. Like, look, we're excited to be at Shoal Creek Saloon because we'll be there for every road pregame show this season. Yeah. But man, there are going to be a few moments on that Saturday where I'm like, damn, I wish I was in Ann Arbor right now. That's going to be a lot of fun for those who were making the trek for sure.
Yep, college football's here.
It is indeed. All right, let's give a few more sponsors shout outs. We've got a Would You Eat That segment to do on Wednesday. And we might get into a little Cowboys news as well from training camp. But
we got news. Do we have any news?
No, not really. Just
we got Jerry. Is Jerry talking?
Jerry was talking yesterday.
That's what I like. Folks, our good friends at Texas Orthopedics. If you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their surgeons believe in non-surgical and surgical orthopedic care for children and adult, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology. Dr. Christopher Danny and Dr. Christopher Stockton. They are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. And folks, guess what? They will get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you definitely deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more info, go to txortho.com.
Absolutely. And shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. Our guy Adam and the whole team over there at Waterloo can hook you and your business up with all of the gear that you need. Hats, shirts, jackets, polos, you name it, they can do it. Plus banners and signs and car magnets, yard sign, whatever, anything you need to make your business stand out. They can make it for you at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. You can find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing. Shoot them a DM there. Or you could give our man Adam a call, 512-300-9641. It's 512-300-9641. You can text him at that number as well. Get in contact with them and let him help your business grow even more.
And our good friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, if you're looking for having that big party for Labor Day, head on over to 34 Wine and Spirits or order it. They'll deliver it in their vans to you for the big office party as you get ready for college football days and college football week. Order from 34 Wine and Spirits. They got a wide variety of all your favorite liquors and your favorite wines. Really big variety of wines out there. BK knows that because he's the Napa Valley kid. So they'll teach you all about the wines that you need to know about. And I'm not talking about wine out of a box.
Yeah, I'm a Somalian now, Buck. I know all about.
Really? From the Somali? Oh, what are you, a pirate? A Somali pirate? Very nice.
One of those wine dudes, Somalians.
Oh, very nice.
You know what they call the wine experts?
Soma Valley.
Soma Valley?
Yeah. You're not a Somali. You're not a Somali pirate, I don't think. Maybe you are. Are you pirating ship these days?
what is the what's the term for the wine expert? Isn't it something Somal?
What they call Italians.
Yeah, shit. Someone will help me out with this. I don't remember.
It's
Hey,
the French.
Huh?
They're called French.
Oh, I'm French now. I thought you were the French one on this show.
Yes.
Oui.
By the way, I had a nice week of non-alcohol while I was gone. Thank you very much, and thank you for your kind words.
Yes.
And I'm still alcohol free.
24 plus now.
24 plus and moving on up the ladder.
Yeah, getting to a quarter century, man. That is awesome.
And I had a nice trip that didn't even make me think of having a drink. It was very,
Beautiful.
very nice with all the folks there in the great state of Idaho.
Yeah, you are the hoe. I'm not the hoe.
You know what? I didn't get to the Kibbe Dome, though. My first trip there, I went inside the Kibbe Dome. Piece of junk that is.
Was it a game or you just went?
I just went. I went on that campus, the Vandals. Yeah, nice nickname too, by the way, the Vandals. So I went on that campus the first time I went to Idaho, and I went into the Kibbe Dome. Man, no.
What is that place? Like, is it cool?
It's okay.
Why do people know the Kibbe Dome? Like, no one knows anything about Idaho, and
I think it's probably the biggest facility in that part of the country. Indoor facility.
I guess so.
It's a little mini. It's like the dome over at practice over there off of 35.
Oh yeah, that's high praise right there. The dome that they're getting rid of here in a couple of years.
Yeah,
is it so outdated and crappy?
The Kibbe Dome was okay. They had everything. They housed all their football facility stuff there. It was okay, but it wasn't great.
That checks out. Well, hey,
I played in one of those when I was in Pop Warner. I played at like a Kibbe Dome in Atlantic City. They had inside a convention hall. When I was a Pop Warner player, we played on grass indoors, which is weird. I mean, as a Pop Warner kid, and you're just happy to have a uniform on. Can you imagine being indoors and there's grass indoors? That was a weird deal.
I didn't get that. The coolest place I played in Pop Warner was SMU's stadium. I got to play at Gerald Ford.
Very nice.
And we beat the shit out of like our rival team too. We beat them 40-0. It was great.
Nice.
Yeah, even all the white kids were playing at the end of the game. That's
nice.
That's how good we were. All right, quick shout out to CentexTickets.com. If you want to be at the Kibbe Dome, you don't. If you want to be at DKR this season, get your tickets at CentexTickets.com. Don't forget promo code Centex10 to get 10% off your purchase of any tickets to any games this season at CentexTickets.com.
Thank you to the Circuit of the Americas, of course, for our text line. Love the folks at Circuit of the Americas as they get ready. They're starting to gear up for a season there, too. Formula One, all kinds of concerts going on out there at that venue. Mm-hmm. They're excited. They're excited about Sting and Eminem coming to town.
How about those two back to back?
Wow.
My gosh, that's going to be fun. All right, quick birthday shout out before we get to our Would You Eat That Wednesday segment here. Today is the 105th birthday of Sister Jean. Yes, that Sister Jean is still alive.
Is that the ring? Is she wearing that big ring?
I think it is the Final Four ring from Loyola Chicago when they made it.
She's wearing her gear.
Yeah, she is. She's still the school chaplain or something at
Loyola
Chicago.
She does the prayer before they play. Nice, very nice. Well done.
That old bag was old when they made the Final Four in 2018. I thought she was already going to die. Like my prediction that year was
that's the last we'll see of her.
Well, like as soon as Loyola Chicago lost, like the moment the final buzzer sounded, she was going to die. Like that was what was keeping her alive. Their crazy, unexpected tournament run as a double-digit seed was keeping her alive. And I thought as soon as that thing ended, she was gone. But
no,
here we are.
Keeps her alive. Her being in touch with the Lord keeps her alive. Good job there, Sister Jean.
Question from Jake, an important one. How many beers? You know what that means,
no,
Buck?
No, there's not enough. Sorry, Jake.
You're out on Sister Jean. Come on, it's her birthday, man. You got to treat her right.
I'd send her some flowers, send her a card.
When's the last time you think she's gotten any action?
She's a sister. They don't get action.
Come on. Once you pass 100, you got to have a rule change.
No.
There's got to be something in there that says if you make it triple digits, you can start banging.
Same as me drinking. I can't turn 100 and have a bottle of wine. Oh, I could, and I probably won't, but no, you can't get any action. Once you're a nun, once you make that vow, you're not allowed to be penetrated.
You're telling me this broad has lived for 105 years and has not had sex one time?
She could have before she decided to do that.
So for at least what? I don't know when she joined the ministry or whatever the hell they say.
The sisterhood.
The sisterhood. Sorry about that, you people. You're telling me maybe it's decades upon decades without her doing anything?
I don't know what happens behind closed doors at the nunneries. I'm not privy to that. And I've been a Catholic forever, so Catholic grade school all the way through college. So I'm pretty much Catholic through and through, but I don't know. I think they pour in their, they don't go to college. They go to, it's not, the priests go to seminaries and but I don't know where they go. They go to a nunnery. Not like a dairy, but a nunnery, and they don't get to have any action after that.
That's tough, man. It's not a world I want to live in. But come on, you got the chance to make sister.
She chose the life of God instead.
Yeah, she'd probably choose to have sex.
You chose a life of trying to get banged every corner you can find.
Hey, I'm still a big God guy. All right.
Yeah. God wants you to have that action.
I'm grateful my religion allows for that. So, hey, thanks, Moses. Appreciate your service.
Way to get it done.
Oh, my God. So happy birthday to Sister Jean. 105. The Buck is turning down sex. He has the chance to make her feel young again, and he says no.
No.
That's tough.
No.
All right. Would you eat that Wednesday? You said you would not eat Sister Jean, it seems. Oh, God.
Not on a bed, not on the pavement, no.
Had to throw that one in there. All right, we'll start with this one then. How about this? Well, you don't drink, so I don't know if this one would jive with you. But how about
alcohol?
Star-Kissed Tuna Creations light beer.
No, man. I would try it. I would give that a shot.
Really?
I would give it a shot if it was kind of a soda, like a Olipop. I couldn't do it because it has alcohol. But I don't like tuna fish. I like a nice tuna fish sandwich with a little cheese in there, a little melted cheese, and pesto in there. But I quit liking tuna fish a while back. I used to love making tuna fish sandwiches. I don't do it much anymore.
Tuna's gross. It smells bad. It looks bad. The texture's weird. I'm a seafood guy, but there's nothing about tuna that appeals to me at all.
And that's not going to appeal to you, that drink right there. No, can you imagine if you got that on your hands, what that would smell like?
Oh, yeah, the breath that you would have after downing a couple of cans of
thank you.
Tuna Creation. Tuna light beer. Yeah, I'm with you. All right, so no on Star-Kissed, no on.
But that's a real thing. That's a real thing that they're trying.
Looked like a real advertisement to me, didn't it?
Yeah, that's just dumb. Nobody wants that.
All right, what about our next one on Would You Eat That Wednesday? How about Chugger's Cottage Cheese? Looks like it's in an old Kool-Aid style container with the twisty top. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm not a cottage cheese fan. I'm a cream cheese guy.
Well, we got a maintenance guy at my place. Yeah, come in. I don't know why he's here. I don't know if I filled out a request or not.
All right, we got to change the light bulb again.
Change a light bulb or replace a battery somewhere. I think I need my phone plugged in. Maybe he'll
got the key. Did they just walk in the place?
Yeah, I guess so.
Come on in.
Yeah,
that guy's been in your house more than you've been in your house.
Probably right. Should I ask him if he would drink one of these cottage cheese chuggers?
I wouldn't do that right there, BK. That's a definitely no for me. Dairy product, a lot of dairy products in my stomach. That would make me shard myself immediately.
Dude, this is nasty. Like I'm not a big cottage cheese guy. I'll eat it from time to time, but to just chug it like this by itself,
now,
out of a
only
Kool-Aid.
I eat cottage cheese if somebody accidentally put it on my salad and it just slipped on there, and I went through the salad and it was just there. But I never asked for cottage cheese on anything ever.
All right, so we're 0 for 3 to this point. Would you eat
Come on,
that?
give me something. Give me some meat.
How about this? We'll get to the meat. How about Doritos milk?
Definitely hell no.
What do you mean?
No, that would go through me. Dude, within 15 minutes, I would shit all over the place.
It's plant-based.
Still, I don't care if it's coming out of that plastic right there. No. No, that's a no again.
Nacho cheese drink?
Oh,
The thick
nacho
nacho
milk.
cheese?
That's nacho milk.
You get the cheese residue on your tongue after drinking this?
Oh, that's why do people? I mean, is that just for people that have weird taste? And you're going to get 15 of those around the world, and you've wasted $10 million on advertisements for that?
It's all natural, man.
No.
I wouldn't hate this. I'd give this a go. Better than real milk, I think. All right, you asked for meat,
I
right?
need meat.
Okay, here we go. How about this? We've got meatloaf. You've heard of meatloaf.
Like meatloaf, yes.
How about feet loaf?
oh my goodness.
Yeah, so it's just, look, it's meat and onions, right? There's nothing wrong with that. You're getting some ground beef and you're getting some onions.
What's the toe jam there? What is that stuff made out of? What are the toenails made out of?
Those are onions. They're just cut up to look like toenails at the end.
I'd do that. I'd have a piece of that.
Yeah,
I'd love to pull that at the table in front of a bunch of relatives. Hey, I made meatloaf. Can you imagine slapping that down in front of them?
Yeah, you're bringing that to Thanksgiving, or you're bringing that to the Christmas potluck.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I would do that. I would eat that. I'd bite that toe right off.
Oh,
right in front of everybody.
It's just meat, right? Like, it should be good, but it looks so gross.
What would you do to it? What would you do if you just start sucking on that toe right there in front of a bunch of people?
Oh, I'd probably throw up, dude.
At the dinner table.
I'd throw up if I was the one sucking or the one watching the sucking.
Yeah, I could do that one. Okay, I like meatloaf. And if that's just onion, yes, I'm starting to ask for less onion in my meatloaf lately too.
Okay, not a big onion guy.
Well, I just don't like as much of it as I used to. Yeah, my wife makes that. She makes the great lasagna. She's a lasagna. We put the lasagna away so I can have it for the month almost. She makes a big pan of it, and then I put it in the freezer. But she tried to make meatloaf the last time. Not so much, not so fast.
Yeah, meatloaf from time to time is okay, but meatloaf's not going to make it for that much longer, I don't think. I feel like kids grow up and are trained to hate meatloaf.
Dude, I used to eat liver.
Yeah, like that's just not a thing anymore.
No, it's not even a thing. You're absolutely right. Nobody, unless you're extremely poor people still eat liver.
Yeah.
That's pretty, and my ass was poor and we had liver, and my mom could make some liver, gravy, and onions. She did a great job of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I would eat that, and I never thought anything of it. Hell, I thought it was steak. When you're a kid, you don't know.
Yeah, you're right. No, you get what you get.
In 50 years, and never would I ever order liver. I think that's why I'm not. And folks, that's why I'm not a fried chicken. I'm not a big fried chicken fan, because my mother, the greatest, she made some really, really good food, but her fried chicken had blood on the bone. Like when you bit into it, there was like that blood. Those little blood vein things. That was it for me.
Well, what? Get better fried chicken then. They make better fried chicken than that.
No, I can't do it. That goes way back for me. That goes all the way back to my kiddom. I'm not good at that. That's why I'm not good at touching chicken, because of that.
PTSD from your mom's chicken 60 years ago.
Yeah, I never liked her chicken. I was never a fan of her chicken. She used to really, really work hard at it. And everybody else, it was just me. I was just the oldest and the weirdest. So I thought that, saying I can't eat that it would, no, and it's held me back from fried chicken ever since, really.
How about that? All right, last one. Would you eat that? We got a video here. This is something I've never seen before, dude. This would freak me out. You seeing this?
Yeah, that's not for real. They did that just to mess with you.
This is a crab. It's, packaged and vac sealed in a container that you could buy at a grocery store. And I guess the crab wasn't dead. He was basically buried alive in there, and he starts moving. He breaks through the packaging.
No, they did that on purpose just to mess with you. That's the fix. The fix is in, but that's okay.
I don't know, man.
If I saw that, can you imagine seeing that at the store? You're looking down and that happened?
Dude, I would never shop at that store again.
No, that's all I
Not
would
just
need.
that store. Like if that happened at an HEB, it's like I can't go to HEB anywhere ever again.
Yeah, that would be enough. That's a traumatizing deal right there. Yeah.
And hey, man, that guy's earned it. You know, he deserves to be free. Don't put him back in there. If he can break through that and survive,
you need to go down to Town Lake and throw him in.
Yeah, they call this one Clawshank Redemption, I believe.
Oh God, that is nasty.
Oh man, and they, it's fresh. You want fresh when you're getting your seafood, right?
I'd take that bad boy out and put him in a pot of hot boiling water.
Oh man, how great is that? Yeah, I'm out on that.
He just thinks he's free.
Yeah, he thinks he's free. He's going to get a few steps, and then he's going to get boiled and thrown right back into that container again. Huh?
Absolutely, fresh crab. Can't get any fresher than that. That dude, bad boy's still alive.
Oh man! All right, bring on the fellas here, guys. I gotta bounce, Buck. If you want to stick around, there's a maintenance guy at my place. So.
Oh, he's in the house. He's actually in the house going.
Yeah, I'll see y'all in a second. I might pop back on.
Later, bro. Later. You guys be good. Buck, I don't know if you're gonna stick around or not, man, but I don't know if you've seen that crab thing. You've had a soft shell crab, have you not?
I love the blue ones. I love blue soft shells.
Yeah, Maryland blue soft shell crabs, but they don't move like that.
No, oh no.
That was Mr. Krabby coming to pitch here. Know what? You know what I mean? How's your Wednesday, Buck? How's your morning, Buck?
Wednesday's good, man. Wednesday was good. It's good to be back, and had a nice trip to Idaho. Spend some time. Got to pick up my wife today. I got a couple days home alone.
How about that? Are you having a circus with yourself? What's going on?
Oh, dude, I had the big top, and I have been partying. I have been partying. Yes, indeed.
Little hot, Buck, isn't it? I tell you, man. I think today's going to be like, what, 106 or something?
I played golf yesterday, Rodney. When I left you guys, I went and played and had a pretty good day at the golf course. I hydrated. I had plenty of fuel. I had plenty of food in me. And it wasn't, I didn't feel bad whatsoever yesterday. There was a little bit of a breeze yesterday, but I don't think it's breezy at all today. I think it's supposed to be 106 and nasty.
How you feel today?
I feel good.
Okay.
I really do. You talking about if you can't get loose out there yesterday, you're not going to get loose. You're just not going to.
Back's good though.
I was smart. Got the golf cart in the shade. The only thing about it is spend too much time on the greens. Putt the ball. Get the hell off the greens. Right. Don't sit there talking. Get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
And Rodney, I was in the sand trap.
Cheryl made this for me the other night, didn't you, Buck?
Dude, I thought I was Desert Storm, Wags. I was in the sand trap a bunch yesterday, and in those traps. By the way, the traps and the sand are so hard right now.
Oh, I
bet.
But
you're pretty. You usually get out of the beach pretty good, though, right?
I get out, but they make sand traps at golf courses now that I have to have somebody get a hand and pull me out of the damn trap. Hey, why is this trap so deep? I don't need it to be that deep. I have a hard enough time. I don't need to get into the trap and then can't get back out by myself.
Well, sometimes when I get in, I just can't get out, man. I live at the beach sometimes.
Yeah, but listen, boys, have a great day and be careful. Hydrate yourself. BK, be good. You guys on trips. Be careful. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, man. Buck. There you go.
Now I'll leave.
Did you come? Hold on. Don't we have access to take Bucky off? Did you come on just to take us off, or just to take Bucky off?
No, I wasn't sure if he was going to stick around for a few minutes, but I got rid of the maintenance guy. So
I like how you just said, "Come on in." I'm like, okay.
Thanks, maintenance guy. No, nobody sees my
Yeah.
Hey, you guys can stay flying, man. Oh, by the way, it's only $20 to check the entire group in, and you have to do it automatically. You go to a B spot because everybody else already checks in automatically on Southwest.
It's $15 a person, and hey,
I did not know it was a person. I thought it was $20 for everybody, man.
I told our guys, if you want to spend that money to board early, be my guest. But
it's low B though, right?
Yeah, B3.
It's like some of the first ones in B. So yeah, we just
so you won't get sit by by a head coach of somebody from like UT or something like that. I don't know.
Like you did a couple weeks ago.
RT baby, RT.
Forgot about that. All right, boys. I'll let y'all do your show.
Later, man. Be safe. Safe travels, guys. Safe travels.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Take care, man. See you after a while.
My guy, look at you all spiffed up.
Well,
I was in a nice little damn collared shirt yesterday, man.
Well,
had some business to attend to after the show.
The way it works here in my little room is over in the corner. I have all my shirts piled up. It's like anything that you're going to see me wearing on this program is going to be in that corner. Whether it's a revved up shirt or a Texas shirt or whatever it is, it's all over there. The stuff hasn't been washed since I don't know when, Wags.
Yeah, but I mean, like, when's the last time you've been sweating in it or anything? That's how I feel about I got like two hoodies that sit right here. Just whichever one I can throw on. Whenever this damn vent kicks on, I throw this damn hoodie on. But yeah, I do change my clothes every day. I swear.
It's like why
I don't, but I swear I do.
Yeah, why wash this? We wear it for what, 59 minutes a day. I mean, there's no need to wash this stuff. It smells good. It smells good. It smells like dog.
How do you smell today, sir?
I mean, I smell great. I had a great shower.
When you take it off, you leaving as soon as the show's over?
No, man, I don't think we fly out of here till 4:30. So,
shit, I was under the impression that as soon as you got done with this show, you guys were.
No. So there's time to work, try to get some stuff done. So right. yeah, it's a little bit later. Now it's early coming back on Saturday. It's going to be a very early flight out of there on Saturday morning. So it's all good. Looking forward to it. Should be a good time. Should be a good time at Circa. And you can join us if you want to.
Well, it's going to be a good time out there on Saturday. It's going to be a good time, or I guess Wednesday through Saturday if you guys are out in the desert, man. Just being in the sin bin, that's the real sin bin. It ain't hockey. That's the real sin bin. That's the sin bin of all sin bins, man. Sin City, man. Sign me the hell up. I tell Katie all the time, if we weren't married, I'd probably be living in Las Vegas, easily Las Vegas.
I'm hoping it's cooler there. I saw somebody on the Coda text line earlier posted that they got back from Vegas yesterday and it felt hotter here.
So it's the humidity, right? The dry heat in the desert.
Little much, but hey, that's all right. That's all right. It's going to be
absolutely good morning, everybody, and you crusty crewmen out there for Chaos Theory. It is Wags and Double R. Double R is going to be on the move in transit today. Make sure you're giving him all your St. Christopher's if you believe in all that mess. But hey, there, he is out and about. Look at him all dandied up and spiffed up there, rocking the orange there, representing TSU. Love it, man. Welcome up, everybody, on Chaos Theory. If you are out and about, if you are mobile, on that Coda text line 512-222-9328. Make sure you're hitting us up there. Rodney will be hitting you guys up as well on the bounce back. If you have not subscribed to the channel, make sure you're subscribing to that. Smash that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. All right, you can follow me on Twitter, Not the Fake Wags, and my partner in crime, Double R, there on Twitter /X at the Rodney R, and then on the gram at the _Rodney R. I'm on the gram at the Wagner Wire. Welcome in, everybody, on this Wednesday. Do we have an athlete, Rodney? Because I think I failed. I have failed for the past 3 weeks when trying to find. I just have not been looking for TNA on the internet, which is weird.
I think I pulled the wrong one the last time. I think I pulled a retread the last time. Remember, I pulled up one.
Yeah, we got a retread, but CB actually gave us one last week, so we appreciate that from CB. What's up, Salty? What's up, Rob? What's up, CB? What's up, Wiki? What's up, Longhorn Bear? What's up, Miguel? What's up, Doza? What's up, Sam, Jake, and ATX Hunter? That's all I have on the screen right now. We're seeing what's going on.
That's right. Wags, before we get too far into stuff, I got to walk something back that I was talking about yesterday. When we were talking about Brian Flores and all that Tua stuff, I was like, Tua, come on, man. Don't be a baby. All these different things. I saw Brian Flores talking yesterday, and Brian Flores is like apologizing, saying he said that when he saw what Tua was talking about, that it hurt him, that he saw that, that really taking ownership of it, didn't deny any of it. So I'm like, maybe I was a little too hard on Tua.
Is that Flores' PR that's making him do that, or is that...
I was kind of reading into his body language, and it looked like he meant it. I see the politicians all the time where it's like, okay, I think they mean what they're talking about right here.
What's up, Troy? What's up, Jack?
He seemed genuine in what he was talking about, but then I was thinking about, isn't he trying to sue the NFL? Flores. So that could be a little bit of damage control right there.
Quite possibly. But look, man, at the end of the day, like I was playing with it too, having fun with the bit, but I'm kind of on board with you, my dude. At the end of the day, you're a quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah.
Get some thick skin. Seriously. Like,
well,
Men, bro. Come on. That's what I say about that. Come on, thicken up a little bit.
I think the way that
and
we
no, I'm not too callous to where I don't have. I am very empathetic for I honestly, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic here or to my own horn, but I feel like I am one of the most empathetic people. Anyone that knows me knows I'm a very empathetic person.
Yeah,
very much so. I feel is for almost everybody out there, man.
Yeah, I mean, Lord knows. I mean, we talk about it here. I'm an
We all
emotional
do,
kind of
right?
guy.
I think we all are pretty in touch with everybody's feelings at this day and damn age, my guy. Don't get me emotional today, Rodney. Today's not my emotional day.
And I think the other part of it is, now it's okay to talk about it and say that you are that way, which I think maybe that's why some of us that are a little older were more emotional now because we couldn't be before. You know what I mean?
Are you saying it was all bottled up and it's starting to come out now, huh?
I think so, man. It's all like bottled up. It's like when I go to have that procedure next Monday, there's just going to be stuff coming out. You know what I mean?
Can I ask you a question? Why do I turn into your damn therapist sometimes on this show? I'm serious. I don't mind playing your therapist. I never went to school.
Well, that's what we do on here. We
this. I never went to school for psychology or would this be psyche? No, psychology. A psychiatrist prescribes medicine. Psychologist prescribes theory, right? I think that's how it works.
Who's the one that studies the stars? What is that person? That's an astrologist.
Astrologist, correct.
Astrologist.
Correctamundo, my dude. Correctamundo. So let's study the stars of collegiate football. We'll get into we'll continue with our top 20 countdown today. We got the Clemson Tigers on today's ballot. They're at number 14 there. We'll be getting in with a little Dabo Sweeney action in just a little bit. But also, what else is on our docket today, good sir?
Oh, man.
Look, if I come out with the Game of Thrones all throughout the day, if I say good morrow and stuff like that, please don't think anything of me. I have deep delved back into the original Game of Thrones, not House of the Dragon, but like I've gone back into Game of Thrones. I've probably binged watched the first 2 seasons in a day and a half, which is that's what 20 hours. That's 20 hours of TV. You know what? Like, dude, and it's one of the ones where I'm trying to get work done and you put it on over the, over your right shoulder or whatnot, or in the background. And it's just so that it's so damn compelling that you have to stop what you're doing and watch it, man. I can't turn it off, bro.
Yeah.
I'm done. Psychiatrists can prescribe medication. Psychologists, thank you very much. I thought that's how it was. Thank you, Saul.
Okay. That makes sense right there. And astronomy, not astrology. Okay, man.
It's an astrologist, Jack. It's an astrologist, right?
Yeah. Hey, speaking of astro.
No, you're right. It is. It is astronomy. What is astrology then? Is astrology like the horoscopes? What is astrology?
Yeah, what is astrology? Or is that even a word? Is that even?
You might have just Rodneyed it up.
I think we may have come up. Maybe that's what we'll call our Astro segment if we ever do that. Astrology.
I love where we're going here.
Yeah. Today's episode of astrology tells us the Justin Verlander.
Horoscope. No, we were right. Astrology is horoscopes.
Horoscopes.
Okay. I knew I had heard it before.
Okay.
Astrology takes your money and talks about your love life. I love it. The tarot cards. Hey, Cleo. Remember that shit?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. So horoscope is astrology. All right. I think we got it. Ricky Williams.
All right. When you think astrology, think Ricky Williams. Gotcha. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for the clarification.
Appreciate it. We got it. Speaking of Ricky Williams,
that's about the only thing we got. Where do you want to lead off with, dude?
I
love the chaos, but we wait a long time until we get into sports.
We're like 15 minutes into this, and it's like the time's ticking. Speaking of Ricky, man, we're 10 days out from the Texas opener. And I mean, number 10
would be VY, right?
That's right. You got to be thinking about Vince Young, man. And I've seen it a couple of times already this morning. I mean, where folks are talking about, of course, that Rose Bowl game. I mean, what a moment! What a moment that was, man. 10 days.
It was the Michigan game, and then one. USC too. It's just like it's the 2 years of college football and bowl games that was just dominated by Vince Young.
Yeah, that was. I mean, God.
Thank you, Vince. Thank you. We appreciate it.
But those are times, and And I have, in the past talked about it's like, okay, let's move on past that because it's like we go back.
It's kind of hard. That was kind of peak, bro.
I don't think that you ever see that stuff again.
You know what?
Like that.
That's a really good conversation. Talk about a hypothetical Tuesday. We should have a hypothetical. I know, but on next Tuesday.
Okay.
I am not that far out of it, my guy. I'm not that far out of it. But on next Tuesday, we should have the conversation of when or if the QB room has peaked at the moment. If we're clearly Vince was a colossal mountaintop, right? Cole was a colossal mountaintop. Have we seen the greatest, or is the greatest in camp right now? We can have that this week. I'd love to go down that avenue of approach.
And the thing about it is, not to spoil next Tuesday, but that's kind of one of those things to where you think about, because you had that big gap in there. I mean, you had the 18-wheeler package and everything.
Purgatory, we call it purgatory.
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry, my dog's just ripped, guys.
Great.
Wow, man, or it might be one of them.
But then you had Ellinger. I mean, you had Ellinger in there, but then you went back into not so great. But yeah, I mean, I think we could be at that point. And that's where, when we talk about on here all the time about how the program has turned the corner and the best days are ahead of us, is that we are looking to classes of 25 and 26 and all that, like we talk about. I mean, I think we have the possibility to be going down that road.
Think about how this is how much I think about Sam Ehlinger, right? This is how well I think of him as a quarterback. He was able to succeed and make it to the NFL in spite of, I don't want to call it bad coaching, right? I don't want to call it bad coaching, but failed coaching. Could you say it was failed with Tom Herman? Could you say it was failed coaching?
Bad system.
In spite of that, because I rave on this all the time. The statement that Saban and the conversation that Saban and Belichick were having about bad coaching and how you can't undo bad coaching. To me, with that in mind, and the thought of Sam Ehlinger able to make it to the professional level of football in spite of having failed coaching in front of him, that tells me that I don't think Sam was as average as people, make him out to be. Hell, the dude led as 4 years as a damn starter. You know what I mean? Like, he was pulling us out of the depths of hell in terms of trying to find a quarterback. Sorry, Case. But it's just, come on, man. It is what it is. You can't lie to the eye in the sky.
This is something where we can look at with Sam, and we can look at with Shane Buechele. We can look at with some of these guys. And I mean, now here's a what if Wednesday. If you could take those quarterbacks and insert them in this system where they would have the coaching of Steve Sarkisian, I think that would have drastically changed those quarterbacks, because you look at Sam. I mean, Sam was that, rugged running quarterback that,
I do. You know what, we say that, but I think Sam kind of did fit Herman's style of football.
Tough.
The way that Herman wanted to run that power, that power spread.
Yeah, because it wasn't one of those situations to where you had, Sam as a gunslinger or whatever, like Quinn and some of these guys, and it wasn't like Vince Young to where it was like a dual threat with a pass or with a run, but it was something where
it was more Tebow-esque. It was more Tebow-esque,
exactly.
but he slings it way better than Tebow can. Obviously.
And that's who I kind of always compared him to is Tebow, even though
he had that X factor that Tebow didn't have, right?
Yeah.
Like Tebow really
grinder. Just a grinder. Yeah. And
he's got the same ability to win, to will his team to a win. Like, he's just got that charisma and he's got that ability to lead. Like, that's when I think of Ehlinger, like I think of leader. You know what I mean? Which just a guy that's able to do optimal stuff with minimal settings and environment.
And that was he took a beating. I mean, the guy wasn't afraid to tuck the ball and run. I mean, and I think a lot of folks were that was a discipline deal to where, okay, he needs a little more discipline to sit in the pocket and do all this.
That's his character. That's his stature. That's his mentality, bro.
And he didn't have all these pieces that these guys have that this team has now. So, like you said, I mean, it was not the ideal system. You had all the coaching turnover we talk about that was going all the time. I mean, I think he was. Coda Text Line says that Sam was mediocre. And
no, I'm not gonna. I would say that Sam was
say that.
pretty damn great around a lot of mediocre.
That's
in spite of having mediocre coaches. That's what I would say.
And you mentioned there about Sam making it to the NFL. He's still there. He was playing this past weekend, and we just watched Colt.
You make a career. I was gonna say you can make a career out of being a backup.
That's exactly right. And he's still there. You may not see him. You may not see him a lot, but he manages to get on rosters and he's getting paid. And Colt McCoy just showed us how great that can work. So I don't know, man, not to compare the two together, but I see a trend right here that Sam, if he can stay in the league, which I see no reason why he won't, with some of the quarterback play that we see right now and some of these backups, why the hell wouldn't he stay in the league for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more years?
Matter of fact, you stay at the table long enough, you might be finding yourself, a seat with a damn main course meal. Look at Sam Darnold. Just hey, look at what I found. Anyways, where else you want to go with it? This fantastic impromptu conversation about Sam Ehlinger here.
Oh man, I got all thrown off there. What was that? That was our 10 days thing right there. I'll tell you what, before we do anything else, because I think I almost forgot yesterday. How about a word from our friends? And I may have forgot yesterday. How about a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave?
There you go.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Nobody beats Covert Deal. Not now, not ever. I'm going to do my best Bucky Godbolt impression right here because my wife has been telling me to be in money conservation mode for a lot of reasons. So right before the show started, she was actually home this morning because they're going to help a kid, a great kid friend of ours, move to SMU. She came in and said, "Check it out, Wags." She said, "Don't be running up the credit card bill."
She just gives you cash.
Yeah, it's like Bucky whipping out all that cash. She's like, use that.
I hear. What are you guys getting ready? You guys getting ready to party? You can leave it on. We can hear your dogs barking. It's okay to have dogs barking. They're only loud for you. It's not loud for me.
Everybody wants to have a conversation in front of my house. It's like,
I got
yeah.
You got the nice yard where everybody goes squats and pees on and stuff, and then it drives your dogs crazy.
Dogs like to take a shit in the front of my house, so it's probably because they hear that.
No, I got you, man. All right, so I see on the docket that we have a few more. We got some hoops to talk about, but also we might have had some things on the docket from yesterday that we didn't get a chance to talk about too. We've been kind of neglecting a little bit of MLB. You want to talk about your Stros for a little bit?
Yeah, like I mentioned a while ago, you've got the Astros finally lost to the Red Sox yesterday. 1-run contest right there. But I think a lot of the emphasis and a lot of Astros followers, including myself, are going to be watching that 110 game today with the return of Justin Verlander. Really, really good outings there in the minor leagues, but now it's time to come back. He'll take on Chris Well. So let's see what Verlander looks like to add to that, because we've talked about some of the holes in the rotation right there. Although the rotation has been pretty solid, I'm like, can we have Tucker back? JV, you continue rehabbing. I think the Astros need Tucker back because there's holes in the outfield, and I think you bring Tucker back. I mean, not only the lumber, but I mean just to solidify the outfield. But Verlander coming back is definitely something that should bode well if he looks like I think he should with the Astros kind of now beginning to assert themselves in the West.
Exactly. This is the point that we were talking about, almost a month ago, a month and a half ago, to where all the pieces are starting to form together for the Astros, right? Like the healing process began a couple of months back, and now it's, you're starting to see all the pieces actually start to come and make a solidified front or whatever. God, I'm still going into the Game of Thrones war mode here. But no, like you're getting your ace back, you're getting JV back, the wily veteran here. And then yes, you can also talk about the added bonus that it has been an unexpected surprise out of the rotation in absence of JV. The lumber's starting to wake up now. It seems like all things are firing. just in perfect time for the Astros as we begin to approach postseason here.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, you figure you bring in your ace in the hole right here if he's all good, which you hope he is. He'll pitch every 5 to 6 days right there, so he's in line. Obviously now, I saw something. I saw CB actually was retweeting some stuff this morning about Nolan Ryan. When we talk about pitch counts and so forth nowadays, to where the pitch counts have changed so much, to these games where Nolan Ryan used to pitch 147 pitches and 159 pitches in almost back-to-back games. And it's like these guys now if you're getting to 99, it's like, whoa, slow down.
Well, I mean, in how much, because I think we were talking about the other week too, or maybe even last week, to where the 6 inning thing, right? To where the new rules being implemented, to where starting pitchers have to, or I don't even know if it's been ruled upon yet, to where pitchers have to roll out at least 6 innings, or that's what MLB is trying to shoot for. It goes along the lines of throwing as hard as you can every damn pitch instead of trying to save yourself. I'm wondering how often Nolan Ryan saved himself, because he was called the Rocket for a reason. I mean, sure, on average, I can't remember on average what Nolan Ryan would throw. I'm sure it was probably high 90s, right? But the dude, from what I remember, had tremendous range. Like, he could turn it down and then dial it right back up whenever the hell he wanted. I'm wondering how much he actually reserved in his tank in most of those games.
Yeah, because it was with Nolan. I mean, it was about power and speed on his pitches, and there wasn't where he would constantly go back to something that was in the 80s or whatever, near as I can remember. I mean, it was always heat from Nolan Ryan. That Ryan Express. I mean, why'd they call him that? Because it was, and to see that now, and this is kind of piggybacking here to Verlander. I mean, if you get the Verlander that's going to give you I don't know, 75 to 90 pitches a game, and he's going to have the velocity and he's going to have the accuracy that he's always had, or that he's had, earlier in the career. You're going to be in a good spot, because you have had Ronel Blanco and a lot of these guys, Hunter Brown, that have solidified the starting rotation and made this.
Are you watching this too? Are you seeing?
I am.
Are you seeing the chat stuff?
I am.
You guys are hilarious.
Yeah,
you guys are all. I mean, welcome in May's Madman. I love it. I absolutely love it. But yeah, we try. I appreciate good, solid shit talk. So as long as you can keep the shit talk in here pleasant,
yeah,
not pleasant. I mean, just be respectful about your shit talk. Yeah, you can shit talk, but let's not cross the line. Let's not let's not slander anything like that,
right.
or give any type of racial slurs or anything. You will be gone immediately.
But
all the other, shit talking is great, especially in here for Chaos Theory. That's highly recommend
for this show. I mean, that's what this show is all about. No racial slurs. Don't get into politics, because that shit we don't touch either.
That'll kill the buzz real quick.
That will get
and
you.
then also, just trying to be respectful to everybody here. That's it.
Yeah, no, and I mean, we welcome it. I don't care where they're from. I mean, it's like, I know as the season gets further in, I mean, I know we're going to get Aggies in here. I mean, this is a Michigan conversation apparently, but it's, I mean, bring it. I mean, this is the best place to have these conversations, because here it's a very open forum. It's a very open forum. You can.
I would very much say so. It is very much an open forum. We will be getting to your Michigan Wolverines probably in a week and a half or so. But yeah, stay tuned. We got some Clemson coming up in just a few minutes here. Also, do we have a candidate for Athlete of the Week? Were you able to find one, Rodney? I will continue to search one here in just a few minutes.
Everything I found, Wags, was people that we have already showcased in that segment. So yeah, we'll kind of keep this rolling right here and see if we got plenty of time. It's only plenty of
time. And while we're doing that, let's tell you about audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. avconsultations.com is the website. For $19 since 1988, for 35 years, they've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation in the Austin, Central Texas area. Whether you want 3 TVs, the trifecta, or you want the quads and then make it into a video wall like BK has, or maybe something simple like I do with 2 TVs and then 2 arcade machines behind me, it's all done with AV Consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. They do customized work. They make home theater systems. Hell, they can even do golf simulators. But we're just talking video. Let's talk a little bit about the audio side of the house. Ask them about that Sonos surround sound that they got going on, right? You can hear all types of music in your house, whether you want to hear, new wave British music in one room, and then hell, even Christmas carols in your downstairs living room, because maybe you're just a weirdo like me and like to listen to Christmas carols in the middle of summertime. I don't know. It's all deadly with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Absolutely good stuff right there. They will set you up because it is football season, and you know why do you want to have to go? Why do you want to have to go to a bar and do all that? I mean, do it at home, right?
I don't mind going to a bar every now and then. Like if it's like you're going to meet your friends to do like a fantasy draft or something like that, and you're watching a few of the games in the background, but then 3 hours later, it's time to get back to the palace and go back to the audiovisual consultation studio.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or maybe go to a Pluckers or a Twin Peaks, someplace where there's audiovisual consultation setups in there.
That's right, absolutely. Yeah, because all these places that you go, odds are that our man Tom McKay has set them up because they're installed correctly, they're installed professionally, and they sound great. Week 2, gents, would love to have you guys on my preview show. Hey, man. Bring it. Let's do it.
Go. Let's go. We'd return the favor as well, my dude.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's make it a date. I've got another I don't actually know her, but we're like friends through social media. That's very much a Michigan.
You don't know her, but you're stalking her. Right? Possibly. Okay. You don't know her, but you're researching her.
Yeah. The good thing is we talk football. And she's actually on passes also. And don't forget, you can get on passes. Okay. Yeah, she's on passes. It's a content creator company. They have teamed up with the Texas One Fund. It's the first ever NIL collective for student athletes. So you can dive on there. 40 of the student athletes with the University of Texas, football players, basketball players. We had them during the Olympics. You can actually communicate with them. You can DM with them. You have a question, send that over to them. They'll answer it for you, whatever, if you want to do that. It revolutionizes the way that the NIL athletes engage with you guys, the fans. So check it out today. It is passes.com. Passes is also the best place to donate and support the Longhorns. You can subscribe and donate to the Texas One Fund. Access to tailgate parties, VIP experiences, signed memorabilia, all these really cool things. It's passes.com. Wag, speaking of NIL, I sent you this yesterday. Remember, we were talking about Mike Gundy. And guys, let's quit negotiating all this other stuff. It's like an hour after we got done. There's this tweet. I forget where now they're gonna have
the best of both worlds from Mike Gundy, though.
Yeah.
Is this not like this is a really good strategery play for the Cowpokes here, especially if you're Mike Gundy and you're just trying to get down to we'll represent our brand, and if you want to advertise, if you want your NIL, oh by the way, just kind of zoom in here and focus on this little thing.
Yeah, isn't that? I mean, so how do you do that? I mean, do you like try to get down to the bottom row of the stadium or break in and get it?
I guess you wait until there's an exclusive or a camera ISO on the player or on the athlete, and you wait until it gets to the perfect opportunity to where it rolls around and gets to that perfect spot where you can do the scan. Is it a scan? No, it's not a Scantron, dumbass. What the hell would it be? Where it's just a skew. You just hit the skew. Yeah, it's a QR code. Skew the QR or whatever, and then it pops up whatever they're trying to advertise. You don't see a damn clue or anything to what the hell athlete or what the athlete wants. I mean, I kind of get the intrigue about this. It kind of is a little bit of a game in itself, right? Right?
It's pretty smart because I'm assuming that's for the football program, right? Or the individual athlete. I don't know.
It's the individual athlete. I would assume it's the individual athlete because each athlete's going to have their own NIL, are they not? Or am I not understanding that correctly.
Yeah, I got to find that. I got to find that and see exactly the ins and outs and nuts and bolts of that, because it's actually a pretty damn good idea. I mean, it's
individual but universal. If it's the way that I'm thinking that it's going down the way that it's going down, then every teammate or every player has their individual NIL that they can represent, but they're putting it on the back of their helmet as a team, as a unified team front.
Here it is, Wags. It's Oklahoma State has announced that players will wear helmets with QR codes linked to the team's general
teams.
NIL.
Okay, general. I gotcha.
Okay.
So it's not individually based. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then that would make sense to why it's more uniformity then.
Yeah. So instead of going and buying a souvenir noisemaker or a bell or some shit at the stadium to support the athletic program, you just scan that QR code on the back of the helmet. Jeez. Wow. I'll tell you, man. That really is a good idea. That really is a good. If you can, I hope it is.
I don't know how you're going to navigate or how you're going to be able to. Oh, well, since it's general, then you can find anybody that's on the sideline, right? If there's a sideline cam or a sideline scan, I'm sure you can zoom in a little bit. Hit pause. It's more incentive to get AV consultations at the house. If you're really into the cowpokes NIL, you can just stop. You just hit pause. Get that good fresh view set up on your 75-inch that Rodney has.
Yeah, there you go.
Link on the helmet. Gotcha.
Just point it at the field. You're bound to hit one, says Salty. Just point it. You're gonna find one of those QR codes. You're gonna find one of those QR codes. Massive. It's good. It's a good idea. I bet we start seeing more of that. On the shoulder or here or somewhere.
I don't know. I would like to see how effective this is actually going to be.
Yeah.
Honestly, I can't wait to see. I would love to see the stats on that. Of course, here comes the data nerd in me coming out.
Yeah.
Oh, let me see that data, buddy. Let me analyze your data for you.
Yeah.
All right. What else? What other data you want to break into for today, my dude? We still got a little bit of time. We can talk about Clemson here in a few minutes or so. Get ready to turn it over to the boys.
What do you think of we saw the first ever Texas men's basketball SEC schedule hit the world yesterday. Thoughts on that? As it all begins, the SEC campaign begins in College Station with
so
the Texas A&M Aggies.
Yeah, I don't want to sit here and say that we're going to run the SEC, but I do feel a lot better about going to the SEC than I did at Big 12. Like Kansas is still they're one of the best blue bloods, and 9 times out of 10, they're usually going to win the Big 12, or hell, it feels like they usually win the Big 12 every damn year. Fog Allen's one hell of a tough place to play. I'm glad we don't have to go up there. Saying that, I think we did inherit one of the SEC's toughest competitors right off the rip, and that's Texas A&M. Vols are going to be tough. Kentucky's tough. We know the blue bloods of the SEC. But there is a damn good chance, seeing the schedule come out, that we have a chance. I love the run that we have. Not too many gauntlets in the middle of it. I don't know what it is about the Big 12, but over the past 2 years, especially with the the addition of Houston, it just it was like one of the worst hills to climb, or one of the toughest hills to climb, trying to get to the top of the Big 12, or trying to get any type of representation going into March Madness. I think the Longhorns have a lot easier road, a little bit of an easier path in the SEC, especially with this schedule, Rodney.
Yeah, and I think, we've said it before, where this is one of the few sports to where it's like, okay, the SEC, that's great, because you leave that Big 12 gauntlet.
Yeah, you said it, buddy. One of the only few times that well, I don't know. It depends, though, right? It depends on if you're a stalwart like Texas. I mean, for our scenario and our situation, leaving the Big 12 in basketball and hoops and coming here, it's kind of more of a, I don't want to call it cupcake.
Yeah, no.
But it's easier.
I'll tell you what's fascinating about this. We talk about in football with the A&M coming back and getting to play Arkansas, all of that. And again, you get that in basketball as well. It's still those rivalries, but not to the magnitude of football. We just know that around here, football is the thing that drives everything. But with Tennessee, Rodney Terry gets Rick Barnes. And, oh, by the way, Chris Beard is on this schedule as well. So I think that's a couple of fascinating things. And, with a Chris Beard team, I mean, Lord knows we know it here. That's maybe right now a good team, but is probably being built to be a really
Right.
good team. And, Rick Barnes already has a really, really good team. So I think that's a couple of matchups right there that are going to be really intriguing. But this thing does set up where nothing's
I don't know how that escaped me.
About
Chris
Beard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why that escaped me. My God.
And I think it's one of those things to where he's kind of slipped in there and he gets into a program right here. But when a dude like that takes a job like that, it's like you're just waiting because you know what's going to happen. You know that this is
look at what he was able to do with Tech.
Exactly. And that's where it's even more frustrating, that he's no longer. Sorry, Rodney Terry. This is just the bottom line. It's like where you look at it and it's like, if we still had that guy coaching this basketball team in Austin, imagine that. But you can imagine in one hand and shit in the other.
See what feels like,
which one's going to happen first? But I mean, some of these other contests, Wags. I mean, UConn. I mean, NC State, December 4th, man, this is going to be here before you know it. I mean, this is going to be here so quick. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
I'm down with it, my dude. I am down with it. You want to get into Clemson a little early?
Yeah, let's dive into it. Let's get into
the Dabo Tigers, huh? You want to get into the Dabo Tigers? Number 14 on our top 20 countdown today is the Clemson. I was getting ready to call them the Dabo Tigers. It's the Clemson Tigers, man. They were 9-4 last year. They returned 9 starters on offense and 5 starters on defense. Rodney, your first thoughts on the Clemson Tigers here.
First, when I think about Clemson, Wags, I think about when they were like.
I think about Klubnik. I can't stop thinking about Klubnik.
Well, he's local, so we're always going to try to watch what he's doing. But when I think of Clemson, it's always remember when they were. I mean, not that they're not elite right now.
I remember them as wide. Is this weird for me to say wide receiver U?
Not at all. I mean,
not at all. Because I remember the decade of run that they had for just dominant wide receivers, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Lack of them now. I don't know. They had a stud freshman last year that's going to come back, so we'll see how that helps for Klubnik. But yeah, dude, he needs if he had some of the weapons that he had, throughout the decade of what I think it was 2010 to 2020. I can't remember when the last time they didn't have 1,000-yard wide receiver, but I mean. It's what kind of Clemson was known for. Now, maybe a lot of that's on Dabo not being able to address the modern day era of the transfer portal, but dude, go out. There's so many athletes out there that can go up and rip balls out of the air. Go get one of them, dude. Go get one of them to dress your locker room up to help Klubnik.
Well, and the thing about it is, I mean, obviously the perception with Clemson and with Dabo is that, I mean, not working the portal. And I mean, it's obvious. I mean, he's not. I mean, he didn't want to embrace that. And I'll tell you what, with Klubnik, what does concern me looking at Clemson is you've got 2 tackles back on the offensive line. And it seems like we always go to the offensive line because we know how important that is. I'm not sure about you're moving the guy around center and your guards. I'm not sure about the interior.
They bring all 4 offensive linemen back, but they lose their center, who was he got ACC accolades last year. Third team ACC. I think 116 starts. 108 starts. That's pretty damn good for the Clemson Tigers here. That's one of the tops in the nation. Where they need a little bit of help is in their wide receiver room. They lost a sub and I think two other dudes out that transferred out. But again, that's on the bad. That's on the negative for Dabo there. If people are leaving your program and you're not bringing anybody in, and all you're relying on is your basic traditional recruiting elements, you're kind of going to be behind the curb more times out of not. Now, I think it's kind of wild the fact that they're rated so high, being the fact that they've been so awful in trying to address the transfer portal when all the other teams have been absolutely dominant. Maybe that's why the fall off has been so quickly and so I guess tumultuous for the Clemson Tigers here, man. I mean, this was a team that I thought, 4 years ago that they were going to rival Bama for the next decade, and kind of be the gatekeepers to keep Georgia out. Maybe the fact that they have not been able to address their needs in the transfer portal and recruiting is why teams like Georgia and other teams in that zone there in the South Carolina region or the southeastern region are kind of have stopped going to Clemson and starting to go to other programs there.
Yeah, I mean, it really has been. I mean, there's no other way around it. Is they just haven't evolved, and that solely does, the emphasis is on the head coach. I mean, if he doesn't want to embrace what we're talking about right now with NIL and QR codes and all these different things, and go out into that transfer portal and fix, because the thing about it is you can bring these kids in, but the thing, I mean, it's very rare and very odd that you're going to bring a kid in and he boom, immediate impact in something like this, especially now when your opponents are going out and shopping themselves around and finding the best talent that they can find and using whatever means to bring them in. And that's what Clemson hasn't done. And for Cade Klubnik, like you're talking about, Wags, if he had some of those weapons on the outside, last year he was okay.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, right? You've seen this dude be able to. Now he made some awful mistakes, but you've seen him make plays. Like he can make every damn throw out there. He absolutely can. And the secret to this dude is his legs. You really want to unlock his talent, man. Wait till he gets on the damn corner, gets on the edge, and tries to extend the play, and then, oh my God, you lose contain, and he burns you for 30 to 40 yards, and almost a scamper to pay dirt there. That's where I think some of the magic of Klubnik's game is. Unleash this dude, let him get out on the edge, and let him eat, my guy. Don't keep him in the pocket. You're restricting him, man. He's got tremendous speed for a reason. Let him use it. Wasn't he a state athlete in track? Or wasn't he a state champion at track? Right? Okay.
And you can have a dual
Texas track, man. Texas track. Okay.
And you can have a dual threat right here because you're bringing one running back, or the running back's back, right? 900.
Correct.
Yeah. So you've got that. So you got a dual threat. Klubnik last year hit 64% of his passes, almost 2,900 yards passing, 19 touchdowns, 4 rushing touchdowns. That 4 rushing touchdown number, if you get that to 8 or 10, I mean, utilize that guy a little bit more in the red zone, but of course you got to get to the red zone first. But last year, I mean, he did. We talk about, the offensive line and the returnees, they had protection issues. So you got to solidify that. Because whether he's throwing the ball or trying to use his legs, getting to the outside, I mean, if there's no protection, you're damned. So
I think that gets shored up too.
So too.
So, and here's the thing: maybe pundits are so big on Clemson because of their trench warfare, right? I think they're going to be able to get it done on the defensive line. They're going to be able to get it done on the offensive line. Again, the past 3 teams that we've talked about, they haven't really wowed me so much in the skill set issues, but they do the little things right. Mm-hmm. And they win the battle of the trenches, which is 9 times out of 10 going to win you the damn game. And unless you lose the turnover ratio, and that's the thing that we need to address with Clemson here. You got to love the hometown hero, or one of a hometown hero here from Klubnik. But look, a lot of critical moments last season fell on his shoulders, and 9-4 could have easily been 11-2. But critical mistakes held them back, and he's owned up to that. Being the field general and the leader that he is, and he's starting to emerge into. Klubnik's the dude. Klubnik is an absolute dude, and if he can keep it clean, this team, I don't know if they're a double-digit win, but I can see them getting to 9 wins again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, 9-4 last year. So
correct.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that again. And then over on defense, you lose some of your front, and I think the big loss for them.
I also agree with Fozzie. Like, if you see Fozzie's, like, as long as they have 17 years in, you like to think that that's a staple, right? Like, but Gundy's willing to evolve his offense or construct his offense around the personnel that he gets. Dabo, not so much. Dabo, it's hard. Hell, man, you're seeing it now. It's hard for Dabo to swallow pride. It's hard for Dabo to embrace change.
Yeah, absolutely. You lose some of the defensive front. I think the fact that Andrew Makuba is now here, I I think that's going to be dreadful
huge.
for them.
That's huge.
Yeah, that's a really big thing. I think that secondary.
That was one of your main defensive pieces that you were relying to come back, and it's only giving you 5 returners now. And hell, it's not just a huge hole in your secondary; it's the captain of your secondary. So that's a big piece.
Yeah, I think the secondary will be good, but they're going to feel that loss. They're going to feel that loss. And I think it reciprocates here at Texas, where Texas they're really going to feel that loss because Andrew Makuba is going to do really good things here. So they're going to feel that twice, I think, for Clemson. But it really comes down to
the double whammy. Is that what you're saying?
That's a double whammy. It really does come down to these guys to where they haven't. I mean, they haven't evolved with this new college football. And that's why they are sitting here at this point, because it was. I mean, a few years ago, I mean, they could be the Georgia right now with the run that was going on at that time.
I don't know if they would be as strong as Georgia, but I don't think Georgia would be as strong. We'll say that.
Right.
I think Clemson would be pulling from Georgia just a little bit here. Let's stress it down here. Let's go. Speaking of Georgia, I mean, hell, it's who they get right out of the gate.
What a way to start.
I mean, you get a little bit of reprieve with Appalachian, or do you? Because Appalachian State's been known to mess with some people. Just ask Michigan there. All right, so we got Georgia flying out of the gate, right out of the gate for Dabo and the Clemson crew here. What do you like?
And that's in Atlanta. That's on the road. Yikes! That may be a stellar ass whipping to start the year. That they're not going to win.
Neutral site though. It's not in that.
Neutral. Okay, yeah, you're right. Neutral site. Man, I don't think they have a chance to not even close, man. not even. Man,
I think we're supposed to showcase the teams that we're talking about here, and we're not supposed to be too down on them.
Yeah.
I was pretty down on Tennessee. I'm not that big on Tennessee that year.
We're over here dressing up Cade Klubnik, and he's going to come out in game 1 and get destroyed. It's like, hey, well, we meant later. We meant later in the schedule.
Jake, I did see this comment. That is a very good comp too. I would say that USC has got some excellent wide receivers. USC's just got excellent talent. I mean, there was a time where USC was also deemed wide receiver or running back university at one point too, I would think, right? They have tremendous talent there. But if it's between two universities, the top 2 schools probably that come to mind first are Clemson and USC. That's a good pool right there.
Well, and USC, I mean, that's one of those places you want to go. I mean, Southern California. When we talk about,
Song girls, man, that is the number 1 recruiting tool for me for USC.
And that's the thing about it. When we talk about NIL and all this stuff with
I don't think Ohio State's wide receiver you. I don't. I think they've had a really good run the past 5-6 years, but I don't think they're wide receiver you. They haven't been doing it on the they haven't been producing 1,000-yard receivers for a decade like Clemson and USC has. Like ultimately, CB, that's a good pull for a third or a fourth. But I don't hold them as a top 2. They're good, especially in modern day era. But no, they're not wide receiver you for me.
Yeah, with USC and Texas, it's like obviously you have to sell them, but I mean they sell themselves a lot of times. A lot of money, a lot of cool things to do. You're talking about girls. I mean, that shit factors in. I mean, that factors in. I mean, I bet even for female athletes, there's good looking dudes in both of those places, and they're really cool places to go. That factors in, man.
Climate, weather, temperature. I wouldn't throw away, that vibe out in the West though. I don't think I go well with people in the West. That's
I wouldn't fit in there.
I don't think I stick out like a sore thumb. I probably don't even know how to talk about hummus and guac, and I don't know. We got guac here, but I'm just not into hummus, man.
No.
Maybe I'm overgeneralizing a lot. Of California.
No, and by the way, here we have fucking guacamole.
It's not guac.
The whole word.
Guac. That's huge bust on me. Huge bust on me. I call it guac. My bad.
I saw a guy post the other day. It was a dude from up north. He went to this quote unquote Mexican restaurant, and he posted on Facebook. He said, "Take a look at this cup of melted cheese I'm having." I'm like, "Bitch, that's queso. Come on." I mean, it had all what's supposed to be queso. I'm like, "Come on, man, get it right." Get it right. Way up north, man.
Yeah, but also I've gotten butchered when I first got down here for calling like, Guadalupe instead of Guadalupe.
Yeah.
Or what else did I say? I said burn it, right? Or no, I didn't. I used to call it Burnett. I would call it Burnett. But no, it's burn it. I just don't understand. I don't understand Austin sometimes, man. No. I just don't get it. But I mean, hell, they've embraced me with open arms. So thank you for taking in this humbled orphan. We appreciate it.
Another good one around.
Yeah, Manchac. Yeah, Manchac.
Manchac. Yeah, yeah.
There's an A on the end of that. It's Menchaca. It's Menchaca. You crazy people.
And then you have
me feel nuts. Don't you gaslight me. I know how to read.
One of the ones you get a lot now is like with the whole Mueller thing, where it's like I'm going to the Mueller or whatever, and it's like that's actually Miller. And you get all the back and forth.
Well, I mean, that's German. That's German pronunciation, though.
Yeah. Or I'm driving down Palmer Lane. No, you're driving down Palmer Lane.
Mahale, Waxahachie, yeah, all kind of craziness, Jen.
Sashi. That's how I like when high school football starts. It's like great athlete out of Saxy. I'm like, okay, yeah. And it doesn't even look like that.
Hell, remember me, trying to pronounce half the damn. Or I did think I had it right. Phonetically I had it right, but then everybody's just like, nah, bro, we don't say it like that.
Yeah. Town Lake. Yeah, Lady Bird Lake.
Lady Bird Lake.
Yeah, where's Lady Bird Lake? I don't know what that is. I know where Town Lake is. Hard-headed.
Pennybacker Bridge.
Pennybacker Bridge. 360 Bridge. Yeah, it's like
Bridge, Pennybacker Bridge.
All these damn roads have different names. Like with the Palmer Lane. Somebody was like, "Where's FM 734?" I'm like, I don't know.
You want to talk about me when I got here? When I first got here, I was a mess. I'd never seen frontage roads.
Oh, really?
Never, ever.
Oh, man.
Maryland doesn't have frontage roads usually. So I don't know if you've been up northeast, but you go through the highway. And matter of fact, I don't think this is a thing outside of Texas. I think Texas is the only state that does frontage roads. Or at least it's the only one that I've observed. Correct me if I'm wrong, ladies and gentlemen. But you go out towards Arkansas. Once you get to Arkansas, there's no more frontage roads. It's just highway. It's cow field farm, and then boom, you're in the middle of a damn highway. I think Jeff and I were kind of talking a little bit about this a few days ago or whatnot. But yeah, the frontage roads are the only thing that I've experienced here in Texas.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, you get Humble. Yeah, how do you get Humble out of Humble? Which whatever. Lancaster. I mean, there's another one mentioned there by CB. But I tell you where I get in trouble. Whenever I have to drive out of state, it's like, okay, I pick up the rental car and I find a way to get onto the highway, and I just start driving like we do around here. I mean, I'm fucking tailgating people, forgetting to use the blinker, hauling ass, going 85, and the speed limit's 60.
I wouldn't say that I'm an asshole on the road, but I just like to get where I'm going. And if you're my real big pet peeve is if you're just doing 55 in the fast lane,
left lane,
and when it says on the damn road it says left lane for passing only, and you're camping out in there and having a great time, and you're on your phone too, that's really gonna piss me off. I try not to let the little things bother me, man. But I mean, I like to think that I'm an aggressive driver, but I'm a considerate driver. If I see somebody, if I'm going, 80 and 75 miles per hour and somebody's coming up my ass, God, that sounded awful. God.
That's me next Monday.
I can't even edit that out, I don't think. But anyways.
That's all right.
It's gross.
Now we know what you like.
Thanks, bro. Thanks. Anyways, someone's speeding and approaching the rear of the vehicle very fast and aggressively. I move over. You know what I mean? I get out of the damn way and let them in.
Be aware of what's going on.
I don't block people just to piss people off. There are a lot of people out there that try and piss people off and give them road rage on purpose. Do not do that. I highly advise you not to do that.
And that's it. My whole thing is like when you're driving, just be aware of what's going on. I mean, if you're listening to whatever, I mean, that's fine. But look in the mirror every now and then. When you've got them stacked about 20 behind you, and there's like
Yeah, bro.
55 car links in front of you.
Lanes in 2-lane highways. Get the hell out of here.
It's time to get out of the way. And yes, the roundabouts and all that, CB. So we have them
hold
here
on. Now, hold on. Roundabouts aren't that bad. They're not that bad, right?
This goes back to just pay attention. People, they're like, oh my God, these roundabout, like when they started putting them over here by IKEA and all that stuff, there were wrecks there all the time. And I'm like, you got to
follow the rules. You got to know how to drive. You got to know yield. You got to know how to yield. Clark
Griswold,
Big Ben.
And there's arrows telling you what to do. It's like, okay, if you want to
get it. People, there's not, and really, like, there's so many people coming to Austin. I can't say that when I first got here, the driving was decent. Okay. Decent. But there have been a lot of people that have poured in here since 2012, and the driving has gotten worse and worse. I mean, it is one, people are just getting so damn aggressive because there's nowhere to go. Traffic, it's bumper to bumper, Monday through Sunday. It's great. It's not even during the weekdays anymore. It's weekends. You're struggling to get through traffic, or you're bumper to bumper from the Metroplex of South Austin, past Riverside up until Georgetown.
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
It's crazy. It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. I mean, there's a lot of traffic, and it does. I mean, either but that whole thing of get out of the fast lane. I mean, hell, not even fast lane.
Don't be a camper. Don't. Hey, look, 3 seconds. 3 seconds. All right, stand there. If you can't bypass your dude, get out of the lane. It's 3 seconds. We've all played ball. It's 3 seconds. Get out.
And there is nothing more frustrating, and I don't wish ill upon anyone. There's nothing more frustrating than when you're sitting in a long line of traffic and you're not going anywhere for 45 minutes, and then you finally get through and it breaks open, and there was nothing there holding you up.
Rubbernecking. We call that rubbernecking.
Yeah,
where I'm from. People just slowing down to watch to see what's going on, man.
Yeah.
But that's how overly populated the roads are too. People just slowing down just that much to create the little slivers, the little barriers, and then that's just the hiccup. That's just the stop and go. Yeah, traffic frustrates me. It's one of the things I usually go. Thanks. Now I got to go see my therapist. Appreciate you. Thanks for bringing on me as your therapist, and then making it come full circle here, Rodney. I appreciate that.
Well, I actually have. I've signed up for Uber. I can Uber people around, but a lot of times, just for extra money, I did that just to have it. I'm like,
frustration. There's no way in hell. Absolutely. I would lose my mind. People would give me a 2-star rating because I would be cussing the entire time. I'm sorry. I'm trying to give you a positive experience.
Yeah. One time a buddy and I went to a Cowboys game, and we got into some ride share with this dude. And I'm like, we're sitting there, we're not going anywhere. And he's like, do y'all mind if I take a shortcut? I'm like, no problem. And dude, this guy's standing on the gas. We're going through all these places. And I'm like, dude, he's hauling ass, Wags. We're going like 80 miles an hour through these. I don't know where this was in Fort or Arlington. And then I look up and there's AT&T Stadium. I'm like, what just happened to me? And that dude's like, enjoy the game. I'm like, all right. And he was cussing at people too.
I'm sure. It's what traffic does to you. Hey, real quick before Jeff and Jordan get on here, I don't want to cut too much into their time. We did not go down the schedule of the Clemson Tigers here. We hit Georgia, but we didn't hit Appalachian State. Georgia's a loss, right, for Clemson. We got that as a loss, right, Rodney?
Yes. Georgia, yes, loss.
Appalachian State.
Yeah, they'll win that.
Okay. We got NC State.
Should win that. That's 2 right there. Stanford. Ooh, I don't know. Should win that.
I think I got them over Stanford. Over Stanford. Florida State at Florida State.
That'll be their first loss of the year, I think.
You think? I got them beating Florida State.
Yeah, I think they'll lose that one.
At Wake Forest, I got them beating Wake Forest. They got Virginia.
Lose. They're going to lose to Virginia.
All right, I got them beating Virginia too. I got them undefeated going up until Louisville.
Yeah, I got them. Yeah, they'll lose to Louisville.
All right. Losing to Louisville here. I got them losing to I got them losing to Cocky. I got them losing to South Carolina at the end of the season as well.
Mm-hmm.
But hell, I'm maybe 3 losses here. maybe they get into the 10. Maybe they get into the 10 win season or the 2-win column here or double-digit win column here.
Yeah. Kind of
good possibility, but there's a good chance that I see them at 9-4. I'd like to see them at 10-3, but there's a good chance that I see them at 9-4 again.
I'm in that 4 or 5 loss category for them. But again, it all depends. It all depends.
The Florida State game's a toss-up for me.
Yeah,
that's the one that I'm still indecisive about Florida State.
Yeah, absolutely. There's
Jeff, what's up, brother? How are you, sir?
Dude, that Clemson schedule is abysmal. That is awful.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
Microphone,
Jeff.
I will. Sorry,
I got you, good sir. I got you. Doing the work for Jordan, my bro. What's up?
You hear me?
Yeah, I got you, Jordan. Jeff, Mike.
How about now?
Got
you. There we go.
All right.
There we go.
Beautiful.
Okay.
That's sultry boy.
So the Clemson schedule is dog crap. Like it's bad. I'm gonna just say this now. I will openly be rooting for Florida State when they play Clemson, because Rodney, what makes pro wrestling great? I need a really good storyline, really good stakes. Why should I be invested? The DJ Uiagalelei revenge game against Dabo Swinney. I'm all for it, man.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. That would be great. That would be fantastic. Right,
Jordan,
there.
if you want to get me a DJU jersey that I can wear during that game, I'd sport it proudly.
No. I am definitely going for Clemson that game. This guy is now at Texas, not at Clemson, but I still know a few guys over there from Texas, so I'll be pulling for them. Also, I can't stand Florida State anymore just because they're fans and the playoff thing. They're still complaining about that.
Yeah.
But I got to root for my boy Klubnik. I'd love to see him beat DJU. So, also, they have a 5-star freshman named Sammy Brown, I believe is his name, who is this linebacker from small town Georgia, was a top 10 prospect in the country for us last year. I don't think he's going to start, but he's going to rotate in. So, I'm really excited to see him play just because, he's a projected top 10 draft pick in 3 years. So, you want to see that, obviously, versus a quality opponent like Florida State as well. So, yeah.
CB, I will follow you up here in the chat. So you want to see an awful schedule, look at Texas Tech's non-conference basketball schedule. Go look at any non-conference schedule Chris Beard puts together. If you want to see a dude, and I'm telling you, man, like even his 2 Texas schedules, I'm like, dude, this is like we got Pine Bluff and all kinds of directional schools. Oh, they were playing Gonzaga. Yeah, that was already going to be played.
Yeah, that was already there. Here. Yeah.
What's your realistic expectation? I'd say that they might struggle to get to 10 wins, but there's also a possibility where I could see them going anywhere from an 8-win ball club to an 11-win ball club at times when I look at the schedule. I've got a few question marks here. I definitely think they're going to lose to Louisville. My question mark really does concern South Carolina and Florida State.
Yeah, but they get South Carolina at home. They get NC State at home. They get Louisville at home.
Yeah,
so
favorable, very favorable.
If you wanna tell me they're a 10-2 team, I'll buy that, because I think the schedule. I don't think they're gonna be like, not all 10-win teams are created equal. Like there's gonna be a 10-2 team in the SEC that will run Clemson out of the building.
Yeah,
but because of that schedule and the talent that they still have, especially on defense, Clemson could be a 10-win team.
TBD.
Yeah, I don't think it's crazy.
Yep, they will miss Makuba.
Yeah, they got five returners on defense, but they usually know how to load up pretty damn quickly and find succession plans for their defense. Gents, what's on the docket today? More recruiting stuff?
We're going to talk about the DJU revenge tour that started in Corvallis last year. No, we're not going to talk about DJU. We will be talking about quarterbacks, though. And at the time, we will be talking about, since we are 10 days away from kickoff. Jordan rolls his eyes, be like, is this where Jeff mentioned something that happened before I was born? You were on this earth. We will be talking about Vincent Paul Young Jr.
There it is.
We are 10 days away from kickoff.
Who's that?
BY.
Are you being serious right now?
trolling, man. I'm what trolling.
I gotta be sure, Wags. You never know. You never
I didn't know that my face was that convincing.
It's a very good poker face. It's a very good poker face.
Real good.
Thank
All right, man.
Appreciate it. Y'all be good, man. We're bowing out.
See you later.
boys.
All right.
We will.
All right, there goes the Chaos Theory crew. It's only an hour. It's Jeff. It's Jordan. Jordan, I do want to talk about. Let me hold on. Let me get into something CB mentioned. CB says Texas basketball non-con is pretty awful. CB, I'm gonna go ahead and disagree with you there, because I think actually Rodney Terry did a pretty good job of putting this schedule together. You open with State, neutral site game. Now you got to play, your Houston Christian, Chicago State, Mississippi Valley State. But you're going to go to the Legends Classic in Brooklyn, and you're going to play Syracuse, and then either St. Joseph's or Texas Tech. NC State was a Final Four team last year. UConn's coming to Moody Center. So you got those 3 non-con games, especially when you're going to play a really good, really deep SEC schedule. Yeah, I don't have a problem with this non-conference schedule.
Yeah, I'll be honest. No one really. I mean, I'm a very casual Texas basketball watcher. No, I don't really care for any of those games outside of maybe Texas Tech and UConn. UConn, they're going to have Cooper Flagg whenever they come to town, right? He's going to be a freshman this year, right? Or does he have one more year of high school?
No, Cooper Flagg will be a freshman.
Okay, so
but Cooper Flagg is at Duke, not UConn.
I'm tripping. I don't know why I thought UConn. He's from Maine, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
I don't know why I thought that. See, very, very casual basketball watchers, y'all can see. But so is UConn the biggest home game of the year for Texas this year? Or I'm sorry, I'm really showing my ass right now. Is Texas going to play every team in the SEC?
Yes, but they're only playing a few twice. They play A&M twice, Arkansas twice, Oklahoma twice. So all 3 of those teams will come to Moody Center. I mean, so when you look at the SEC schedule, Jordan, you got go ahead. Sorry.
Maybe Arkansas is one of the few games that could rival, the UConn home game, considering Calipari.
Yeah,
do they have Kentucky at home or on the road?
I believe Kentucky is at home. Let's see their home games. You got Auburn, Tennessee, Missouri, A&M, Arkansas, Alabama. Alabama could be. I don't know what Nate Oates is bringing back, but that could be a fun one. Kentucky on February 15th, Georgia and OU. So next year, now the 25-26 season, it'll flip. That's going to be the one that I want to see how Texas fans react when Chris Beard brings Ole Miss in Moody Center.
That was going to be one of my things.
I don't know if he gets booed. I doubt he gets cheered. Is it just kind of a golf clap? I don't know.
I think people are probably going to be golf clapping or just like staring at him and doing nothing. I mean, I don't know. So
just awkward silence.
Yeah,
where you could hear a mouse fart in church.
Like,
kind of
yeah, it's like, sorry, Chris, you are really good at what you do. But you did like one of the 3 things you can't do and come back from and keep that job. So
yeah, dog.
Sorry.
Kentucky will be fun just because it'll be Kentucky's first time at Moody Center, and they always travel well. Big Blue Nation travels well. And Arkansas will be fun because that's one, Jordan, I vaguely remember as a kid when Arkansas was still in the Southwest Conference. Those Nolan Richardson teams with Oliver Miller and Lee Mayberry and Todd Day. They had some really fun games against the Tom Penders, Running Horns. So that's, I think, in a weird way, I think there are some Texas fans that understand the Arkansas rivalry because of basketball, and I think even more recently, like the baseball rivalry between the two. I think Texas fans get it in football now, but that's always a fun series. And Cal's got talent, so that'll be fun. Anytime A&M comes to Austin, it's going to be fun. Rick Barnes coming to Moody Center for the first time. So yeah, it's going to be I think it's going to be a good. I'm not saying it's a great schedule, but I think it's just a good, solid schedule. CB, it's just the way they probably did that because the last time those 2 teams played in the regular season, it was year Chris Beard's, he'd gotten fired already by that point. They played a Big 12 SEC Challenge game in Knoxville. So probably they just flipped the script and decided, hey, just to have Tennessee go to Austin, and then you'll start your rotation. So going back yesterday though, Jordan, for the OU fan who actually subscribed to the channel, so thank you very much. If you're not subscribed to Texas Sports Unfiltered, I don't know why you're not, but he was talking about, OU fans trying to shoehorn rivalries into the SEC. It really seems like based on conference schedules, it seems like OU and Arkansas and Missouri, those are the three schools kind of being pushed on OU to form a new rivalry.
You said Arkansas, Mizzou, and who? A&M. Okay,
and A&M. Yeah, I may have said OU, but yeah, I'm talking about Oklahoma. But yeah, A&M, Arkansas, and Missouri.
Honestly, like OU fans would probably want A&M or LSU more than Mizzou, just because they absolutely hate Mizzou. But like Missouri makes the most sense here. Like they compete with Missouri for more kids than they compete with LSU or A&M, and that's a fact. So, and also like LSU didn't steal the number 3 player in the country at the last minute, neither did A&M. Mizzou did that last year, and they got their best lineman to go in the portal. So,
man,
I feel like Mizzou is just the common sense answer. It's the easy answer. I don't get why I don't know why they're so in denial. Like, that's going to be a great game this year. So,
Texas doesn't play Mizzou in football this year, but watching Drink coach a game, it is.
And I say this as someone who doesn't like Drink. I said all that.
It's like Charlie Strong, Mario Cristobal levels of just what the hell was that sometimes. Like his approach will win them a couple of games that they probably shouldn't, but it's also gonna bite them in the ass a few times. Like, I sit here still flabbergasted at how they won that game against K-State last year. That was seriously, if you look at teams winning games, it was maybe the worst game-winning drive I've ever seen at any level of football. Like it was an upper level college course in a PhD level course and how to not manage the clock in a 1 minute situation. Like it was abysmal. And the kicker bails him out. The chunky kicker bails him out with a 62-yard field goal or whatever the heck it was.
Hey, he made it, and they got the dub.
Like great football in a nutshell, Jordan.
Yeah, he's like I don't know if this is gonna make sense. He doesn't go for it on 4th down as much, but he's like a lesser IQ, like cousin of Dan Campbell, but he's in the college level. Like for me, I completely forgot how idiotic Dan Campbell's decision making was in that game versus the 49ers until I went back and watched receiver, and they showed Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I mean he's a good guy. Like he knows the deal. And with Amon-Ra, I mean I've heard good things about him from people at 24/7 Sports that covered him back in high school, and were like, yeah, we have no idea how this guy fell to the 5th round or whatever he did. He's going to be an All-Pro, and that's exactly what he did. But and I mean, even Cooper Pategna talked about when he was at Washington, like he hosted him on a visit and was like, you could tell then, like that kid was going to play in the NFL and for a long time. But anyways, with Amon-Ra, he wasn't going to come out and be like, yeah, Campbell's dumb as hell for that 4th down stuff. He's saying we've done it all year. I'm agreeing with it, but like they lost that game because of that. Like that.
So basically, what you're saying
what
is
happened.
Dan Campbell's from Glen Rose. Basically, if he had like, cousin Cletus from like Knox City or something, that's Drink.
Yeah, but Drink's like someone from Knox City, cousin there. He sounds more, I don't know, genuine. Like Drink is very much a cornball. I feel like every time I think of Drink, I think of that clip where they beat Tennessee, and he runs up on Josh Heupel, and he's like, we stand on business, Josh, and like says it super far away and hits the handshake with his arm extended all the way, and then it runs off out of frame. It's just like Josh Heupel isn't going to beat your ass on TV or anything, but it's like, come on, man. I don't know. So
Josh Heupel now might like physically be able to do it. I'm telling you, man. I know
he lost weight.
I know you weren't at SEC media days, but watching Josh Heupel walk around, he's been hitting the gym. Josh Heupel has. So my line that I always go to, and again, I want to talk about someone's weight, but when he first got to Tennessee, I'm like, dude, the 2022 Josh Heupel ate Josh Heupel from 2000. Like that's what Josh Heupel looked like. But he's trimmed up a little bit. It's good on Josh Heupel.
He was so big. I remember watching that game. Tennessee beat Bama at home finally with Hendon Hooker. It was that year Hendon Hooker went crazy. I love that Tennessee team. They were super fun. I watched that whole game start to finish. That was one of the best games of the season. I watched it with my dad and
Jalen Hyatt, Cedric Tillman.
Yeah, funny enough, Jalen Hyatt had like 6 receptions for 5 touchdowns and like 260 yards. They couldn't guard him that day. But I remember Herb Streeter, it would have been a Fox broadcast or CBS because it was SEC. But whoever it was talking about Heupel, and I was a former OU quarterback. And I remember being like, this dude played quarterback in college. And my dad was like, yeah, he blew up like a balloon, but yeah, he went to OU. I was like, what?
Josh Heupel led OU to a national championship, Jordan. Quarterback to 63-14 win over Texas. Very it's one of the more somber Texas games I've ever watched in my time following the Longhorns. Vince Young played in one of those too. Go ahead. What? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Saying back to Mizzou for a sec. The last time Texas played him was the Tom Herman thing, right?
Here's the bag, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Barry Odom.
Didn't Michael Dixon win bowl game MVP that day?
He did. I was at a bowl game where the punter won. But you know what? Say what you want about Tom. This is what was kind of the hidden genius in Tom doing the secure the bag thing. Everybody talked about was the secure the bag celebration, right? What got lost in the shuffle was
he was trolling Drew Lock.
But Missouri talked all kinds of mess that week. Like they're gonna beat Texas. Texas isn't ready for this. It was Texas got a turnover late in that game, like the last couple of minutes, and Tom Herman called a reverse for Armani Foreman, like inside the 20 to run the score up. Nobody mentioned that. All everybody was focused on was the secure the bag mocking, not the middle finger of a reverse in the last like 3 minutes inside the 20. Nobody talked about that. I was like, dude, I thought it was kind of a cool move just to see like, okay, you're taking some of the heat off yourself. Everyone's going to talk about securing the bag. Nobody's going to talk about you basically send it in a play that's giving Barry Odom and everybody on that sideline the middle finger. But good on you, Tom Herman.
Yeah, that's what he does. Gives the middle finger to folks,
including
his own players.
As Antoine mentioned, Tom Herman won every bowl game. That's why my guy Rod Babers nicknamed him Tom Bowl Herman.
I swear, if I ever have to read that again I swear, that's all people talk about with Tom Herman. They're like, well, he was undefeated in bowl games. It's like, okay. Sark, what's Sark's record in bowl games? He's 1-2 technically.
0-2.
You're right.
Because they didn't go to bowl the first year.
Yeah, you're right.
You're probably thinking about that 2020 Alamo Bowl. That was still Herman. That was Herman's last game.
Yeah. I remember that Devontae Davis pick. It was CB. But I don't know. I mean, it's crazy. Like looking back on that time, and even the year they beat Georgia in the Sugar Bowl, like that felt like a fever dream watching and thinking back on that. But I don't know. And with Michael Dixon, I want to ask this. Is Michael Dixon the best Texas specialist of all time?
Okay.
And I'm not talking career after Texas, career before Texas. I'm talking just college career.
Okay. I think Michael Dixon, the debate is between Michael Dixon and Russell Erxleben. And probably, I think you probably give Russell Erxleben the edge because he kicked field goals, PATs, and he punted. at elite levels. So
Did Dicker do that for a little bit?
Dicker did that as senior year. Yeah. And actually, you know what? I thought Cameron Dicker was a better punter as a senior than he was a place kicker. I thought he was more effective as a punter. Probably. Yeah. I would probably lean slightly toward Russell Erksleben, but I didn't see Russell Erksleben play, which is why I would say I've never seen a Texas specialist that could change games the way Michael Dixon changed games. Like if there is such a thing, Jordan, I don't know if they do this anymore. Does EA still do it where they do the impact players on, they have the little star underneath them? Okay. Mm-hmm. Michael Dixon would have had the star underneath him. He would have been an impact player if there would have been a video game that year. He was that good. Like I've just never seen a punter do that. Michael Dixon was so good. He changed the way Mike Gundy recruited punters. Gundy's like, I gotta go to Pro Kick and get me an Aussie.
Yeah, that I was about to say, like, it was already kind of becoming a trend whenever he first got to college. But like Michael Dixon, like, walked so all these other Australian dudes can run. And like, not that he's not better than all the other Australian dudes too, right. But he swung the door open for him and kind of had the rest of college football looking at him because they're like, holy shit, Texas has a punter so good he won MVP of a bowl game. Where did they find this kid? How classic is it that Tom Herman's best player was a punter?
That Herman wouldn't even refer to him by his first name in public, by his name in public.
Yeah, it's just God. But with
actually, if you want to talk about just real quick, if you want to talk about Aussie punters, throw Darren Bennett's name in the Google machine, because Darren Bennett was an Australian rules football player who ended up punting for the Chargers. He was an all-pro in the 90s, was the NFL, was on the all-decade team for the 90s. I just thought it was so cool that, like, you had a punter that could actually, like, was willing to tackle people on returns. So Darren Bennett,
Julius from Penn State back in the day.
Darren Bennett crawled so Michael Dixon could walk, or whatever verbiage you use there to say that.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, this Russell Erksleben, is that what you said? Erksleben. When did he play at Texas? Because full transparency, I never heard his name until you just said it a couple minutes ago.
Russell Erksleben would have been in the mid to late 70s, because I think he was drafted in 79.
Mm-hmm.
Let me throw Russell Erksleben in the Google machine. Now, if you throw Russell Erksleben's name in the Google machine, you're gonna find some stuff that's a little unsavory. Jordan, it's never a good thing when you pull up somebody's Wikipedia entry and you see a section called legal issues.
Nice. So, hey, some of the best specialists got Sebastian Janikowski. His drunk ass is banging field goals for how long in the NFL?
But Russell Erksleben was a three-time. Now, Michael Dixon was a two-time All-American. Russell Erksleben was a three-time first-team All-American.
Yeah.
So it kicked field goals and punted. So yeah, it's he was an All-American as a punter. So yeah, it's just a weird time. Like, I think he was drafted in the first round, like the 11th overall pick, the rare punter getting drafted in the first round.
Wow. Do you think he was projected to be a first round pick as a 5-star?
Jordan, I don't think they ranked people back then. I don't even know if newspapers had rankings things yet at that point. I really don't know. The morning news might have done something, but
yeah, I know we kind of like run through stories all the time on like recruiting, and even 10 years ago, but like I was talking to this guy in Southeast Texas who has it's his sister's son, his nephew. And the dad played at A&M back in the day, and his brother was a 4-star running back that went to A&M and later ended up at Tulsa. But we were just talking, and he was like, yeah, apparently the deal with his brother was every time a school would come out to practice to come see him, he'd flip his commitment, and like no one really knew, and the coaches could just walk him into doing it each time, and his dumbass would fall for it. And it's just like, like, it's crazy how much that went on back then. And I know this isn't some big realization or anything, but like, there's no social media back then or anything. And it's like hard for me to fathom as someone who does this every day, works in this industry every day, that like they could just go out and get kind of whoever they wanted and no one would know. And you could really hide kids back then too. So
when was this?
Hold up. I have the guy's name. Give me 1 second. Charlie Thomas is the dad, and I looked up, forget the uncle, but anyway, just like the old recruiting stories are always great. I love them. And it's funny, you bring up Justin Tucker, Dicker the kicker, Westlake, and Lee Travis. No one, I mean, I've never seen any people talk about it on a broadcast or anything like that. Dicker the kicker lived in China for like a humongous part of his upbringing because his dad was working over there, and then they moved over. And he had never even played football. He was a soccer player. And I believe it was the Lake Travis Middle School Knights needed a kicker and went over to soccer practice and kind of picked him, and the rest was history. It was either happened in middle school or it happened his freshman or sophomore year, and he was playing soccer at Lake Travis, and Hank Carter went and got him a kicker or something. But I do know the story is someone pulled him out of soccer practice to try kicking field goals with a few other soccer players, and they were like, "Yeah, you're the guy," and that's how it happened. But
shout out to Craig Niver for offering Cameron Dicker, by the way.
Yeah. And yeah, Antoine, I'm not even going to comment on this. I've seen this on Twitter a lot lately too from the A&M fans, but like Colby said, trajectory is pretty damn important there. And I mean, he agreed as well. Antoine did, but whatever happened to the Florida State kicker, who's the most accurate kicker in NCAA history, and he was like a second or third round pick and then flamed out.
Oh man, gosh,
it
was Graham Gano, wasn't it?
No. He was on the Florida State teams with Jameis. Graham Gano was in the league for a minute. I remember playing with him. My buddy was a big Panthers fan. I always had to play him in Madden for several years in a row.
Graham Gano is the one I remember.
Phil Dawson kicked a dodgeball out of my back when I was in the 7th grade. True story.
What? Oh, Roberto Aguayo, I think.
Okay. I knew I was close to something with the
Jack. We got to get more details on this.
Yeah, I would love you take as long as you need to type this out. I don't know if there's a word count restriction for comments, but
so Jack, I got to know what kind of dodgeball we're talking about. Are we talking about like the almost like the Nerf dodgeballs that are a little harder? Are we talking like the kickballs that are like type. Rubber? Yeah. Or do they like kick Phil Dawson kick the medicine ball in your back? Like, I don't know. We need some details.
Is Phil Dawson still coaching?
I
know I said something similar to this like a week or two ago about I think Malcolm Brown, but I think at one point Phil Dawson was the head coach at Hyde Park or something like that.
I believe you're right.
Funny story. He had the son. I don't know
Phil Dawson's Twitter profile. He is still the head coach at Hyde Park, and he's been retweeting Hyde Park stuff. So I'm gonna assume he is
with Phil Dawson. I mean, I don't know what his son's up to now, but I remember they had a 7-on-7 team that would always end up in the same tournaments as like Travis, and his son was his QB. But I don't know. They're kind of annoying to play, but I think if I remember correctly, we beat them most of the time. All I remember Phil Dawson for is kicking for my 49ers at the end of his NFL career. The CB, I remember Anthony Farah. Coach thought it was a good idea for 7th grade play 9th grade and got in dodgeball. Sounds about right.
Man, Jack, I don't know if that's the most embarrassing sport.
And he was kicking them at us. Hell yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Is Bevo's bodyguard? Are you talking about Roberto Aguayo still? Was he a Steele high school kid?
No.
I don't know what he's referencing about Steele because Phil Dawson didn't go to Steele, did he?
No, Steele wasn't even. Phil Dawson was Lake Highlands.
Okay. Got it. Hit me in the back and couldn't breathe for a few. You knocked the wind out of you with the kickball.
Jack, I don't know if that's your most embarrassing sports related story. I think I've got a few. I think mine might be when I played freshman basketball. We were terrible. We were 0 and whatever. Like we didn't, because our best player got elevated to varsity. So it's like, well, we just kind of suck at this point. Our coach our coach was a D-bag, dude.
Okay.
Oh no,
got it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
This is Brent. This is defensive tackle Malcolm Brown, not running back Malcolm Brown. Yeah. Our coach was so pissed off at us, and he was a huge doucher anyway. Made us for punishment one day scrimmage the varsity girls, and was like, you guys need to go all out. And I'm like, what? Why are we having to do this? Like, so you're having to work on.
Hey, you're from a small town, Jeff. That women's basketball team is probably like those 10 girls. Probably about what, like 15% of your dating pool at the time. You can't embarrass yourself.
Yeah, well, as a freshman, if she's a varsity basketball player, you got no shot anyway. So it was out of sight, out of mind.
So what? You got to cross her up to earn her respect?
No, it was like, dude, just like, you're not even thinking about playing well. You're like, dude, just don't get embarrassed. Like they've got a scoreboard, they're running the clock, like it's a whole deal. And of course, like everybody's like, oh, you guys got to scrimmage the girls, hope you don't get beat. It's like, trust me, this is not something we signed up for. So yeah, that's probably it. But hey, I want to get to. You know what? I don't remember. I remember it got stopped for some reason. I think either the varsity girls coach decided they were done, or something happened where it was done. But anyway, I want to talk about Vince Young because we're 10 days away from kickoff, and I want to see Jordan, and I want to get some crowd participation also.
Okay.
How would you what would be the top 4 or 5 Vince Young touchdowns? If you take out, you can't include the game-winning touchdown against USC. You put that one off to the side. That's number one, right?
Hey, I am not participating in this one because I can't pull memories of Vince Young touchdowns really from outside of that game, to be honest with you. I was between like 1 and 3 years old during Vince Young's career at Texas. So, yeah.
Okay. So, I am Salty Q got what I would. I don't know if I would put that. I might put that number 1 of the non-national championship winning touchdowns.
Yeah, the pass to Lima Sweet versus Ohio State is pretty sick.
The 80-yard touchdown pass, or the 80-yard touchdown run against Oklahoma State, where he pump fake and Donovan Woods hung in the air for, I don't know, it seemed like 10 seconds, and nobody touched VY on his way to the end zone. That might be my favorite Vince Young touchdown. I know CB mentions one of the 4 rushing touchdowns he had against Michigan. There was another one in that USC game where he kind of weaved his way through the defense and ends up scoring. It's the penultimate touchdown that Texas scores. Salty Q, I can't consider the 4th down conversion against Kansas because that wasn't a touchdown. And Naaman Roberts, it's good that you point out that 80-yard touchdown against Oklahoma State. That was early in the second half. It was a 3rd and 10 or 3rd and 11, and Texas is down 28-12 at halftime in Stillwater to a not very good Oklahoma State team. And VY scores, and then Texas ends up winning like 49-28, whatever it was. I would probably put that number 1. Bevo's Bodyguard says the long run versus OU in 2004. I thought there was 03 he had the long run, but again, it wasn't a touchdown. So I would say probably pick one from that Michigan Rose Bowl. CB's pick is pretty good. The Lima Swede touchdown pass in the Ohio State game. I think that the penultimate touchdown he scored in the USC game, and probably that pump fake touchdown against Oklahoma State. I would say those 4. If you're looking for a 5th, I think an underrated Vince Young touchdown, Jordan, Antoine just beat me to it. The Billy Pittman touchdown right before halftime in the OU game, because they had that losing streak to Oklahoma, and just like, dude, we just want this to end. Like, just let them just get one. And it's a relatively close game. And then right before halftime, VY and Billy Pittman dial it up. It's a little half roll, and Vince chunks a rainbow down the field, hits Billy Pittman on the fingertips, and that was pretty much the route was on at that point. So I would probably say those 5, unless somebody wants to give me a different one. Jordan, is there anything you remember other than that one you just watched, other than the one we just showed on the screen? The winning touchdown against SC State was terrible at that point. That's not even the USC run I was talking about.
Yeah, no, so they already showed it, of course.
That's the other one I was talking about. Yeah, the pump fake, and he's running around all over the place. And I think that was at the point where Dan Fouts said something like, "I've never seen anything like him." Michigan Rose Bowl had some dude, or Ramonce Taylor going out and up for that touchdown against Oklahoma. There's a lot of.
Here's the Ohio State one. Ugh.
Yeah. Up the gut against Missouri.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Hey, Jordan, you know who the opposing quarterback was for Missouri?
Brad Smith. My analysis is Vince Young is good, or hashtag good at football.
Okay, so Jose's got not in order. The juke move touchdown versus Colorado in the regular season, which I think the real Jordan's playing from YouTube just showed that. To the spin move touchdown throw in the Arkansas game. I forget about that 04 Arkansas game. The Texas went to Fayetteville and won. So 3, the throw to line was sweet against Oklahoma, and the Michigan juke move for his 4th rushing touchdown. That's the thing, man. There are so many. And like I said, you've still got, the 4th and 18 against Kansas that he converted. You got so many VY non-touchdown runs that, dude, this is early on, Jordan, when beating Michigan meant something. They went through that dark period, but now, you beat Michigan, it means something. Mm-hmm. Dude, I'll go back to my analogy. It looked like the varsity playing the JV. Like it wasn't like the Michigan guys looked like they were just going in slow motion the whole day.
Yeah. I mean, man, with Vince Young, yeah, it is crazy what Jason said. He just glides. And yeah, I've seen the Vince Young high school highlights. They're just effing ridiculous. And to answer this question, Antoine, would Sark recruit Vince Young? In terms of scheme fit and all that, that's a good question. But considering he was a number 1 overall prospect and was in Houston, I think, yes, he would have. Because, I mean, the guy like Vince over Jeremiah Smith last year, at least in my opinion, he should have. I would take him over. And this is just off high school highlights I've seen. I'm taking him over Bryce Underwood or anyone in this class, too. I mean, it's Vince Young. So,
JW Crunch, you mentioned track. Rod Babers and the guys that are a little bit older than VY that grew up in the Houston area, they'll tell you VY was first known as a basketball prospect. They thought he was going to be a big-time, high-major basketball prospect, but he ended up. There was a time where you could make the argument, dude, is Vince Young going to be Michael Jordan in a pair of cleats? It was trending that way at one time. And somebody mentioned it. I forgot who mentioned it. But Vince's rookie year, when the Titans came to Houston to play the Texans, and VY had a 35-yard touchdown run, walked it off in overtime. That and the 99-yard comeback drive against the Cardinals, those are probably the 2 things about VY's NFL career that stand out the most. Naaman Roberts, I don't think we have any of VY's high school highlights readily available. But
yeah, I bet I could find them on YouTube. But I have a funny Vince story I'm going to tell in a sec that I think I might have told on this show already. But where's it? Oh yeah, CB. I saw the touchdown versus USC he was talking about. And yes, I did know this. I've watched a lot of like the 2005 documentary or whatever and the other stuff too, where they talk about it. And then I actually watched this episode of whatever Ryan Clark's thing is with Shannon Crowder and the other guys too. The pivot, yeah.
Where he talked about Ryan Clark said that, but I've heard that from a few different sources, a few different interviews and whatnot. That Nick Saban liked Vince Young, but he liked him on defense.
Yeah.
Look,
and it's funny you bring up versus Katie. Katie had never been bounced that early in the playoff. Or let me rephrase myself. Since Vince Young took down Katie in what I think was 2001, because he was class of 02 or 01 out of high school?
02.
Okay, so that would have been
the 2001 season.
Yeah, late 2001. They beat Katy in the second round, and since then, Katy hadn't been bounced earlier than the second round until Trey Owens ran into them and slaughtered them. I love that. I texted Trey like, dude, thank you, because I cannot stand
I think
Katy.
you need to rephrase that, Jordan. Trey Owens didn't run into Katy. Katy ran into Trey Owens.
Oh, yeah, you know what I meant. But I texted Trey Owens
Trey
like
up a little bit.
I texted Trey like, you a bad motherfucker, man. I know I know how that works. So yeah, and I remember actually I did a story with quotes from him on beating Katy, and they had North Shore the next week and got quotes from him about, how they were getting ready for that game. And I knew they weren't beating North Shore. I've seen Lee Travis get destroyed by North Shore how many years in a row. I knew that there's nothing he could have done that one. But the Katy win is definitely his best win of his high school career. But the Vince Young story. So again, I think I have told this at some point on here, but there's a buddy of mine, longtime buddy of mine. He's older, probably like mid-30s, and for him, he went and got his master's at UH, and while he was getting his master's, he does something with like criminal justice or investigating, something along the lines. I don't really know what he does. I only talk football with him, but when he was getting his master's at UH, he would volunteer or help out at the juvenile detention center, juvie, right? And and not a very good part of Houston, kind of near where Madison is. And he said
Hiram Clark is where VY is from.
Yeah. He said the guy that was kind of in charge of the juvie or whatever had been there forever, and he was just having them run through stories. And he told this story. Y'all know how like there's like one of the game for Vincent High School besides that Katy game is when he beat North Shore. I believe that game was at the Alamo Dome, or not the Alamo Dome, the Astrodome. But with Vince, apparently he gets in a fight at school and like spit on the principal or something the morning of the game, right? Yeah. And the principal and everyone was so pissed, and he was 18 at the time, that they were like, you're going to juvie, not just that. So the guy, and this is all a story from my friend who got it from the dude who's been at the juvie forever. The guy who's at the juvie forever is there working, and Vince Young walks in, and he's like, holy shit, he plays the North Shore tonight. He calls his friends and is like, I got $600. North Shore is going to beat Madison. Book it. And he tries betting with every single person he could. Put the money down. And Vince is like, I need my phone call. And he's like, you're not getting shit. You're not getting your phone call, buddy. I'm sorry. He walks out for his lunch break, comes back. As he comes back, Vince Young is walking out with like the sheriff of the area out of handcuffs. And Vince Young turned to the dude and stuck his tongue out, and then went on to beat North Shore that night. That's the story. So I know not the best look for Vince, but I mean, he literally has like DUIs at this point. So like that's nothing. And he was a high school kid. There were way worse stuff I've heard of current day recruits. So, but I thought that was hilarious,
man. Vince Young, that playoff run, that's really where I started to figure out kind of how good Vince Young was, because I'd heard the name, you've seen his picture in Dave Campbell's Texas Football. There was really no online presence for recruiting to speak of at that point, except like the old Austin 360 message board, maybe.
It's every time you see media or people talk about him in high school, it's always the same photo. That's whatever we have for his profile photo on 247. So I was like, damn, I guess no reporters wanted to go over to Hiram Clark or something, huh? He's only the #1 player in the country.
Yeah, it's
it also wasn't as big back then.
But. Yeah, very little internet to speak of, but I kept hearing like, man, I was like, does Texas really need this guy? Because they didn't recruit him for a long time. And credit Tim Brewster. Tim Brewster's the guy that stood on the table and told Mac Brown and Greg Davis, like, no, we need Vince Young. We need Vincent Young to be our quarterback. And I remember finally getting to see highlights of that playoff run he had, where it was the Katy game, the North Shore game, the semifinal loss to Westlake. And after watching some of those highlights, I was like, yeah, Texas needs this guy at quarterback. He's pretty freaking good. But Texas was fine. They had a commitment from a kid from Paris named Billy Don Malone, who really fit kind of that pro style offense that Greg Davis preferred. And Jordan, this gets back to something you mentioned earlier. Well, we got the question: Would Sark recruit Vince Young in 2001, 2002? That's a situation where it's kind of like recruiting Adrian Peterson to play running back. It's like, well, we run a spread. I don't know if we can have a big, tail. Dude, change your scheme to fit that guy. Like, swallow your pride and you make it work with that dude because he's that damn good.
Yeah. Yeah, I've worn it on here before. I actually have a Vince Young shirt where it's him in a Madison uniform, him in a Texas uniform, and him with the Titans. You got the city of Houston in the background.
That is one of my few sports legitimate regrets that I never saw anything inside the Astrodome. Not high school football, not an Astros game, nothing. Never went into the Astrodome. I've been to NRG I don't know how many times right now for different things. Basketball, high school football, bowl games.
I hate NRG. It's just a dump. And I'm so happy the UIL is keeping state in Arlington. It needs to be in Arlington. If they ever move state to Alamo Dome or NRG or do the rotational schedule again, I'm going to throw a fit on social media.
I'm not going to say NRG is a dump. It's just
compared to AT&T, I think it's a dump.
Here's the difference, though. And again, it's just a matter of personal preference. NRG was built as a football stadium. Like, it was built to house a football team.
Yeah.
The Death Star was built as an entertainment venue that football just so happens to be played there. Yeah. Well,
this is here. I'll show you.
Naaman Roberts.
This is why.
Good point. Okay. Jordan,
this is why I hate NRG. Do y'all see how high this press box is?
Yeah, the press box view is pretty dang high up. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw the Roshan Johnson's take on the Tavondre Sweats.
But I do like the fact that it runs sideline to sideline. Like when the press box is getting renovated at DKR, they're putting the suites where the press box is. We're gonna be in the corner at some point. We're gonna be catty cornered. So I'm getting my head right for it already. But
yeah,
Nathan Roberts brings up a good point, Jordan. So Jeff, I don't think Sark would recruit Vince. Lagway should be in Texas over Florida. That's an interesting way to look at it. I will say, though, when you've got Quinn, you had Quinn for another year. You've got Arch in the pipeline. I think it makes it easier to be picky, in other words. But I'd like to think Sark would have recruited Vince Young regardless.
Yeah, I definitely think so as well, especially with him being, the number one prospect in the country over in Houston. I will say, though, for Lagway, a lot of people early on were like, what is Sark doing? Why isn't he recruiting this kid? They were always Arch or bust in 2023. And the whole time they were recruiting Arch, like going back to a year before he committed, they felt that they were going to end up getting him.
Yeah.
So that being said, like even before Arch committed, yes, they were recruiting Dylan Raiola. Yes, they were recruiting Julian Sane. But as they started to feel more and more confident about Arch, the less and less like they were really pushing and recruiting Sane or Raiola very hard.
Yeah.
Those guys were getting recruited because they fit the scheme more of what Texas did then. And I think they still do better than what Lagway does. With Lagway, though, the big thing for him, I'm not going to lie, I used to be very, very low on Lagway. I used to not like him at all. And it was because his freshman and sophomore year, and even, some early parts of his junior year, he's bigger, faster, and stronger than everyone on this field. He's going to dominate. But the problem with him, he literally couldn't make reads. And like I was watching this in front of me in 7-on-7, where it's like the first read is covered. What do I do? Because I can't run the ball like in pads in high school. And he was struggling in 7-on-7. That continued his freshman, sophomore year. I actually never went and saw DJ Lagway play in pads until his senior year. But I remember in those 7-on-7 tournaments being like, this is not what you want to see from a QB. The decision making is very important. He's a 5-star in all the other fields, but he needs to figure out the decision making, the turnovers. His turnovers went down each year he progressed through high school. And then, I mean, towards the end of his junior year, he was just doing like otherworldly stuff. I saw him in 7-on-7 his junior season. He can make reads. He was a lot more confident in the pocket. I mean, it's 7-on-7. There's not really a pocket, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And then his senior year, he just went absolutely nuclear. In versus DeSoto, I mean, yes, Willis has some other kids. Jermaine Bishop, I think, is pound for pound probably the best player in the state. Nephew of Michael Bishop, former Kansas State QB. But with Lagway, like, it was just too late then. By the time I think he could have been deemed quality enough for Sarkisian, or, you know, he understood enough things, it was too late. Trey Owens is already committed. And also with Lagway, like, in that DeSoto game, it was him versus DeSoto. It was completely him versus DeSoto. And, you know, it was pretty competitive, I believe, the first half. And then DeSoto just ran away with it. And there isn't anything, you know, he could do about that. But I'm not sure if Florida's announced a starter yet. I wouldn't be surprised if he's starting week 1. But I would be shocked if he isn't starting by the end of the season. So, like Naaman Roberts said, I don't know if I put money on it, but I do think Lagway is going to play Texas.
I think the quicker Billy Napier makes that move, the better chance he has to save his job.
Yeah,
because you can sell the future if Lagway comes in and plays well.
Lagway does throw piss missiles. CB, to answer your question,
boy, you talk about a guy that in his day could throw piss missiles. Michael Bishop could throw some piss missiles back in the day when he was flinging it for Kansas State. Overall, though, I do think Sark would have recruited VY. On top of the Lagway thing, Jordan, you've also got to remember when Texas got Arch, it pretty much took them out of the market for any top-tier quarterback. And I'm not knocking Trey Owens at all, but it pretty much took them out of the market for any kind of top-tier, top 100 type quarterback.
Watch this, class. Jeff. Damn, I hate when it does that. Jeff, watch this throw.
Who's this against? This is against DeSoto?
DeSoto, yeah.
Off the back foot. Yeah, okay.
37 yards.
That's like a Hakeem Olajuwon fadeaway jumper, and he's dropping dimes. Yeah, man. I got to think Sark would have recruited VY.
Yeah, I think so. I think so as well.
Getting back to what you were talking about DJ Lagway, though, that's what. And again, I wrote a column yesterday about Colt McCoy. It's kind of a Colt, kind of my ode to Colt, my tribute to Colt for his career. Retiring on Monday, and then now that he's going into the Hall of Honor, the one thing that I think I've grown to appreciate in a quarterback skill set that actually matters is that quarterback's ability to anticipate, because that's what made Colt so great. Like, Colt didn't have the strongest arm of any quarterback Texas has ever recruited, but his ability to anticipate, to basically his throws opening up windows, knowing where the ball was supposed to go, and the quick release to get it there, that's how you end up completing 77% of your passes in 2008. I mean, it was scary how surgical he was for the last 2 years of his career, just because of his ability to anticipate.
Yeah. Yeah, and I will say, like, with Lagway, I made those comments about him kind of struggling with reads early on. Like, I loved our ranking for him, especially after seeing him play in person as a senior versus Soto. Like, he was fully deserving of, I believe he finishes a number 4 prospect, number 1 QB. Mm-hmm. And I have absolutely zero problems with that. So, and I do think, depending on how things go with Florida, could be in the transfer portal soon. There are a lot of kind of dominoes moving around right now that involve A&M and USC as far as QBs. Julian Lewis is actually looking like he's going to end up at Indiana, believe it or not. And I think USC could go after Hussein Longstreet. If they do, I mean, they already have, and something kind of blew up in their face right there. So, like, a flip to USC isn't going to happen soon, I'd say. But I do still think it's possible for USC to do it. So, if USC is open and they don't get a high school QB this cycle, they're going to be a very, very, very attractive portal destination. He never actually committed to USC, but Lagway was very close. USC was one of his finalists when he picked Florida. A&M was another finalist whenever you pick Florida. And if A&M is going to lose Hussein Longstreet, like, I would put in a crystal ball for Lagway to A&M as soon as he would go in the portal. So, yeah, and I think that's something to monitor for sure over the season.
That's interesting. That is interesting. I was just looking at something on Michael Bishop just to confirm, but Michael Bishop's most famous teammate, Jordan, you want to take a stab at who it was? We've talked about this before. I don't know if you remember. At any level of his career, who was Michael Bishop's most famous teammate?
I'm not going to remember.
That would be Tom Brady. Michael Bishop was with the Patriots when Tom Brady was a rookie.
Yeah.
The Patriots carried 4 quarterbacks because they didn't want to risk putting Tom Brady on waivers and losing him. And
yeah, I saw this. You know how you can have super long, detailed tweets now with like 1,000 words?
Yeah. Kind of defeats the purpose of Twitter, but yeah.
Yeah, I saw one where it was like Tom Brady's the luckiest player of all time. And like part of it was how like no one keeps 4 QBs on a roster anymore like they did back then.
Yeah.
And how 9/11 helped his career arc and everything, which is just ridiculous. But there is some stuff there where, tinfoil hatting where it's like, okay, I see maybe.
Sometimes the stars align, man. And man, Drew Bledsoe just got wild. I love Drew Bledsoe. I was a big Drew Bledsoe fan back in the day. And Drew Bledsoe just got Wally pipped. They say you never lose your job to injury. Drew Bledsoe sure as hell lost his job to injury. Never got it back in New England. Ended up getting traded to Buffalo that offseason.
Yeah. Who do you think was a better QB, VY or Cam Newton?
Man,
I got to roll with Vince Young. At the same time, like, Cam Newton could be the answer. I wouldn't really have problems with that. Go look at that team he dragged to a national championship victory. There's not a single other player that got drafted.
If you're asking me, I would say VY was the better quarterback in college. Like, if you're asking who would I take, I would say VY. But I thought in terms of value to their team for that one season, Vince Young 2005 versus Cam Newton 2010, it's Cam. Like, that Auburn team had no business going undefeated, winning a national championship.
Yep. But hey, all they needed was that laptop with the $200K, and they got themselves a natty.
Like go look at the number of NFL guys Texas had on that roster in 2005. Like, it wasn't just VY and 21 scrubs that beat USC. I mean, there were some dudes, and go look through the 2D. Yeah. Go look at the guys that
it wasn't the whole starting secondary NFL draft picks, and then you also had guys like Brian Arakpo and Jamal Charles as true freshmen.
Yeah, Aaron Ross.
And you had a guy like Ramonce Taylor that never even got to where he was supposed to go to,
Aaron Ross didn't start in 2005 because your starting secondary was Terrell Brown, Cedric Griffin, Michael Griffin, and who am I forgetting at safety?
Huff.
Yes, Michael. How did I forget Michael Huff? He won the freaking Thorpe Award that year. Yeah, those.
I was like, did you say Huff? That's why I kind of said it with no comment.
Your starters. You had 2 Thorpe Award winners, 3 first-round picks. To me, it's the best. It's the best. This is with all due respect to, like, there was a Johnny Johnson. I think there was a Johnny Johnson, Jerry Gray secondary once upon a time, maybe. But I think that 2005 secondary is the best secondary in school history.
Yeah, no disagreements with that. David Keith Williams, Jeff, which of Nick Townsend or Mike Terry do you think will develop into a better college football player? I'm not sure how much you looked into both of them, Jeff.
I've looked at both a little bit. I'll say this. I think Nick Townsend I just like his versatility to potentially flip over and play defense and still be a high-level player. I would keep Michael Terry on offense.
Yeah. I see what you're saying about Townsend, and that's actually something I've thought about a lot because they still need linebackers. They're still only returning 4 linebackers on Scully next year, and they only have commitments from Deuce Cunningham and Bo Barnes. I like both Bo Barnes and Deuce Cunningham a lot, but neither of them are going to be, day one, year one impact players. They're just not. They're going to need time. And Jonathan Cunningham will need more time than Bo Barnes. So they need more linebackers this cycle. But, with Townsend, look at the tight end room. I think no matter what happens, Amari Niblack is going to leave after this year. Gunnar Helm is out of eligibility. So who are the other guys on the roster? You have Jordan Washington, you have Spencer Shannon, and you have Will Randall. Will Randall and Spencer Shannon, I'm not sure how much either of them are going to give you. I think Spencer Shannon could be a good inline blocker. I couldn't even tell you for Will Randall. I think Jordan Washington is an NFL draft pick in a few years. So I really think he's going to be good. I do not think he's going to redshirt this year as a freshman. He will play in more than 4 games. But as much as I love Jordan Washington out of high school, and I mean, even still now, Townsend is just a different caliber prospect. He is truly elite. And I strongly believe he's going to end up getting drafted higher than JT Sanders. That's how freaky he is. And he has absolutely everything you look for between the ears is what Townsend has as well. So I think either side, he's an NFL player, tight end or linebacker. If you had to ask me, though, I think tight end might be better for him. I think there's less true freaks like him at tight end than there are at linebacker.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, he has to learn a lot more at linebacker than he does tight end. So he could probably get on the field quicker as a tight end as well. So,
and I'm not saying Michael Terry can't play defense.
He's not playing defense. He's made that clear. He's not going to play defense.
Yeah. It's kind of, I view him similarly to, watching. I learned my lesson with Jatavian Sanders. And I should have learned it with Ricky Seals-Jones back in the day, but it got stuck in my head with JT. Just watching him with the eye test in person, I was like, this dude's not a defensive player. I didn't know, is he a tight end? Is he an H-back? Is he a jumbo slot receiver? I don't know, but I want the ball in his hands a lot because he can make stuff happen. That's kind of where I was, and that's kind of where I am with Michael Terry at this point.
Yeah, and with Michael Terry too, I really like him, but his projection isn't as concrete as it would be with Townsend. I mean, even Townsend isn't concrete. He can end up as a linebacker or tight end. But with Michael Terry, if Michael Terry ends up at Texas, I think he's going to be used as a positionless player. He'll probably line up at wide receiver much more than any of the other snaps. But in terms of the stuff he's actually doing on the field before the ball gets put in his hands, he's going to be a somewhat positionless player. That's what they're telling him and recruiting him to be.
Basically, think about a supersized version of Ramonce Taylor, because Ramonce didn't have, especially his last year at Texas, Ramonce didn't have a position. He'd be out wide, he'd be in the slot, he'd be at running back, he'd be in a 2-back look. You did so many different things with him. I think they do something similar with Michael Terry. So
also
go ahead.
Sorry, a big part of Michael Terry. Where is this? Let me find this. So his last visit to Texas, when he came at the end of July, Sark sat down, and this is something they've done going back to the official visit, but what Sark has done as part of his pitch, because Sark is essentially the primary recruiter and has been for Michael Terry since the beginning of the summer. It's been, hey, we can't compare you to just one guy. We're not going to show you one guy's film and say this is how you'll be used. So they pull up film from Jordan Whittington, Bijan, Roschon Johnson, a few players from Alabama. But the main 3 were Roschon Johnson, Bijan, Whittington, and then Roddy White in Atlanta. The way Sarkisian used Roddy White in Atlanta.
Okay.
And he showed that all different players, highlights, tape in a row in different plays with the remote. He's clicking it on pace, in the groove, everything. And it was just a ridiculous presentation. And him and his family loved it. But he showed the 4 different players doing 4 different things because we think you are all 4 of these guys in one. And we think you can do what all 4 of these guys can do. So the pitch is basically, if we got 4 Texas players that we think you're a combo 4 of them, and all 4 of those guys got drafted, what can we do with you? It's resonating well. I still think Texas is the leader for Michael Terry, and that's still where I'm expecting him to end up. How are y'all doing today, Keenan and Eric?
Oh man, good stuff, fellas. Doing all right. Hey, I'm actually glad I got y'all. I want to hop into a quick conversation that we're actually going to talk about on our show, but I would love, Jordan, your perspective as someone who's heavy into recruiting, and Jeff, you as someone who's covered football for a long time.
I'm just the old F that has a lot of recruiting knowledge stored away.
Did either y'all see the Tua Brian Flores commentary over the past couple days?
No.
I saw the video and I was like, I don't care enough. it's Tua turned the ball over. I don't.
Jeff, long story short, because not necessarily in specificity of that conversation, I just think as a broader conversation, it's kind of interesting. Tua basically said, he went on Dan Le Batard's show and was asked about Flores, and Tua said, imagine coming to work every day and instead of hearing you suck, you're horrible, I didn't want you, it's how can we get the best out of you, comparing Flo to Mike McDaniel, and talking about being coached hard. And Tom Brady kind of stood up, obviously coming from that Patriots tree, was kind of went the opposite route and was like, yeah, Bill coached me hard and that's what made me respond and blah blah blah. I guess I'm just curious, like Jeff and Jordan and Keenan, we'll get into it on the show. Do you got to kind of handle some of these younger dudes differently? Because I know there's a difference between being coached hard and being a dick. But Jeff, I'm sure you can attest to this. Like, you and I aren't that far off in age. Like, you're like 7 years older than me, but we know what it's like to get dog walked by a coach, and there was no other way.
I will refer to something I heard Ryan Clark say about Nick Saban, and Jordan and I have talked about it a couple of times. Texas has guys on like this in certain position groups. Ryan Clark said, Nick Saban was just dog cussing him at practice one day when he was at LSU. And he finally asked him, he said, why do you hate me? Like, why are you always on me? He said, when I'm talking to you, I'm talking to the team through you because I know you can handle it. I know you can be coached hard. I can say that to you and it's not going to bother you. I can't say that. I can't talk that way to everybody. So it's not personal. It's just I'm trying to reach everybody through you, because if they see that you can handle it, you can take it, and you keep working hard, then that's how we're building this culture. We talked about a guy, Eric Jordan, I have, like Aaron Bryant, I think is one of those guys, like in the defensive line room, like he's a try hard guy. And I think he could talk, especially, Kenny Baker's different than Bo Davis in terms of that approach, but I think Aaron Bryant is in that room to where he can be that guy that you can coach him hard and you can be really hard on him and he can take it. And they've got different guys at different positions that, I think you just have to be smart when you're building your roster, that when you're starting to look at makeup, you just need to make sure you've got a couple of those guys that without question that they can take hard coaching. So that way you can speak to that position group or that side of the ball or the whole team through them.
Jordan, I don't want to name the coach, but I was talking with the coach, Jeff, who coached on Butch Davis's staff in Miami. And then also has kind of, been around the game, been on some different staffs. And he said to me that the difference between the older generation, like that 90s kind of 2000s generation, maybe even older than that, and like kids now, is that back in the day, like you could tell them something and, player wasn't necessarily going to ask, what's the purpose behind this, right? Whereas now, like that coach said, you can still kind of get after guys, but kids nowadays need to know what's the why behind this before they just go do it. Is that sound about right?
Yeah. I also think like a really big part of college football and coaching and in recruiting that a lot of coaches and staffers are still figuring out is how to actually talk to these players now.
Yeah.
Because, you can't just jokingly F you or whatever now. They might not take it that way and their ass is in the portal, right? Yeah. And then whose fault is that? So different things like that. We have to treat the kids differently now. Yes, they're being lighter on them. That's just how it is. So I think that has changed the sport a lot. And I mean, that flows down into high school too. Like in high school, yes, you're still seeing a lot of coaching. I'm still seeing Claude Mathis yell so much it looks like the veins are going to pop out in his neck. That stuff still goes on. But, I definitely think it's always going to continue to decrease now just because of the way NIL money in the transfer portal has changed college football.
And David Rawls, I would say I don't think it's a soft generation. I just think guys have different life experiences. Like whether you're talking about where, socioeconomic, religion, race, whatever it is, guys just grow up in different parts of the country. And then in a place like Texas, you're bringing them all together. Jordan, I'm not trying to stereotype anybody, but just looking at I'm just looking at the Texas O-line class. I would guess Kyle Flood would have to approach the Coleman brothers, John Mills, and Jackson Christian. You probably got to have 3 different approaches to those guys, because those are 3 very different backgrounds from where those guys are coming from.
Yeah. And I will say, they're not, I wouldn't say they're similar personalities, or, I don't know. I do think Coleman and Christian are going to work very, very well together. The Coleman brothers are very, very, very coachable kids. They're not going to go in the transfer portal if they don't play. They know what the situation is at Texas. They're ready to sit a few years and, get coached up, get ready to play. Same with Jackson Christian. So, and I assume the same for John Mills, but I haven't spent nearly as much time around him. I haven't spent any time around him in person outside of when he walks into Moncrief. But, with the other kids, I've been able to sit with them, talk with them, kind of get to learn them better. So, I think it definitely makes it easier with what you said, kind of coaching those different personalities, if they align with the same thing that, hey, there isn't a guy that stands out here. Go look at the 2023 line class, right? I think Jaden Chapman, Connor Stroh, Kojo, all those guys are very aligned in their thinking that, hey, we're not playing here for a few years. We're going to have to bust our ass and wait. But who is another alignment in that group? Peyton Kirkland. I could have told you back in January of 2023 at the All-American Bowl, Peyton Kirkland would have been going in the portal eventually. It was written all over him because he wanted to come in and play right away. And when you've been doing this for a while, it's a lot easier to tell. There are no Peyton Kirklands in the current O-line class. I will say that. They're all kind of aligned and, they know what the deal is.
I'll get out of here on this, but Eric, I'll leave y'all with this. I think, too, because JW Crunch mentions Coach Royal didn't coach that way back in the 70s. You got to remember, when you're in the era of unlimited scholarships, if you dog cuss guys and guys want to leave, that's fine. We've got plenty of scholarship guys on this team that can step up and take a spot. I think what you said, Eric, you and I are at the tail end of that era where you didn't really question stuff because that's how you were just brought up. Hey, your coach knows best. You listen to your coach. You do what you're told. Now I think it's just the fact that kids are going to question stuff more, number one. But number two, to Jordan's point with the portal, especially college, they got options now. Yeah. Hey, if I don't like it, I don't have to be here. I can jump in the portal and go somewhere else. So it's just, there's so many different dynamics. You can't just say it's soft kids or it's coaches not adapting. There's so many different variables at play. It's college football today it's light years different than it was in the 70s and hell, even like 10 years ago. It's an entirely different game.
Jeff, really quick, I'm glad to get your and Jordan's perspective before you get out of here. This is the direction I'm going to take it in with Keenan, and I think all you guys will appreciate this. At the end of the day, with the Flores thing, and this is where I think it gets interesting with Steve Sarkisian, none of those Belichick dudes ended up working out because they all try to be knockoff Belichick, right? And you took them with grown men are like, yo, who the hell are you talking to?
Tom Herman, Urban Meyer.
Right. It's another one. And that's the direction I want to take it in when Keenan, when we get to our show, is Steve kind of had to – you see a little bit of the Saban in him, but it feels as if it's his own spin and it comes across authentically as opposed to just trying to be Saban.
Yeah.
Jeff.
I like that.
Jeff, have you read Meat on the Hoof? You know about that book?
No, I have not, but I need to.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
That's the Armageddon book, right?
Yeah, it's the one about Texas football it's about Texas football in the 70s and how they basically would they would bring dudes on, a bunch of dudes weren't on scholarship like Jeff was saying, and it was just like the practices were war and just dudes were getting injured left and right, and it was just insane. The culture was crazy. It's just about that culture, and it's a very controversial book in a lot of ways, but pretty fascinating stuff.
Yeah, I think Sark at this point in his career, he's you see different influences, right? Like you see I think Dan Quinn influenced him a lot from his time in Atlanta. You still see some of the Pete Carroll. You do see some of the Saban, but it doesn't come off like Sark is trying to be somebody else. Like you'd be like, okay, this is kind of who Sark is.
Yeah.
So, all right, we have taken up way too much of y'all's time, so we're gonna get out. You guys have a great show. We are passing the baton to false start. For it's only an hour. Jordan and I are going to be back to do it tomorrow.
Yeah, I will say one more thing. Position switches are not a thing anymore because of the transfer portal in NAL, I think, or at least they've significantly decreased. For example, whenever A&M got Keaontay Armstrong to commit, number 3 tight end in the country, 40-something overall player in the nation as well for 2025, I talked to someone I know at A&M, and I'm like, how many tight ends y'all looking at taking after him? They're like, we want 2 more. And I was like, well, why? And they're like, well, our thought process is because Keaontay's he needs a lot of development. Like, he needs a lot of development. He's just a raw freak right now. And they're like, if he's not developing well enough, we're just going to move him to offensive tackle. And I laughed at him. And he was like, why are you laughing? And I'm like, you're not moving shit to offensive tackle. If you move him to offensive tackle, he's moving to the transfer portal. Like that's what's going to happen. He wants to play tight end. That's why his 6'6", 245-pound alien ass is playing tight end and not D end. He wants to score touchdowns. So, yeah. But I'll get out of here. I thought that was another interesting point we left out.
That is interesting.
The position switches, I think, are pretty much done as we know it. So, but I will see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a good one.
Appreciate it, Jordan. Keenan Womack, we are false start. We won't belabor the intro too much. We want to jump right into it. First off, Keenan, I want to definitely get your thoughts on that topic. I know I pitched it to you last night, so I really want to hear your thoughts coming at it from kind of a nuanced perspective, different sport perspective, basketball perspective. But before I do, how's it going, my man? How's your day going? Looks like you're back in the office, but you're giving us at least a different color. So it's not quite good. I'm in a room with padded walls.
It's kind of a room with padded walls. It literally is a room with padded walls. No, I'm doing good, man. Just doing some stand-up tonight and just writing like crazy for all of my beats, Maverick stuff. Just dropped a piece on Klay Thompson this morning. Go check that out on SI. Dropped it on my Twitter about how he brings more than just spot-up shooting to the Mavericks. And really exciting piece. I worked really hard on it. So
the man who is the curator of vibes, but also Mr. 5 lunch breaks. And you can't have 5 lunch breaks if you don't have 5 different jobs. Now, Keenan, dive right into it, man. I wanted to kind of get Jeff and Jordan's take there with them kind of having the recruiting kind of piece of it, but would love your thoughts. You saw the clip yesterday. What kind of goes through your mind when you saw that clip on Tua? Because again, I think it's a really interesting conversation to spin it to a Texas perspective with Steve Sarkisian and kind of his Nick Saban influence, but how he's kind of done it his own way.
Yeah, and Antoine, we'll get to the schedule release in a little bit for sure. We'll definitely talk about that too. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I played organized sports through high school. I was a track athlete. Oh man, we can get into the Josiah Mosley and Liam McNeely recruitment in a minute if you want to. That could take up the whole show. You know, people are motivated different ways. I think Jeff said it right. Like, not everybody's going to have the same motivation as you know. Some guys like to get coached hard. Some guys don't. I am soft, so I don't like to be told I'm garbage all the time. So I respond better to not always positive. Obviously, you need to be coached up and you need to be told what you're doing wrong. But being told you're garbage every day, I don't see how that's really that beneficial. It is to some guys. I just think overall, as a broad generalization, though, like, people are more sensitive, and I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I think people are understanding how they feel now more, and they're doing therapy and they're figuring out, like, you know, how to be happy in their lives. And I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily that people are more susceptible to taking things, you know, being more sensitive. I just don't see that. I don't feel that that's as big of a problem as people make it out to be, as like this new generation is soft. It's like, maybe they're just more in tune with how they feel about things and they don't want to be treated poorly. I don't know. It's just, it's a disconnect between generations. But as far as just coaching goes, like, yeah, you got to get in the guy's ass sometimes. Of course, I'm not saying that you can't do that and that that's not part of it and that you can't cuss a dude out every once in a while. But I'm just saying constant negative reinforcement doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I'm going to run through some of the comments here real quick because they kind of lit up during the crosstalk. Antoine said Tua wouldn't survive in the USMC.
Yeah, that's not that's its own thing for sure. And thank you for your service, Antoine.
Absolutely. Bevo's bodyguard said you have to. David Rawls talked about, you know, soft generation. Never got cussed out more in my life than playing JUCO ball. Maybe stand up for sure. Yeah, David, I can relate there. I mean, playing you know, Division II ball at JU, and you're getting cussed left and right. It makes you you learn something. Naman Roberts said that D'Amico Ryan's a good example. It was hard, but not a prick, right?
Yeah.
I've heard Chip Brown talk about this before. CB talks about that Mac used to be a cusser until Sally Brown told him to lighten up and change
the brakes,
his ways. David Keith Williams said, coaching, just like every other position, requires influence, and people demand wisdom. Every athlete, every person not motivated the same. So I want to stop there with those last two comments and just give you my perspective, right? So like, I am someone who can kind of handle that tough, kind of coaching, right? Like, I don't mind being cussed. I learned pretty quickly early on, like youth football, youth sports. My dad would tell me, don't listen to like the way it's being said. Try to listen to the actual message, and that was kind of what got me through. And I don't necessarily think it makes you soft if you're like Tua and saying, hey, I need some positive reinforcement, this, that, and the other. What I will say is this. I do think everyone is different. For me, I enjoyed that challenge of like, okay, you think I'm crap? You think I'm poop? I'm using a different word. All right, cool. I'm going to show you, right? Like, I'll even use a non-sports example. When I finished playing sports, obviously I played 1 year at JU, then realized, the NFL is looking for D2 linebackers who are 5'9", 220. So probably should make a career out of something. And started doing this. My grad school journalism professor was like, yeah, you're a good reporter, but you write on a third grade level. And I'm like, okay, all right. Like, so I somehow made it to grad school writing on a third grade level. But like, you just take the challenge. It's like, all right, I'm going to show you. And now I can look back at him. And it's not like I'm dunking on dude, but I can look back and be like, all right, well, I guess I'm getting paid a salary to write on a third grade level, right? Like that's the thing where I think, everyone's different. But in the case of Tua, I can understand like quarterback and specificity, I think is a position that you can't coach the same as Flo being a defensive guy, Keenan. Brian Flores coming from that Bill Belichick defensive coaching tree. The way that they coach guys, like you can't coach CJ Stroud. You can't coach your franchise quarterback the way you would coach your linebacker, your defensive tackle. It might not be fair, but even Steve Sarkisian is kind of hitting at it in terms of the way he talks to Quinn and the kind of the rapport they have. He talked about it in his presser earlier this week. That like just that the way they kind of handle each other is different than maybe the way you would handle certain guys, but that just comes with the position as well. Last comment I'll run through really quick before we can transition here is Rob says, agreed, Keenan. It's good that times are changing. The balance between constant beat downs and raising up. So no, most definitely there. So yeah, I just want to dive that really quick. Keenan, I know we're almost at the midway point of the show, but before we let the folks know about passes, I do want to get on the schedule release because we said we're going to talk.
And I can answer his recruiting questions after that too.
Yeah. I said we were going to get this yesterday. We didn't get a chance to do it yesterday, but Texas's schedule, their conference schedule was released yesterday. Games, probably the most notable games are, of course, Rick Barnes. I know CB had kind of speculated about going to Knoxville. No, Rick Barnes will make the trip. His first trip to Moody Center. He has been to the Frank Irwin Center since he was let go, dismissed, but he'll make his first trip to Moody Center. In addition to John Calipari as a high-profile home game here at Texas. High-profile road games. You go to Arkansas, also go to Ole Miss. Chris Beard, your old coach there. So Keenan, what stood out to you when you saw that schedule release for Texas men's basketball in 2024-25?
Yeah, I actually think the most notable game might be at home against Alabama because I think Alabama might have the best roster in the country. Okay. They bring back most of the team that went to the Final Four last year, and then they bring in some serious talent from high school and the portal. They bring in what's his name? Houston Mallett out of Pepperdine. I always mix that up. Pepperdine. They have Jaron Stevenson coming back. They have Mark Sears coming back. They have Grant Nelson coming back. They brought in Cliff Omarui in the portal, who's an excellent center. And then they have, I'm blanking on his name, 5-star small forward. Oh, man, this is driving me crazy. I literally wrote about this guy like 2 weeks ago. But super talented small forward, 5-star out of Prolific Prep, who's going to be a top 15 pick probably in the NBA draft this year. And I just think that game's going to be super important just because it's going to be a real measuring stick. I mean, it's going to be a real indication. It's going to be like the UConn game, kind of, right? Like UConn comes to town before conference play starts, I think on December 8th. And it's just going to be a real measuring stick game because Alabama basketball, we saw what they were able to do last year, and they bring back most of those players and then add to it. And so I'm finding the name of that guy because it's driving me crazy. They lost Rylan Griffin in the portal to Kansas, which I thought was really confusing, but they also bring in Aiden Holloway from Auburn, which is nasty work to transfer from Auburn to Alabama. Darian Reed is the name of the freshman I was thinking about. Darian Reed is like an elite small forward prospect. You can kind of slot in between both forward positions. Jaron Stevenson's this big bouncy, 6'11" rim running type who can block shots and occasionally step out and spread the floor a little bit. Really excited about Alabama. As far as some of these other games go, there's a lot of players I'm interested to see, right? Even at South Carolina.
I was going to say really quick, I want to give you an opportunity to lead into that, right? So I'm going to run down the whole schedule, and then you come back.
Okay, go for it.
I want to give you a natural lead in there. So January 4th is the kickoff at Texas A&M. Two straight home games versus Auburn versus Tennessee. 2 road games at Oklahoma, at Florida. Of course, 2-2 again. So then they'll close out January with games at home against Missouri and then welcoming Texas A&M to Moody Center for the first time. Then you go to Ole Miss, January 20th or 29th, to LSU, home against Arkansas, road against Vandy, and then it goes 2-2, 1-1-1 to close. So versus Alabama versus Kentucky, back-to-back, 2 high-profile games. Of course, Mark Few, right? Someone who's played, someone who's coached. Mark Pope, sorry, I said Mark Few. Mark Pope, thank you. He's coached against Texas many times, or coached last year, I should say, at BYU. Certainly familiar with Moody Center. Then they go to South Carolina, to Arkansas, close with home versus Georgia, at Mississippi State, and then home against Oklahoma. Keenan, players in that group that you are looking forward to seeing. Have at it.
Yeah, for sure. So it'll be some road, some home, but Auburn really really interested to see how they handle Jim on the inside. Janai Broom is a probable first-team All-American, big center, 6'11", 240, just banger inside. So I think it'll be a good test for Texas interior presence. Like, can they handle a guy like Janai Broom? Tennessee will be interesting. They got Felix Okpara out of Ohio State, and that's a truly impressive player as well after losing Jonas Adu to Arkansas in the transfer portal. Oklahoma's not going to be great. They have Jeremiah Fears, who's a true freshman 4 or 5 star, depending on your site. Pretty talented player. But I don't think he's going to raise the profile of the team to where they're going to be really anything Texas needs to worry about. At Florida is going to be interesting because they have Micah Handlogton. They have Ruben Chinleu from Washington State transfer. I like what they have. They did lose, what's his name, the guard to Kansas, Riley Kugel, but Kugel was really inefficient last year, so that might be maybe a little bit of addition by subtraction. Missouri lost every conference game they played last year, but they are bringing in some talent this year. Anor Bodang, actually from Arkansas, from Arkansas, the state of Arkansas. He didn't transfer from Arkansas. He's a high school player. Get A&M at home. Then at Ole Miss, I think Ole Miss is going to be pretty good this year. They got some real talent, Michael Brown-Jones, and they lost Jamarian Sharp, but I don't know how good Sharp really was. I think he was just really tall. One of those situations. At LSU is interesting, but Arkansas is there's so much NBA talent on that Arkansas team, man. You got Boogie Fland, who's a freshman out of high school. He's a truly freakish shooter. He's about 6'2", 6'3". So he's a little undersized to play off guard, but he's good enough to play off guard. He's going to play some off guard. And he's going to be playing with Nelly Davis from Florida Atlantic, big guard. He's 6'6".
Really good player. Sorry, I just
he's my alley. Yeah, he's averaged 18 points a game last year or something. Helped lead Florida Atlantic to the Final freaking Four a couple of years ago. So impressive run from him. They also have guys like, Jonas Adu, who I mentioned earlier, is a Tennessee transfer. He's really good. All of the Kentucky transfers, Adu Thiero, Ivisic, and DJ Wagner are all on that team as well. That's going to be a really solid team. I think it'll be better than some of the Kentucky teams they've had in the past, just because they have some seniors on that team who can play and have won games, at other schools like Nelly Davis. Vanderbilt's kind of a wash. They're not going to be that great. I already talked about Alabama. Kentucky's interesting. They have Brandon Garrison, who I think will be an interesting matchup for the Longhorns, who is a guy who was a Texas target actually out of Oklahoma State. Ended up going to play for Mark Pope at Kentucky. They have Colby Ray, who's arguably the best shooter in college basketball this year, just a spot up 3-point guy, shot like 46% from three last year, like truly a sniper. South Carolina's interesting too, because they have Colin Murray Boyles, who's a guy that I've written about really recently. I wrote about him for SI. Actually, you can go find that piece he's an elite defensive big. He's a big, technically. He's 6'7", but he plays like a freaking center. Just elite defensive instincts, really high level of production and not a ton of minutes, really efficient. So he can't shoot at all, but hopefully that's been remedied. And then the last one I'll really talk about is Georgia. I'm really interested in Georgia this year. I think they're going to be much better than they have been in the past few years. They got Mike White, the head coach at Florida. This is his second year, I believe, but he's recruiting like an animal out there. He just got Asa Newell, who is a freak of nature, top 10 pick in this draft, like power forward, super efficient, blocks shots, runs the floor. He can spread the floor a little bit. He was the defensive player of the tournament in the FIBA under 20 last year. So this guy can really play. And then Mississippi State and OU to close out the year. You should win both of those games. Mississippi State, I like their coach a lot. I think Jans is a great coach. I just don't know that they have the talent to compete right now. And then OU feels like a sinking ship in basketball. It really does. So tough schedule, but really excited to see some of these games. Really excited to see Texas battle against these elite prospects from other schools that are big NBA guys,
Keenan, really quick, did Porter Moser get fired at OU? Is he still there?
No, he's still there.
Remember the stretch, like that was
the DePaul stretch, yeah.
Leading into coming out of the Texas game where it looked like he was going to be done. Damn, I'm surprised Porter Moser is still there.
I think this is probably it for him. This is probably his last run at OU, unless they do something crazy. I would expect that they will move on from him this year.
Going to the comments here really quick, Coach 420, just piggybacking off our early conversation, says he always tells the players, hear the message and not the tone of the voice. No doubt there. CB wants to know, does Tennessee have a cold white dude like last year? It's Tennessee. I'm sure they'll find one.
Yeah.
Even Dalton Connect came out of nowhere there. Keenan, of the schedule, of course, you are, the basketball aficionado, although both of us cover the Horns basketball. I will certainly defer to you in terms of basketball knowledge. When you take a look at that schedule, just gut visceral reaction for fans, listeners, how should Texas fare in the league given the roster they've assembled? And it doesn't have to be a number of wins. I'm just saying, how should they fare?
The perimeter scoring looks elite. They have a ton of dudes who can shoot the ball. They have a ton of dudes who can hit free throws. My concern a little bit is that they run a lot of horn sets, which is like high post stuff, like double post. And some of the guys they brought in, like Tremont Mark, for example, operates in that high post area. So I'm interested to see how the spacing works out. The main concern is definitely on the glass, right? Like they lose Dylan Mitchell, who's probably their best rebounder last year. Caden Shedrick was not a good rebounder last year, averaged about 3 per game at 6'11". But from what I'm hearing in camp, he looks great. He's healthy again. And he played every game last year. Like people forget that. People assume like he missed a bunch. He didn't miss a bunch of games. He just was unable to be super physical, which is required for that position. So he's the only real 5. I think the key for this team is going to be preventing second chance opportunities for other teams. That's what worries me about the Auburns, the Tennessees, the Arkansas of the world, who have these big centers who can bang in the post. Even Georgia to an extent with Asa Newell has that. So that is a bit concerning to me. But other than that, they should be pretty good. They're definitely much better roster than they had last year, but the league is arguably, I would say this year's SEC is maybe comparable to last year's Big 12, although I think this year's Big 12 is better than last year's Big 12 also because of the additions of Arizona. And I think BYU is going to be awesome this year too. So, I mean, I guess BYU was in the league last year, but BYU looks a lot better this year too. I don't know. I think they'll probably finish 6th in the SEC and get like a national 5 seed, something like that. That would be my prediction. The ceiling is higher than that, but The interior does concern me a bit, but I really like the creation on the outside, and the perimeter scoring looks like very legitimate to me.
Keenan, I may have made a face when you said Caden Shedrick played in every game last year. I'm like, wait a minute. I covered that team last year. Wait, is that true? Caden Shedrick actually played in 32 or 34 games, and he may have
34,
been. Yeah, there may have been 2 games. I thought there were 2 games that he was completely out to injury, but they may have been DMP CDs. So
no, you may be right. Yeah, I mean, he played
the majority.
So he played over 90% of his games.
Yeah, But to your point, no, Shedrick was available for most of the year. Obviously, was banged up, couldn't get off the ground, so that certainly affected him on the board. But no, definitely wanted your perspective there. And my quick take is, I'm with you. I do think kind of that 5-6-ish range is probably where Texas lands. I think ideally, if they can be a top 5 team in the SEC, that would be ideal. And again, with some of the shuffling going on, Calipari leaving and kind of course, maybe like a Florida makes a next step, right? Because like you said, Mike White is recruited really well there at Florida. We'll see what happens. But no, I do think it's interesting taking a look at that schedule and just some of the marquee events, again, that you will get at Moody Center. Keenan, you got something really quick or?
Yeah, I wanted to add one thing about Antoine asked about the Josiah Mosley recruitment. And basically, Texas just got on it too late. Like Villanova was there before them, and I think he stuck with Villanova for that reason. Josiah Mosley, for those who don't know, is a Stony Point player, which is I think it's like Pflugerville, North Austin. Big, kind of wing type forward, more of a forward, I guess. And he would have been a good fit on this team, I think. It would have been helpful. But, yeah, they were just too late. As far as the Liam McNeely recruitment, that was just an insane all-around. He was just flying through options. And there was just apparently a disagreement about his role and about whether he was a one-and-done or not. And now it looks like he's down to be a one-and-done. I don't know who stood on which side there, but that's what I heard about the Liam McNeely recruitment, is that it was just kind of a disagreement in role and how he would be used on the team.
Keenan, back to Texas football. Definitely want to play some sound coming out of yesterday's player availability. Then also talk about some of the early projections that have Texas making the CFP. One of them has Texas making the college football playoff. One of them does not. They have a Central Texas team making the CFP, but is not the Longhorns. We'll come to that in a second, but I want to give Keenan an opportunity to talk about passes. Keenan, would you like to tell the folks about passes?
We're proud to announce a partnership with Passes. What is Passes, you ask? Good question, audience. Passes is a content creator company that the Texas One Fund has partnered with. It's the first ever NIL collective on the platform. 40 of the top University of Texas athletes across football, basketball, both men's and women's, softball, volleyball, baseball, and Olympics are on Passes. These athletes showcase exclusive fan offerings, behind-the-scenes access, engaging Q&A sessions, memorabilia and merchandise, and captivating day-in-the-life content. Through these avenues, fans have the opportunity to connect with their favorite athletes on a more personal level than ever before, gaining insights into their lives as Texas Longhorns, both on and off the field. Passes is revolutionizing the way NIL athletes can engage with you, the fan. Head to passes.com to sign up and get closer to the game than ever before. Passes is also the best place to donate and support the Longhorns. You can subscribe and donate to the Texas One Fund to get access to tailgate parties, meet and greets, signed memorabilia, VIP experiences, and athlete spotlight access as well. Once again, passes.com is the site to go to. Check it out.
All right. Rob says it's time to keep it updated. Add read on pass.
You don't like my dramatic reading of the same thing every day?
Listen, the shout out to the folks at Passes for keeping us afloat here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. CB says, speaking of NIL, John T. Cook just signed with Pete's. That's
hard. That's super hard.
Deal there. Keenan, we've talked a lot about Silas Bolden on the show. I want you to hear from Manny Muhammad. You'll get a little bit of him on Silas Bolden, just about 50 seconds. His availability yesterday, I should say. Here is Malik Muhammad.
Having a pass rush that could get to the quarterback, make your life a little bit easier there.
I mean, yeah, with the guys we brought in, like Trey Moore and Colin Simmons. We got Barron. We got Ethan Burke, Binkley. Those guys have been doing a great job getting to the football, and I actually have felt that in these past scrimmages.
What are you seeing from Gavin Holmes?
Gavin Holmes, man, that's my dog. Gav been doing great, and I'm ready. I'm ready to see what he do come August 31st.
We hear so much about Silas Bolden. Can you just give us a breakdown on how good he is when you see him out there?
You better not miss. He got jets. He will go to the house. You better.
Keenan, there was the sound on Silas Bolden from Manny Muhammad. First off, before I get to the Gavin Holmes, I want to dive into that for a quick minute. What were your thoughts when you heard him asked about Silas Bolden? He said, "Bet not miss," because he got jets and the house on.
You come at the king, you best not miss, brother. That's an exciting thing to hear, man. I mean, it's not surprising. We've seen what Silas Bolden can do in space. I mean, he's a true freak athlete. The Beaver joystick is like one of my favorite nicknames I've ever heard. Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that he's one of those one cut and just go type of receivers. Like when he gets the ball, he makes one move and then he could be gone. You have to have a guy like that so you can get downfield and what's the term? Stretch the field, I guess. Yeah. You have to have a guy who can do that. And he's that guy. You know, you had Xavier Worthy the last 3 years, and that's a luxury. People do not realize how freaking important Xavier. I mean, some people do, but some people don't realize just how damn important Xavier Worthy was to this team last year and the last 3 years, because he really was so important to them. Even in that 5 and 7 year, he was probably their best player on offense as a true freshman, right? Like he had 8 or 9 touchdowns as a true freshman. So truly, like a very important role to play. And it's nice that he has experience. He's not a green guy, right? Like he's been playing for a long time in college football. He's a senior, right? Silas Bolden? Yes. So he's a senior. So he's been playing for a while. He has the experience. He knows how to play. He's probably played in big games. I mean, he's played against Oregon, the Civil War, which is, again, one of the best names for any rivalry, the Civil War in Oregon. So he's played in these big games. He's played at Autzen Stadium. He's not going to be nervous. He's going to be ready to play. He's going to be ready to go at a very important role.
Going to go to CB's comment here. He talks about Sark liking those small, fast receivers, complete opposite of the previous regime. Well, it's interesting you mentioned the previous regime, CB, because Chip Brown, the complete opposite of Chris Brown.
Different person. Much different person.
Chip Brown asked Steve Sarkisian if he felt that he could shuffle out receivers 3 at a time. And Sark said, absolutely, like undoubtedly. I know that was a staple of the Tom Herman era where you would get bunches of receivers at a time. So look for that. Keenan, what I heard from Manny Muhammad as far as the defensive side, him talking about Gavin Holmes, saying he's having a great camp. That's a guy who I'll admit we've talked about in the offseason. I thought that Javion Cole would come in and take that corner spot opposite Manny Muhammad. It looks as if it could be Gavin Holmes. And again, nothing wrong with that. Gavin was a really good player at Wake Forest in 2022. 2023, he wasn't asked to do as much, Keenan. He wasn't a number 1 corner. He was actually probably close to number 4 corner for Texas last year, but played well with the snaps that he had. A guy who runs legit 4.3 speed, 6 foot, about $185. So good size there as well. That's encouraging to me just because in the secondary, we know the challenges the secondary is facing coming off of last year and what they will face this year. Can't have enough cornerbacks, Keenan. So that one stood out to me. The other piece of sound that I want to get to really quick before we got a couple more things we want to get to before we get out of here. Keenan, probably the dumbest controversy of the offseason in my mind was around Vernon Broughton getting married and missing the spring game.
Dumber than Quinn Ewers versus Arch?
Well, yeah. Quinn Ewers versus Arch is a controversy to everyone outside of Austin. There were some media folk inside Austin who were wondering, how could he get married and miss his 5th spring game? How could he? How?
Ridiculous.
Well, there's a very simple answer to that, and I'm going to let you hear it from Vern Broughton coming up here right now. Here is Texas senior defensive tackle Vernon Broughton talking about getting married this offseason.
What are you seeing?
Vernon, did you get
What are you
married
seeing from
in the
Anthony?
spring?
Yes, I did. To my
Is that why you weren't in the spring game?
Yes, I did. I got married in Dallas, Texas to my beautiful wife, Camille Broughton, which I love dearly, but yes.
Talk about what kind of went into that decision. I know that was kind of one of the big
Yes.
talking points around the
Yeah, so
congratulations.
Appreciate it. Before spring, I was planning to get married to my beautiful wife, Camille, after the spring game, but 2 months in advance before they announced the spring game, we didn't obviously I didn't know, but we was planning on to have the wedding after the spring game then, but yeah, so which is good, which is crazy, but
That was a business decision. Right?
yeah, exactly. And yeah, she's gonna kick my butt if I went to that spring game, so yeah.
You already know.
Keenan, you heard it from the man himself, Vern Broughton. Let's just put that one to bed. Now that you've heard it from himself, with the line that I thought got a laugh out of everyone. She's going to kick my butt if I went to that spring game. Final thoughts. We can put the cap on what was really a dumb controversy over the summer.
Yeah, look, weddings are more important than spring games, brother. I think we can agree on that one. And I mean, he seems like such a good guy. He seems like such a funny dude. So I mean, yeah, he got married. He's a grown man. He can make his grown man decisions. You know, is he a graduate? Is he a graduate student? Or he's a senior or graduate student? I can't remember, but yeah. So I mean, he can make grown man decisions at that age, and he did. And what I would say is the right decision would be to go to your wedding and not go to the spring game. So I think controversy has been put to bed there. Good for him. Congrats on getting married, man. And hell yeah, man. Keep doing it.
Couple of comments here talking about rivalries. Jake Bayless saying that they'll never not get him to call it the Civil War or the Red River Shootout. I learned that pretty quickly, Keenan, because I was calling it the Red River Rivalry because that's just what I had seen, right? I didn't know any better.
Shootout, baby.
Put me up on game very quickly. It is indeed a shootout. Jack Burton says, Jake, I am with you on that. CB, that's one that being a Floridian, I miss, right? I don't know if you know about the controversy behind that one, Keenan. You know, the world's largest.
Not the controversy, no.
Well, yeah, basically because of largest outdoor cocktail party, they wanted to not call it that anymore. They being some people around the game, just because they felt like it's promoting drinking. So they kind of
college football is promoting drinking like this. Come on.
I was gonna say, you didn't think the big Bud Light banner inside of Alltel Stadium or whatever the stadium is called there in Jacksonville isn't promoting drinking. I don't think calling it the world's largest outdoor cocktail party is promoting bad behavior. So yeah, one, like how you guys here are married to Red River Shootout, Florida, Georgia is the world's largest outdoor cocktail.
And real quick, the best one might be BYU Utah, the Holy War.
I didn't even know that's what
the Holy War is what they call that game. It's awesome.
Keenan, want to get into a couple CFP predictions. I'm going to start with the hot take. All right. I sent you these pre-show. Brett McMurphy of the Action Network does not have the Longhorns making the college football playoff. Here are the teams he has in week 0 preseason predictions. Oregon as his number 1 seed. And I'm just in sequential order. He has Oregon, Alabama, Miami winning the ACC at number 3. That would be interesting to say the least.
Yeah.
Speaking of Utah, yes, Utah winning the Big 12, Ohio State in the Big 10, Georgia as the second team out of the SEC. Yes, Ole Miss and LSU, 4 teams out of the SEC, none of them being the Texas Longhorns, making the CFP. Penn State, Virginia Tech, Iowa, and that team in Central Texas, Keenan, who he believes makes a college football playoff, the Fighting Jeff House. Texas State is his group of 5 representative. Keenan, your thoughts?
Me and Joe talked about this because I wanted his take on Texas State being the representative from the G5, basically. And he said he doesn't think – he's like, I like what GJ Kinney's doing, but I just don't see that being super likely. He thinks it'll be Memphis. He said Memphis is his pick, or Boise State, which are, I guess – 2 of the more common picks, but I mean, he would know. He's literally like a a G5 guy. That's his whole thing. So, yeah, that's some weird. I think the biggest head scratcher might be Virginia Tech, right? Like, I mean, Kyron Drones is really good, but I mean, has Virginia Tech been super competitive for the last 5-6 years? I mean, it would be surprising if they made the playoff. I feel like, you know, I mean, obviously, if you have 4 SEC teams make it, you feel like Texas would be one of them, but. You know, I mean, I went into the take thinking like this is completely insane, and Joe kind of directed me in more of a it's not quite as crazy as you think it is, some of these teams being in there, but like it is kind of weird that they left Texas out. So I think it's pretty crazy, but you know more about football than me, so that would be my take. There's some kind of weird teams in there. I mean, Iowa's defense looks great this year. They just got a big commit, actually, a big 4-star commit, so but their offense they got a new OC, right? Iowa, I believe they got a new OC, right? Yeah. So maybe that'll help, but I mean, who knows?
Keenan, I was trying to think of something punchy, but I don't have anything. I will grow a full like ZZ Top beard if Virginia Tech makes the college football playoff before Texas this season. That would require, you know, Charles Wright to come back on the roster and be the quarterback for 17 games in my mind. So
shouts out Charles Wright, Austin High.
There's my thoughts there. Here's ESPN, what they have. Their analysts. They have, in terms of first round matchups, they have Boise State at Oregon. And so it's two different writers who are saying this. First writer is Boise State at Oregon, Clemson at Alabama, Arizona at Texas. So Dwayne Akina will be making his way back to the 40 acres. And then Penn State at Notre Dame. Mark Schlabach has Memphis as the Group of 5 representative at Oregon for the 12-5 matchup. He has Lane Kiffin coming to Texas to face the Longhorns in an 11-6 matchup. Miami as a 10 seed facing Penn State, and then Notre Dame at Alabama. So that's their first round matchup. So they have Texas making the CFP, one as a 6 seed, one as a 5 seed, just outside of that group, who will earn a bye. And CB's comment, yes, if you go to Action Network, he has Texas in the Cheez-It Bowl in Orlando, Florida, which I obviously would not be opposed to a trip to the Sunshine State. But yeah, I don't think anyone's trying to be in the Cheez-It Bowl. Keenan, your thoughts there? Again, you know, I won't hold you to a season prediction just yet. We can probably do that right before week 1. But how would you feel as a Longhorn fan if Texas were hosting a first round game as a 5 or 6 seed, which would mean that in essence, you're probably looking at a 9-win year, more or less, for Texas if they're a 5 or 6 seed hosting a first round game?
I think that's a successful. I think it would require what would that be 2 losses or 3 losses?
3. If it's 9, it'd be three regular season losses.
I feel like,
or I guess in theory,
I feel like it'd be 2 losses if you're a 6 seed, right?
Well, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. If Texas is a 5, right, then you're probably having the winner of the SEC, which is probably a 1-loss team, and then the runner-up of the SEC title game, right, which is probably a 2-loss team.
Oh,
so that's where I'm looking at it. Now, again, I could be wrong. It could be Texas as a 10-2 team, and then they lose the SEC title, and then they could be a 5 seed, right? So there's different variations, but that's how I see it. So.
Yeah, I mean, if you're hosting a playoff game, I think you're good. If you have a shot to win the national championship in the postseason, I think that's all you can really ask for, because it's a lot to ask to walk into the SEC and win it your first year. It just is. I know that Texas has a favorable schedule. They have a great team. I get it. But, like, if you're complaining when they get a 6 seed, it's like you must have not been watching the last 15 years, because, like, you would have killed to be the 6th overall team in the country in the postseason. Would have killed for it. So, yeah, I think that's a successful season. I don't see how it can't be. You know, I mean, obviously you want to win that home game, especially if you, man, if you get Ole Miss, that's going to be a hell of a game, dude. That's going to be a freaking war, dude. I would be so excited for that, because I think that Ole Miss team is I don't think they're going to be an 11 seed. I think they're going to be better than that. I think Ole Miss could compete for a national title this year. I really do. But man, that'd be an awesome matchup, wouldn't it?
Ole Miss coming to Texas. Keenan, I might have to stop by the tailgate because I feel like there'd be a lot of heat out there at the tailgate.
Yeah, you'd be right.
A lot.
You'd be right about that, brother.
A lot of heat, sir, would be at the tailgate. Keenan might have to, carry your boy, nudge your boy to the press box. Like, listen, it's time to go.
Yeah, I have to wear blinders.
Right. Yeah, Keenan will have the blinders on. I will not have the blinders on at the Ole Miss Texas tailgate. I mean, I could do 5 minutes. The Grove is a place that I've wanted to get to and I've never been. My only beef with the Grove is this, right? And this is kind of my beef, Keenan. We can close the show on this. We got 60 seconds and we'll let the guys come in.
Yeah.
I feel like at the University of Texas, you would be better equipped to say this than I. You get a little bit of diversity within the heat. At Ole Miss, it's one kind of heat, baby. Just like Arizona State. Just like Arizona State. It's one kind of heat. It's one.
Yeah. You'd be right about that.
It's heat. It's heat. But it's.
I can confirm that for you. Having been in the Greek system, it's all. It is. You're right about that.
It's one kind of heat.
That's why with the Ole Miss dudes, like 2012, Ole Miss came to Texas, or 2013, or some year, and we partied with those dudes. And it's exactly what you'd expect.
That's why, like, my ideal, campus when I was a student would have been like a San Jose State, right, or like a Miami, or
UCLA.
We mixing it up. Georgia Tech. Like we getting a mix of heat, whereas at Ole Miss, I feel like you're only getting one kind of.
That is true. It is one brand for sure.
It's one brand. Nothing wrong with it. But one kind of heat. Rob, as we wait for Chip and Zay to hop on here, Rob says SI has Texas at number 3 in their initial power rankings. UT Parking. Keenan, I'm going to let you go after I get these last 2 comments.
Yeah.
Back to work. UT Parking says Iowa, Kansas, and Miami all have easy schedules. And Jake Bayless says there's a Dr. Umar. Dr. Umar ain't got nothing to do with me. All right. Dr. Umar can do all he wants to over there. I'm going to enjoy different types of heat. All right. Dr. Umar want to be all self-righteous. That's a Dr. Umar problem. Nevertheless, that's probably an audience of 3 who get that reference. Nevertheless, we're going to get out of here. Let Keenan get back to work. Chip Brown, Zay Collier, they are heading to Vegas. Let's bring them in. I know Chip Brown is heading to Vegas today. Fellas, what is going on? We getting fired up? We getting fired up here? How we doing, fellas?
Getting fired up, baby. Getting fired up. Going to the city of lost wages, baby.
Yeah. E. Henry, you want to Venmo me any paper so I can throw that on roulette? Because I win, you win. You know what I'm saying? I break you off what, you're supposed to be owed. But just because I feel bad you not making it, love to party with you. You're my guy. But, if you want to Venmo me some bread, your boy could go and, blow in a way.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Be my guest, man.
Listen, Zay. I'm a team player, all right? Unlike Brad Kellner, who did not extend the invite to your boy, I'm a team player, all right? So, Zay, if you win, we win. So, you know what I'm saying? I might drop you a little 50 stack right there, give you a chance to just, see what's up. I might drop you a little something. We'll see.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. I won't share any with BK. Just because to honor you, he screwed you over a little bit. But, that's my man too. But, hey, I got you on that Dr. Umar reference. I feel you. Don't let Dr. Umar mess your mind up, man.
Yeah.
Do not enjoy what's going on, especially here in Austin, Texas, man. You the new guy. You got a different advantage, bro.
We're gonna enjoy the hand that has been dealt to us, keeping the team. So with that, Chip Brown, Zay Collier, someone's got to hold down the fort here and cover the horns. I'm more than happy to do so. Chip, I expect you to come back looking a little bit tanner because I know you. When you came back from Florida, my guy had a tan, so we will see what's up with Chip Brown.
Did.
Back, Zay Collier, fellas, y'all have a great show.
E. Henry, you're the man.
My man, E. Henry, appreciate you.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, Happiness is a choice. Don't ever forget that, folks. No matter how bad it's getting, it's all about how we look at things, how we respond. Happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay holding it down in the midday from 1 to about 2:30 today. Then your boys are going to head off to Austin Bergstrom Airport, jump on a flight to Las Vegas, where we hope you'll join us. And here's why we're going. It's the Circa Resort, and your chance to win millions. You got to make your initial bet at the Circa Resort in Las Vegas.
Biggest pro football contests in Vegas are back. Circa Survivor and Circa Million are now up to a record $16 million in guaranteed prizes. 2 ways to win and no rake. Circa Survivor contestants select one team each week with no point spread. Last the longest to win it all with $10 million guaranteed. In Circa Million, make 5 picks against the spread each week for your share of $6 million guaranteed through quarterly and full season payouts. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. Visit circasports.com for details.
That's right. Enter at the Circa Resort. Play from the comfort of your own home. But that's why we're heading out there. Everybody's getting ready for the football season. No time like the present to grab a cheap flight to Vegas and bet on yourself. If you play the NFL Survivor game where you're picking a team to win each week, can't use the same team twice, or if you think you can pick games, 5 games against the spread every week for a chance to win millions, get in there, do it. Zay, I'm excited, and of course, I should mention, please, if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, pay close attention to all these names around our faces. These are our incredible sponsors. They make it possible for us to broadcast to you each and every weekday from 1 to 3. 34 Wine and Spirits. Yes, that 34. Ricky Williams. Passes.com. Passes.com. This is the cool new creator content platform that allows you to interact, not just send a DM and hope. Directly interact with your favorite athletes, celebrities, including 40 of your favorite Texas Longhorn athletes: Quinn Ewers, Anthony Hill, Ryan Wingo, Maddie Skinner, Rory Harmon. The list goes on, and the Texas One Fund. So if you want to make a contribution to the Texas One Fund, but you want to get a little something in return, go to passes.com. Texas One Fund's account. They've got cool VIP tailgate, party access, signed memorabilia. Passes.com. Check it out. It's super cool. And there is a Texas Sports Unfiltered account on Passes. Make sure you check that out as well. And Cover 3, your headquarters for the football season. Great food, great place to hang with your buddies, watch your favorite teams. And of course, AV consultations. Get that big screen now before the football season. Just call 255-8678. And the Brain Vault mouth guard. Just go to brainvault.com to set up a fitting. Proven, patented to reduce the effects of concussion. All right, Zay, let's get into it, my man. We are T-minus 10 days to the start of the Texas football season. We are Vince Young days from the beginning of the Texas football season. Are you going to lay down a wager, a season wager on the Texas Longhorns or any other team, the Detroit Lions? We're going to talk to John Brown at 1:30 today.
There we go. I see you got that Honolulu blue on. I was like, okay, he rocking it on the plane. He's got to represent. Now knowing that John's about to be on, very excited about that. That is good stuff. But I don't know if I'm feeling froggy, if I'm feeling risky, if you will. You know, if the mood of Vegas.
If you're feeling dangerous?
Yeah. If the mood of Vegas makes me feel a little dangerous or something, I might lay something down. We'll see. You know, it's a good time that we're there, like a good length. Not too long, not too short. We're going to be able to rock it and have a good time, but we're also working. This is a work trip. We do have shows tomorrow. We'll be going on at 1 our time here, but yeah,
we'll be broadcasting at our normal time, 1:00 Central tomorrow, Friday, from Vegas.
Yeah, excited about that, but I don't know. We'll see. As the folks know who listened to us yesterday, I got the Horns going 9-3 this season. Don't feel good about it. Don't like myself about it. It's tough to look in the mirror and feel good about that pick because I want them to be undefeated. The fan in me is saying, no, this team's going undefeated. They got everything. But just trying to be as realistic as possible. I think it's going to be an absolute gauntlet. And, I might put something down. We'll see. Look at you, man, trying to put some peer pressure on me. What are you doing?
Well, I'm just
the opposite.
I mean, if you feel some kind of way, maybe you think my Lions are going to win the NFC North. I mean, it doesn't have to be the Longhorns. It could be something else. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. Either way, it's a little peer pressure, but it's okay.
People want to know if you're bringing the neck pillow.
No, I'm an interesting flyer, man. Like, it's easy for me to sleep on road trips, whether that's in the car or in the air. Like, I could take a good nap, and the neck pillow, isn't necessary. Like, the neck pillow was only around because of what I had to do as a producer on the other station. There's a lot of looking up and stuff, and your boy put in a lot of hours during that time, so the neck could get stiff. So I had something to lean my neck, my neck on and be comfortable and do a show. And thankfully enough, I had a lot of cool people that I worked with that thought it was a little off, but accepted it, embraced it, and so did the people like my man CB. So the neck pillow will always be a part of me, but, it's kind of like LeBron and the headband. You don't see him wearing the headband anymore. It's kind of like that. I've outgrown the neck pillow.
Okay.
It might come back, though. Who knows?
Hey,
I might have horrible neck problems in the future. It might be very much.
Hopefully not. How about Coach 420?
Yo, Coach 420. Talk about peer pressure. He's been trying to get me loose for a minute now.
Just eat half an edible. Don't eat the whole thing at once.
I appreciate that, man.
Thank you, Coach 420.
Coach 420 is my man. He's been a terrific listener for a year now, basically. Yo, it's like our year anniversary was this weekend. Did you know that? Chris Bennett reminded us.
How about that?
Reminded me, yeah. Happy 1 year, my man. It's been a good year.
1 year.
Yeah, it's been a good year. I didn't even realize that. Don't tell my wife, not the best at anniversaries. Like, thankfully enough, we have a calendar that she creates to where when things come up, I can get like a head start and look ahead if I'm smart, and get an advantage. But, this has been a good year.
Yeah, man.
I heard about things to come.
Cheers,
man. Yeah.
To my man Zay, Chip and Zay. Come on, man.
Yeah, man. Perfect time to celebrate going to Vegas.
I mean, is it coincidence that our first year on the air, Texas wins a conference championship and goes to its first college football playoff?
I don't think so.
Is it coincidence that our first year on the air, the Detroit Lions win their first division title in 30?
All right, you have me with Texas now. I feel you. I like that. I like that good mojo. I'm glad your Lions, your Lions. I don't know when we're going to talk NFL. We'll talk it when it comes up. We're on our college football itch right now. But, yeah, man, it's been a good year. I'm glad that your Lions are, I wouldn't say back because they've never really been there. This is it. This is really all I know.
That might have been it. I hope not.
That might have been it. I don't want to jinx them. This first place schedule's coming up, and, it's going to get real. But overall, why not them?
I mean, my man Bobby Lane, Longhorn,
Wow, look at that helmet.
He put the jinx on him for 50 years, and we're in year 64 of the 50-year jinx. My man, Bobby Lane. I'm fascinated by Bobby Lane, the last quarterback to lead the Lions to a world championship.
They didn't even call it Super Bowl.
No, back then. That was 57. It didn't become the Super Bowl until 60.
That's nasty work, man.
Okay, so Ike says we need to go to Bizarre Meats in Vegas. I should probably write that down because I will surely forget it. All right, what can you tell us, Ike, about Bizarre Meats?
Yeah, because it's Vegas, so this sounds a little questionable. Like, because he might not be talking about food, so this is Vegas now. Let's just keep it a buck here. But yeah, I know Vegas is known for their eatery.
It could be some exotic game or something like that. So yeah. Well, let's get into a little bit of Texas talk before we bring on our man John Brown, father of Amon-Ra St. Brown, Equinemius St. Brown, Osiris St. Brown, 3 5-star wide receiver sons, of course, Amon-Ra, signing the big off-season contract with the Lions. We will check in with John Brown and Equinemius with a new team, the New Orleans Saints. We'll find out how that's going and just how things have changed.
Yeah, with that Amon-Ra contract, I'm expecting if John's in the car, it'd be a new car. You know what I'm saying? You got to break Pops off something. And John, he's smart about his sons and how they keep their money because he's seen a lot of these athletes go broke and blow it on just ridiculous things that you don't need. So I'm sure he probably did everything he could to probably turn down some things that Amon-Ra was willing to throw at him with this new contract. But yeah, John, hopefully he's enjoying the fruits of his labor because he's a big part of that success that Amon-Ra's having with how he drove all of his kids. And some people might not agree with it, but it worked. Dang it. It worked. Like, it's to the full. Dude was first team All-Pro and got paid over $30 million a year. So, yeah, it's to say that this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. No, you don't know what you're talking about. John Brown, he did that. So I hope he's enjoying all of it and embracing all of it and living in the moment.
And I love John's story. I love that he was a kid in Compton who was discovered walking around in a tank top by a weightlifter who said, dude, you've got the frame to be a big time professional weightlifter. And John Brown was like, really? And then became Mr. Universe twice. And of course, married, his wife, Miriam, who's amazing. She's German. Of course, John's bodybuilding career was predominantly in Europe. They met. Their kids are all trilingual. They speak German, French, and English. They took the SAT in all 3 languages. John is all about education. Both parents are, and the kids are amazing. So we always love checking in with our man, John Brown, who I've been talking to since 2016. Almost 10 years. So love catching up with John. Okay, so Zay, we got some stuff to talk about. I just want to say the top 22, the Texas top 22 came to an end today. The top 22 players on the Texas Longhorns roster. We've been counting it down over at horns247.com. And today we got to number 1. Any guesses?
Oh, gosh. Who could it be? Probably that big old left tackle that's most likely going to go top 10 in 2025 NFL draft.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
Kelvin Banks, number 1 on that Texas top 22. And I love talking about Kelvin Banks because the kid is so under the radar from a personality standpoint. He's all work, all grind, but he's got a great smile. He's very pleasant to talk to. But everyone's been telling him, "Oh, you're a 3-and-done player." And he's like, "Oh man, I'm just trying to work on my game today." After that OU game where they didn't get into the end zone after having 1st and goal from the 1, he was pissed. And he said, "You got to take that personally." And they didn't run those plays to his side. Maybe they should have. They were running them to the right side. But anyway, he brings guys along with him. I've told this story, but it's one of my favorites. In high school at Cedar Creek down near Houston, they had a good team, but they had a young guy on the offensive line who wasn't real confident. And Kelvin Banks would meet that kid for lunch in the coach's office every day in the fall to build him up, teach him, talk to him, because Kelvin Banks wanted the team to go far in the playoffs. And they made the playoffs. They won a couple games, but he's that kind of guy. Like, he sacrificed his lunch to go eat lunch with the kid that he needed to help bring along in that you're only as good as your weakest link type of way. No one told him to do it. The coach didn't tell him to do it. Kelvin Banks did it. Then he's not even an early enrollee at Texas. And the old adage is the closer you play to the ball, the harder it is to play as a freshman. Don't tell that to Kelvin Banks. He's started every game he's played in at Texas. And that first year, everyone's panicking because Will Anderson and Dallas Turner are coming from Alabama. In game 2, Texas got a freshman left tackle. Not only did neither of those guys get a sack, but neither did Will McDonald, neither did Tyree Wilson, neither did Felix Onyeduke-Uzoma. All those guys ended up being first-round draft picks in the 2023 NFL draft, and Kelvin Banks faced all of them, and none of them got a sack off of him. And he and USC's center, Jonah Monheim, are the 2 highest-rated returning pass blockers in college football, according to Pro Football Focus. So while most offensive linemen excel at run blocking and struggle with pass protection, Kelvin Banks is a freak because he's better at pass protection than he is at run blocking. And that the NFL is like, we can work on the run blocking. We can't find guys who can glide like he does with his footwork and be patient, not lean to reach for guys. He waits, he keeps guys in front of him, and then he sees that opening and he gets in and then he finishes you. And that's just, we talked to Dan Neal, former All-American Texas offensive lineman, 2-time Super Bowl winner. He said it's almost instinctive for Kelvin Banks, and it takes some guys years to master that. And Kyle Flood says he's got a competitive maturity. Kyle Flood said that's why Kelvin Banks is as good as he is, because competitive maturity as an offensive lineman, according to Kyle Flood, is when You make a mistake, you get beat, and you don't get frustrated. You don't lose confidence. You get mad, and you are determined to figure out what happened, fix it, and come back better the next time. And Kelvin Banks has had that from day one. And Zay, there's work to do. This offensive line, we know they didn't. I mean, it's not all their fault. Texas did not finish drives in the red zone with touchdowns the way they should have. Only at a 50% clip. That's 120th last year out of 133 teams. Their ability to pick up third or fourth and 2, only 63% of the time. That's not good enough. So there's work to do. There's work to do. And especially down a running back like CJ Baxter. He's not a finished product, and this offensive line, as good as it is, has work to do.
Yeah, absolutely love Kelvin Banks. He kind of has a Bijan Robinson aura to him, to where he's such a gentle-hearted soul, but on that football field, he's very dominant at his position. And, he's one of those guys where he walks into any room and he brightens it up. And I've loved seeing Kelvin Banks' personality more and more as he's gotten older here at Texas. Like, if you go on his social media account, he does that NIL, stories on different barbecue restaurants in Austin, and he tries them, and he's been to Terry Black's, and he's been to Rudy's and stuff, and you just kind of see him coming out of his shell a little bit, to where when he came in, like, it seemed like he wouldn't say a word or anything like that. So now I think he's more comfortable in who he is, and yeah, you're right, he's still not a finished product. I mean, even though he has all the upside in the world, and he's a top 3 offensive lineman in the country, he still could do more. And last year, I don't think his sophomore year was as good as his freshman year. I mean, was that due to injury? I think he was banged up a little bit at times last year. And, he's that type of cat where he's not going to talk about it. He's not going to make it as an excuse. He's not going to make it as an issue, because if he's out there, then there's a job to be done, and he expects to do that job, whether he's 100% or not. So I can really appreciate that about him. And he's one of those 20-something leaders that Steve Sarkisian referred to at SEC Media Day. So, yeah, this offensive line, I'm excited about him. Like hearing Hayden Connor say with Cam Williams coming along that, there's no drop-off. Yeah, Christian Jones might have went to the league, but Cam Williams is coming in, and we're a well-to-well machine still. So I like that. That's good stuff right there. And they're deeper than what they were last year, and they can move so many different guys around. So many different guys are versatile and can play multiple positions. Kudos to Kyle Flood on getting those guys ready and prepared. But, yeah, it all starts with Kelvin Banks. And, yeah, I never thought about in that OU game, them not running to the left side, the side that he's on. That's odd. That's one of those things. $10 million. $10 million. That's what.
It's a $10 million
$10 million. That's things like that don't make sense when you're getting paid $10 million, Chip. You know what I'm saying? I love Sark. Love what he's done. Love how he's changed the culture. Something that Tom Herman and Charlie Strong couldn't quite do. But just like Kelvin Banks, just like Quinn Ewers, same with the coaches, there's still improvement for everybody. Everybody needs to tighten up in different ways. So things like that, like, yeah, stop us. Even though you might see it coming, like, we're not trying to catch you off guard. We're going to go to where our best players are. And Kelvin Banks being on that left side, yeah, why wouldn't you go to that side? Why wouldn't you try it? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's just no excuse for that. So hopefully those things get corrected, and yeah, we still see Kelvin Banks look like that guy that could possibly be a top 5 pick in this upcoming draft.
Yeah, sometimes coaches can outsmart themselves. They'll be like, they're surely, it's like that Princess Bride scene where he's trying to pick which one is the poison. Well, surely you wouldn't put it next to me. Surely.
Oh, Princess Bride. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that Andre the Giant? What is that?
Yeah, Andre the Giant.
Andre the Giant. Okay, yeah. I know about Princess Bride a little bit. It's a classic.
Yeah. Instead of, they're going to be expecting us to go to the left side, so we'll go to the right side. Yeah. No. Just run behind your future Pro Bowl left tackle. I mean, that's an area I really am interested to see. And we heard Sark say that he talks to guys like McVay and Andy Reid and Bill Belichick. And I think Steve Sarkisian is very self-aware. And that you got to be. I mean, I think John Brown would tell you the same thing. Let's bring in John Brown.
What's going on, dog?
Mr. Universe, CaneProtein.com. How you doing, man?
Get my stuff right here.
Yeah. Let's see them jerseys, man.
We got a little room now.
Oh, yeah.
You got to see them jerseys in the back, man.
Yeah. What's up now? What we talking about?
How you doing?
Good, man. How's it going?
Oh man, it's going great. We're excited. Okay. We're excited to talk to you, of course, about this incredible off season that you've experienced. I mean, Amon-Ra St. Brown, named after an Egyptian sun god. I've got a T-shirt that says "Sun God." And it's a picture of Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, John, it's got to be so exciting and to see Amon-Ra get rewarded for all of his hard work.
Oh yeah, it's surreal, to be honest. I mean, you anticipated that's what we're shooting for, but it's, if I'm being honest, it's another thing when it actually happens. That makes sense. It's like, what? Did that just happen? Yeah, it's pretty cool.
How did he handle it? He seems so steady and level-headed. I mean,
yeah, he was pretty steady, pretty level-headed. I talked to him right after, and I could hear his voice cracking a little bit. And I just told him, "I'm proud of you, congratulations," and all that stuff. And he had to go into another meeting or something. He had to do something, and people were calling him like crazy. So, yeah, he handled it pretty good. Like you would think he would. He's not like screaming or something like that.
Well, and how's camp going for him? How's
camp is good for both of them, actually.
Equinemius on a new team.
Yeah, he and kind of had a little strain in his hamstring, but he's okay now. It seems like there's a lot of guys in the league having weird problems like torn pecs and torn biceps. That's a bodybuilding injury. I'm like, how does that happen in football? When you're on the field just running, it's weird.
Yeah.
I don't ever recall in the past those type of injuries. You?
I mean,
torn biceps, torn pecs. You ever heard of that?
Not just running,
but but even in football, period.
Well, a guy named Jackson Jeffcoat had a torn pec at Texas. He was defensive end. He was trying to move offensive. He was trying to move offensive tackles.
Was he juicing?
I don't know.
Yeah, did it look like he was juicing?
No.
Nah, not Jeffcoat. Yeah. He had a good career in Canada afterwards.
Well, let me send me some pictures of him. Let me look at him. Let me put some eyes on him.
Let me look at him.
Yeah.
Hey, John, a lot's changed, man. Y'all stole the show on the Receiver Netflix.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
y'all stole the show. Y'all's family really did. I mean, Deebo Samuel, Kittle, Adams, that was cool, but the Brown family stole the show. What's changed and how?
It's crazy. Everywhere I go, folks recognize me. Yeah. I don't know if I really like that because I'm in a pizza place getting ordering some pizza. Some guys walked in as soon as they opened the door, ran over straight to me. Hey, how you doing, man? It's either that or my podcast I started. I don't know if you saw that.
Well, you need to. That's why we're bringing you on to promote all your.
So
stuff.
I have a podcast I started like 4 weeks ago, and called John Brown Black Coffee. So either from the podcast or the receiver, everybody's recognizing. It was crazy, unbelievable. You know.
Look at
I
this.
saw you on the receiver, this and that, and for some reason, I had some little kids come up to me and go, "Hey, Mr. Brown, I want you to know, I was really tired and I drank a Coke and I felt better." So I guess that Coke scene really resonated with people because it's true. If you drink Coke, you feel better. I'm telling you, not Gatorade, Coke.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've always been a big proponent of eating dirty as long as you're working out.
Oh yeah, you got to eat dirty. You can't eat clean, dog. You know, and all this stuff. So my podcast is basically a place where parents, because there's nothing for parents. Parents can go to if they have a question about their child and the path they're on. Are they at the right school? Is it the right sport? Are they working out hard enough? What do a parent have to do to optimize their child chances for going to be a professional athlete? So that's a platform I created to give them answer the questions that they may have, concerning their children, or even single people before they get married, who to hook up with. You got to know that. It starts right there. You got to get married. You got to impregnate the right one.
Tell him, John.
Yeah, shoot. I'm just
What'd
being
you tell
real
me?
with you.
You can't have a elephant mate with a mouse.
No, two elephants don't make a giraffe.
Oh, two elephants.
Right? You get two elephants, they're gonna have an elephant. They're gonna have a giraffe. So you got to think of these things. So it's a good platform, and apparently it's resonating because Osiris is producing it, my son, and he's a very conservative kind of guy. And I go, "How's it going?" He goes, "Man, it's going really fast." So it's growing fast. Like every day I get a 1,000 followers every day.
Wow,
that's what I'm talking about.
Awesome.
So it's pretty good for parents because there's a lot to know. You know what I mean? From, like I said, pre-marriage, during pregnancy, as soon as the baby is born, there's a lot. Then you got college. How do you get scholarships? How do you train? It's a lot to do. It's a lot to do.
Yeah.
Well, and John, you had a clear vision for your sons.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted them to be exceptional athletes
and students.
Mm-hmm. We mentioned before you came on how your kids are trilingual. They took the SAT in 3 languages.
Yes.
But you tell us, did you envision this? Did you envision 3 5-star wide receiver sons?
Oh yeah, no question about it. I from the very.
You thought it was football. Or just whatever they picked.
I didn't know if it was going to be exactly football, but I had an 80% feeling it would be football. You know what I mean? It could have been basketball or something like that, but I had a feeling it was 80 or 90% chance it's football because I'm only 6'2", and my wife is like 5'9", or something like that, But if I was 6'10" and my wife was 6'4", then I'm thinking, okay, man, we could do basketball. So I was thinking about this from the very beginning. And again, as a bodybuilder, 5-time world champion, I thought to myself and I go, well, I made some monies, but not a lot. What if I'd have went into baseball, football, or basketball? I'd have made way more money. So my kids have to do something. If they become champions, they get compensated. So yes, no question I was thinking about this. There's no question, no doubt in my mind. This was the plan from A to Z.
But they loved it. How did you keep it fun and fresh for them where they didn't get
a lot
burned
of parents come on my on my John Brown Black Coffee, and they ask me that question, right? how do you keep them liking it? How do you keep them interested in this and that? And I'm like, well, I don't know. I never had any conflict. They always did it. So my point is, whatever you teach your kids to do, they will do naturally. For an example, I would say that probably most parents don't have a problem with their kids going to school. In most cases, I would say probably 99% of the time, the child gets up and goes to school without a fuss. I'm not going. I don't want to go. I was laying in the bed. It never happens because they're conditioned. It's the same thing with working out in sports, eating, training. It's the same thing. If you instill that in them at an early age, is what they know and is what they do. And they don't fight against it. No one fights against going to. Did your kids fight you against going to school?
No.
Did you do anything special for that to happen?
No.
Okay, the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. You say you can't let the kids. A lot of people are letting the kids run them. All right. One guy called in and said, "Yeah, my daughter is 7 years old, but she doesn't want to go to bed." What? I go, what do you mean by that? How's that possible? Who's in charge? So it's that's weird to me, Yeah. Make her go to bed. We talking about go to bed. That's it. Bye.
Yeah.
Turn the light off. He goes, she's scared of the dark. She's tricking him.
How intrusive was the Netflix crew for Amon-Ra? Because I remember Zay and I asking you after I got back from the Tampa Bay game, I'm like, there was a film crew following Amon around. You're like, yeah, I can't really talk about that. But how
it wasn't that intrusive for him. He said they only came to practice, mic'd him up once a week, maybe, I believe. And in every game he was mic'd up, but it didn't bother him at all, I mean, it probably bothered me and my wife more than anything because every time we go to the game, they're micing us up and you forget you're mic'd up and you say something like, oh my God. I'm like grabbing the thing like, hey, take that out. Don't put that in there. Because I'm saying stuff I probably shouldn't say, man. Like, look at that. That looks terrible. This and that. I'm like, oh God, I hate this doggone mic. Or folks come up to you and start talking to the other parents, like they shouldn't do this. This is bad. This is bad. And I'm pointing at my mic. I'm like,
yeah, I'm hot.
I'm hot. But they're looking at me like, what? And they just keep talking like, oh my God. And then I tell them later, you should have told me I was trying to tell you.
That's so good.
One of the more was a good thing, dude.
Yeah, it was awesome. One of the more wholesome moments on that series is your relationship with Amon-Ra's girlfriend. Like y'all got a really cool, really fun relationship, and you told your sons early, like, hey, be careful because there's some women out there you definitely have to stay away from.
No,
I know you're
dream
probably
killers.
cautious.
They're dream killers, I said.
Yeah, dream killers. Exactly.
Yeah, they dream kill your dream. Be careful. And so apparently I said that to Brooklyn, but I remember the encounter with her, and but I don't remember saying that. I probably did because that's what I say. So how would she know it? But yeah, but she's wonderful. And again, people who listen and go, well, he's a chauvinist. Shut up. Not a chauvinist, you idiots. If I had girls, I would say boys are dream killers. You got to understand the point. You got to keep your kids focused. It doesn't matter if they're male or female, Yeah. And we all know that's the truth. I'm not saying don't date boys or don't date girls, but you got to stay focused and you got to remind them constantly about that. But yeah, I love Brooklyn, man. She's like trying to tame me or something, man. Don't say that, Mr. Brown. You shouldn't say that. That's one of those things I was talking about. That's not appropriate. I'm like, dude, leave me alone.
I was gonna say, when was it that you were like, okay, she's not a dream killer?
Well, that's a good question, dude. No one ever asked that. So I met her mom and dad, and it was funny. Her dad, because I'm the one to take her out. Her dad wanted to come meet me before he allowed his daughter to go out with him, right?
Even once?
Cool. Huh?
Even once?
Yeah.
Wow.
In high school. Well, it's normal. And so he knocks on my door. He opens the door, and I go, wait a minute. I know you. I know her dad from a long time ago, right? But I didn't know that was her dad. So me and him just kicking it. And so when I met the dad, the mom, the parents, and I knew, what type of family she came from was really good. And I knew that, when she was, 10th grade, she met Amon. So usually girls in the 10th grade don't have hidden agendas, right? They just kids that like you or are in love with you or want to date you. So I knew then, and also she went to nursing school and she could have stopped. She just completed it like 2 weeks ago. And it was grueling, 4 years or something she had, or 3 years or whatever. But she could have stopped, but she didn't. All right, she'll probably never use that nursing degree. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm assuming, Amon's going to probably end up marrying the girl. And for me, it's a wonderful thing. I love her. So, I noticed just through time watching her and things she was doing. I said, "Oh, she's good. She's good for him." Yeah,
awesome.
Very, very good.
I would ask him the same thing. Was there one thing that he really wanted to buy with his, new contract?
That's a good question. What does Amon want? He doesn't buy. He's not a guy who buy things. The only thing he'll buy that I think that he really wants, like nice clothes, homes. He's more into real estate, He likes buying real estate. He has one car. Now he just bought another cyber truck, but he's pretty conservative. He may buy a watch here and there. I think he buys too many watches, to be honest with you. But he knows that the watch is a good investment because they usually go up in value. They don't go down. So that's a smart thing. But he's not the kind of guy that just splurges or spend like crazy. He's not like that.
He's not buying a bunch of jewelry, a bunch of diamonds.
No, I think his stuff, the jewelry's fake.
That's smart. I heard athletes and celebrities do that.
It's fake, yeah.
Yeah, Chad Johnson was always like, I only buy fake diamonds.
Yeah, why would you buy real diamonds?
Everybody knows I got the money to afford it, but why do I need to go buy it?
Right, it's just something fake, man. But yeah, that's a good question. Man. Are you making me think after we get off this call? When did I know that Brooklyn was the good one for him? That's a good question. Even I don't know. I guess because it happened slowly, right?
Yeah.
Through time, it happens, and then you realize. I remember the first time I saw her walking around at a game with a Levi jacket that had sparkle letters on the back that said St. Brown. I think, what the hell? I'll have a daughter. Who the hell's that? I go, what's that little girl doing? I want to throw popcorn at her. Get out of here with that jacket. Take that jacket off. And her mom got pissed at me because she's like, there's a dad out there that said his son is too good to date my daughter. I don't want my daughter dating him.
He was a dream.
Now y'all are
so we were thinking the same, but but right now, man, our families are we get along like just unbelievable. Phenomenal. Yeah.
That's great.
But that contract, man, I tell you, dude, the day before he got it signed, his agent called me and said they turned down some number. It was really big. I go, oh, okay. Ooh. Right. And I go, you going to get more than that? He goes, yeah, we'll get more than that. So, okay. And he did the thing. So I said, man, congratulations. What the hell are you going to do with all that money?
Yeah.
That's where me and my wife come in, because my wife told me yesterday, don't know if it's true. Just don't kill me. I'm just reporting the news that what's his name? Not Ocho Cinco. What's the other guy's name?
Who, Terrell Owens or
Terrell Owens lost his money. Only has $500,000 left. I don't know if it's true. I just heard this. That he gave it now he gave it to some financial advisors. Now, here's what I want people to understand. Terrell is a smart guy. They're not throwing their money away, burning their money like people think, like they're stupid. They're not stupid guys, but they're aware that they got to do something with the money. So they maybe invest in a restaurant, which is the worst thing, or give it to some guy to invest, and it doesn't work out, which is unfortunate. You don't like that to happen, but my point is, I'm here, and the things I learned in life, the only thing that ever really saved me, listen, I've been in the business. I've done a lot of things in my life. I made some decent money, let's say. That's all relative, but real estate is the only thing that saved me. Only thing. I don't give a shit if the market crash. Let's say the market crash. Houses drop 25, 50%. So what? But you know what? No one's ever done to me. They never knocked on my door in 2008 and said, the market is crashing. We're gonna give you a decent discount on your rent. No one's ever. Has anybody ever, when you're in college, when you were growing up, before you bought your first home, did anyone say we're going to give you a discount on the rent? It never happened. So we're never going to sell. So we don't care if the market crashes. Or the intention is never to sell. So the rents always go up. So I'm telling you, real estate is the best thing, but you got to put it in the right location, the right place. You can't just put it anywhere, in the country, because not all real estate is the same. A lot of it is not on fertile ground, what I call.
Yeah.
So I'm on an equanimity is more into real estate.
Yeah, you said that y'all been.
We're gonna buy everything up.
Yeah.
Is that just in California? Yeah, where is that?
Mostly
Michigan?
California, because we live here and it's very fertile ground. I mean, I had guys saying, "Hey, buy in Ohio," and I'm like, "What are you talking about? You crazy? You can buy a house for $30,000. Like, what are you talking about? Why would I?" I know people who live in Atlanta, West Virginia. They're 30 years in their house, and their house only went up like $20,000, $30,000 after all those years. People, you guys don't understand something. California is a crazy place. We got some crazy laws, but I tell you right now, the property values go up fast. Get some property out here, man, I'm telling you, you got to invest in California.
Well, Austin is similar. We got all these Californians coming to Austin building.
No. Don't believe that. Don't believe that.
Don't believe it.
No, that's all bull crap.
You can't believe anyone would leave.
I went to Texas when we played the Dallas, Texas. I went there like 2 weeks, 5 days before, and I got a realtor to take me around, right? Because I'm hearing all this stuff that you're talking about. I remember going into a community and I saw a house. If I'm not mistaken, it was like probably 1,800 square feet, Dallas area. It was, so I thought about maybe we can buy that for an investment. How much would it cost? She gave me the number. I don't know if it was $800,000 or something like that. But the rent, I could only charge like $2,000 or something weird, or $1,800, something. I'm like, whoa. How much can I rent that for? I said, why would I buy that? In California, let's say in Hollywood, that same house, 1,800 square feet, not even a really good neighborhood. What do you think we can rent that for? Give me a stab at it. Just give me a guess.
So like that's $3,000.
$3-4 grand.
7,000.
Now?
Now you hear me? You too near me not to hear me.
Oh, I hear you.
So you guys talk about 2,000. We talk about 7,000.
Oh yeah.
I had a friend of mine. He had a house. It was 1,800 square feet, and it was furnished, and he was getting 7,000, and he wanted to move back in, and the lady said, "I'll give you 8,000 if you just let us stay here." Listen to what I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah.
California I shouldn't be telling people because all these fools will be coming to California. Now the people who move out, you got to remember they're moving out because, make a long story short, I believe that their parents or their grandparents, somebody must have had a home, passed away. They divide the money between the siblings, and now they retired. Now they're like, okay, I want to keep this lifestyle up. I can't live in this big house in California on my retirement, so I'm going to sell it and move to Texas. That's what they're doing.
Okay.
But trust me, California,
still hot. Still got it.
Put your money in California. Even if you don't live here, buy something, and that's your retirement. Trust me. That joke will go up like you wouldn't believe.
Well, I'm very excited because the Lions are playing twice in the state of Texas.
Oh, okay. The Cowboys and the Texans.
Yeah, and they're playing the Cowboys the same weekend. I'm going to be in Dallas for the Texas OU Red River
holy
shootout.
Crap, that's nice.
So
why do we always go to Texas? That's what I want to know. This is the third year in a row. Make them fools come to our house.
I know.
3 years in a row, we go to their house.
Especially after what happened last year.
And they cheat.
Right. That ref didn't know what he was thinking.
Come on, man.
I mean, we got offense.
Why we got to go back? Why don't you just bring them to Detroit?
Yeah.
Come in our house with that mess.
Have you picked out your travel schedule yet?
Some of it. First game, I'm going to see Equanimeous, and my wife will go to see Amon-Ra. Then we switch. We go back and forth, or we'll go, alternate games.
You coming to the Cowboys game?
Nah, I don't like.
What?
I gotta go there, sleep in some bed I ain't never slept in.
Yeah, but that's everywhere.
Shower I don't know about, dirty, nasty place. Nah, hell no.
Where do you stay with Amon-Ra when you go to Detroit?
Oh yeah, that's easy. Stay with him. I go to New Orleans. I stay with Equanimeous. I ain't worried about it. I ain't got to worry about all that. Where I'm gonna stay, Airbnb. Oh, you gotta get.
Well, is Amon? Was he? What was that? An apartment, a townhouse that he was in? Is he still in there?
Like a little apartment. He's conservative.
Yeah,
the apartment's good enough. We ain't trying to give everybody all the money, but now I think he's gonna buy a house now because he's gonna be there for another 4 years. So he's gonna buy a house that he can do whatever he wants to do once he's retired.
Yeah.
I just told him make sure don't spend a whole lot. Don't dump a lot of money into Michigan, because it ain't California.
No,
real estate ain't California.
The nice neighborhoods in Detroit are from the old auto executives.
But they have a couple of neighborhoods there that are like
Grosse Pointe.
But they got some. I went to two. I don't remember where they are, but they're very nice. I was really shocked.
Yeah, big,
really
yards.
Nice neighborhoods. Two of them I went to. I'm sure there's more.
Yeah, Grosse Pointe and West Bloomfield, Birmingham. Those are nice, nice neighborhoods where the old Ford executives and GM used to live. But
okay, so give it to me. Give me how many games they're gonna win or lose. Detroit, talk to me.
I mean, I think they're gonna do the same as they did last year. I know it's a first place schedule.
I think so too, man. They got a lot of indoor games.
Yeah.
A lot of indoor games. And I tell you, man, Dan Campbell got these guys rocking. And the whole unit pretty much stayed together. Only guy that's gone that I'm concerned about is Josh Reynolds.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
It's, man.
Did they bring anyone in at receiver to replace him? Because I saw Khalif Raymond was named wide receiver 3.
I mean, we need Khalif because he's he's good at receiver and special teams. He's the bomb. He's so money. He never drops the ball. I mean, he has to be there. If we lose him, that's a big loss. You got to keep Khalif Raymond.
Is Craig Reynolds still there?
He's still there too. Yep.
Yeah, he had that great.
Everybody was there.
He had that great
Craig
block.
Reynolds picked up.
Yeah.
What Dallas gonna do with my man CD? They gotta hurry up and get him taken care of. What's going on with CD?
Jerry's tired. He's tired.
You know he's gonna pay him. I mean, why is he stretching it out?
Jerry knows that their Super Bowl window was the last 2 years, not the next 2 years.
Yeah. You gotta take care of CD, Michael Parsons. They got a lot of work to do, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, how's it looking for Equanimeous in New Orleans?
It looks good, man. I'm really happy about that move. Actually, I talked to the receiver coach. He likes him. He actually looked at him and said, "I'm surprised he's as good as he is," because they didn't play him much, and he couldn't understand after he saw him run and catch why. When he said, "Why this guy didn't play more?" I go, "You tell me." So we're excited about that. I think New Orleans is a good landing spot for him. It's going to be really good. I just need him, for whatever reason. If you get 5 touchdowns in the NFL, they think that's pretty good. I mean, to me, that's terrible, but to them, they think that's good. All you do is 5. You can get 5 easy. If they give you the opportunity, throw you some balls to get you in there, Yeah.
What do you think went wrong with Chicago?
With who?
Equimedians.
No opportunities.
Just that's it.
Here's what I don't understand. It's not just for my son, but if there's a player and you go, well, he only caught, say, 50 balls. Well, how many did they throw him? They threw him 50. What? Shit. You can't catch 51 if they only throw you 50. It's math, right? So if they only throw you 50 balls and you caught 50 balls, well, don't complain about that.
Right.
See, if I was a coach, I'd go, well, now if they threw him 100 and he caught 50, I'd say, oh, now I'm concerned. But if you don't throw him many balls, how do you blame him for not having much progress or not helping the team? You can't blame the player. I mean, he didn't get an opportunity. Now, if he got a lot of opportunities, that's a different thing. If he got like 10, 20 balls and he dropped 10, okay. But I don't quite understand how people, the talking heads like you two, don't look at it, don't evaluate it like that. It's the weirdest thing to me. They go, oh, he didn't do anything. But how many balls did they throw the guy? You can't throw it to yourself.
Right.
So my point is he didn't get no opportunities.
Is Carr going to be the guy?
Carr's the guy, I think. Now,
how's that relationship?
What's that?
How's that relationship? Because Aaron Rodgers played favorites.
Big time. Big time. I don't know. It seems to be good. I mean, I don't ask him about that, but, we'll see once everything starts. At the end of the day, Aaron did play favorites. He's even at one of those championship games. I don't know if it was against the Buccaneers or somebody. Last minutes of the game was seconds. Devontae's running down the field, left-hand side. Alan Lazard is in the middle or on the hash, wide open. Equanimeous is in the middle, wide open. He threw a double cover to Devontae, and they lost. It was his fault. He doesn't trust nobody. We don't trust him. Shit.
Right.
Right. Yeah, throw the damn ball to the right people. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
I mean, I probably in that play, I probably would throw it to Lazard. He was wide open. I mean, I don't know. I don't quite understand that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, it's like climbing through a keyhole to make it all work. I mean, I'm so happy for Amon-Ra because he went to a place where he had opportunity. He seized it. Now he's a pillar of that team.
Mm-hmm.
And I think of my guy Nick Foles, who won a Super Bowl with the Eagles and still couldn't get with the right situation. He was with the Bears with Equanimeous, and they had him on third string.
That's crazy, huh?
Guy can sling it.
Situation matters, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, there's a lot of guys at home, and I used to hear guys, and I thought they were full of BS. Yeah, this guy should have made it, or I should have made it. And I thought, okay, whatever. If you'd have made it, you'd have made it. I think they're right. There's a lot of guys sitting on the couch who could be playing.
Yeah.
They pay a guy drafted in first round. The coach is like, man, except San Francisco, they're like, I don't want to embarrass myself. I picked this guy. We got to play him. No matter what. We paid him. We got to play him. San Francisco's like, man, they're trading them dudes. Yeah. They're like, give me the right guy. We're trying to win.
Right.
So certain organizations are trying to win. So you got to respect those guys.
Yeah, the Bears drafted Justin Fields, and then they got nothing for him. Nothing. What, a 6th-round pick? I mean, embarrassing. And Nick Foles was sitting on the bench, but the Bears were like, oh, we drafted Justin Fields. We got to develop Justin Fields.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy,
huh?
Is it weird how it works?
Yeah.
So,
you know how it works.
You got to be in the right situation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get with the people who love you and they want to give you a chance. So I'm hoping that Equanimeous gets a chance, because at the end of the day, I'm his father. Ain't nobody going to know him better than I know him. No coaches know him better than I do. So I'm not going to teach Amon-Ra or Osiris how to catch or to run routes and not teach Equanimeous, or give Amon-Ra and Osiris steak and give Equanimeous chicken. I ain't going to do that. They all get the same thing. So they're pretty much all the same player. You know, what you see Amon-Ra doing, Equanimeous can do. But if you don't look at Amon first half of the season as a rookie, he didn't throw him the ball. I don't know if you saw his stats. They didn't throw him the ball.
Right.
And so he's always been that guy. But if they don't throw him the ball, what are you gonna do? You saw him in Texas, you saw him against Texas, you saw Equanimeous against Texas. You saw them play at a high level. And then all of a sudden, listen, we go to at USC, we're playing Washington State. My son Amon-Ra gets 4 touchdowns in the first quarter. Now, if I got a guy on my team, he got 4 touchdowns in the first quarter, first thing I'm gonna do is ask my assistant, hey, check, what's the record? What's the record for most touchdowns in a game? If you guys 4 already, let's get him. That's like having a no pitch, a no hitter, and then you take him off the mound at the last minute. You got to let him eat, but they didn't. Is my point. They stopped feeding him. Like I would have went crazy. I'd have said, you tired? Time out. Okay, you need to get as many touchdowns as you can. That's good for the school. Now the school's all over the news. He's over, but these people are crazy, man.
Who was the quarterback throwing? Was that Jackson Dart?
No, I think that was Slovis.
Keaton Slovis.
I think it was him. But it wasn't Keaton's fault. It was the offensive coordinator, the head coach, or somebody over there.
Clay Helton.
In a quarter, you got to go for the record.
Oh, trust me. If Amon-Ra would have played for Lincoln Riley, he would have been putting up records. Lincoln Riley knows how to get guys open. No, you're not buying it. You are not buying it, John Brown.
No.
You're not buying Lincoln Riley.
Something smells bad over there.
Something smells bad because he can't get no defense going.
No. I think everything you said about Lincoln Riley is probably true. Right? The problem what I have with the system is it's the people at the top. They're tying his hands. So people got to understand USC is a school where, like I heard Colin Cowherd always say, I never thought St. Brown, because he's out of California, I never thought St. Brown would be as good as he was. I'm talking about Amon. I saw him in high school. I saw him in college. I'm really shocked. It's like, look, man, what are you, stupid? Think about it. No, you can't throw the ball to himself. The system, some system let the guy throw the ball to one guy all the time. And he gets the Blitzer. You're like, oh, this guy is God's gift. Be careful on that one too, because sometimes they just feed one guy. At USC, they're like tree huggers. They want to share everything. Everything's flowers. Love your fellow man. No, kill everyone. But they're not like that. They're not killers. You got to have a killer mentality, and that's what USC doesn't have anymore.
Interesting.
So you're saying it's out of Lincoln Riley's hands?
Beg your pardon?
So you're basically saying like it's out of Lincoln Riley's hands?
I think it's out of his hands, yeah.
Yeah, they've been struggling. They've been struggling to find athletic directors. Their
his
leadership.
Hands are tied.
Yeah.
Not right now. A great institution like USC, as far as I'm concerned, USC is the biggest name in college football, but them in Alabama. But why is USC not USC anymore? That's like Alabama not being Alabama anymore. But you got to have the right people from the top to the bottom.
I say it all the time. Alignment, John.
Yeah.
president, athletic director,
Yes.
regents, president,
Yes.
athletic director,
Yes.
coach.
You got
And
everything. Yes.
Texas did not have it. Like when you came in 2016, and even when Amon was here, they did not have it. And then they finally got alignment. And I tell the Texas fans all the time, you better enjoy this while you got it, because you have alignment, which means stuff can get done.
Yes, from top to bottom.
From top to bottom.
This is a man. This is the ultimate team sport. Is football, because everything from top to bottom got to click. If not, it's difficult. Isn't that weird?
Yeah,
and that's why I don't agree with the quarterback is the most important guy on the field. Stop with that. Where'd that come from?
Peyton Manning.
How good is a quarterback without an offensive line?
Right.
How good is a quarterback when the guy's dropping a damn ball? It's the ultimate team sport. Tom Brady did all that, but I can tell you one thing: he had a good offensive line, and he had some good receivers catching the ball.
Yeah. He had Gronk.
Yeah.
The receivers were
and a great offensive line. They had a good defense. They had to win all those games, top to bottom, everything was clicking.
Yeah.
If it's not clicking, you ain't winning. Period. And stop with that. The quarterback, and when the quarterback does bad, they'll blame it on the old line. He had no protection. But that's my point. Why is he getting all the money? Why is the quarterback getting all the money? They got to stop.
Because he touches the ball every play.
Every play.
The center touches it too.
There you go. Hey.
What made me choose bodybuilding over football? I'll tell you what made me do that. I had no guidance from my parents. That's called, I hate to say it, but in my opinion, it's bad parenting. Right? If I had the right parents to be able to guide me like your child, my sons would never run track or some stupid stuff. No. No. I mean, no, seriously, what if you run track and you win some gold medals? What are you going to do? Eat those stupid medals? You can't eat them. You can't do nothing.
How many?
So let's say he won 5 gold medals. Let's play this thing out. He got 5 gold medals. What would you rather have, 5 gold medals or $120 million?
Sounds pretty easy to me.
That's called good parenting.
How many?
I did bodybuilding, I had bad parenting, no guidance. Period.
Well, you said you got discovered as a bodybuilder walking around in a tank top by some guy.
Park. Yeah.
I mean, so how many siblings do you have, John?
7. I'm in the middle.
Okay. So everybody had to fend for themselves.
Pretty much. I mean, my parents did the best they could, but you know what I mean? You gotta know parents, most kids who are my age, which is irrelevant right now, but my age, their parents, most of them, I think that I lived in the neighborhood where I lived, they didn't graduate from high school. Didn't graduate from high school. Like almost everybody on my block.
Yeah.
In my neighborhood, my school. So they were limited. So, but as parents, that's why I have my Black Coffee podcast, to teach parents, don't do the silliness. Don't do the stupid stuff. Be smart with your kids, you know? And I don't want to hear from black kids, look, is racism out there? Yeah, but who cares? Who cares about that? You can't, if you concentrate on racism too much, it creates roadblocks for you, right? Have I been treated bad? Absolutely. I've been called the N-word, everything from A to Z. But you know what? I keep the main thing the main thing. I try to concentrate on what it is I'm trying to accomplish. Hell, man, last time I checked, most of the guys in the NBA and in the NFL are black. So what does that mean? That tells me, shit, I got a chance. Shit, I got the same color as them. I got the black gold running through my vein. You know, you can call it what, Texas tea or Compton coffee, whatever you want to call it. If I got that running through my veins, I got a chance. All I got to do is mate with the right person. That's all I got to do now is mate with the right person and push that little kid. Then hallelujah.
Oh my God. That when you told me you were at some soccer game and this guy was losing his mind because his kid wasn't very good at soccer, and then you're like, well, look at your wife. She's tiny.
Yeah.
Like you married the wrong person.
Yeah.
You wanted a good soccer player.
Yeah.
That was so funny.
I mean, first of all, you wouldn't even do soccer. Don't even do soccer.
Right.
I mean, not in America. What is that?
Wouldn't be doing soccer.
No, hell no. It's another stupid sport in America. Don't waste time with that. Put your kids in something that's gonna make them rich. You know, believe in those kids. How many WNBA or track athletes who won gold medals could be in Wimbledon tennis champs? I'll bet you a great percentage of them could have done it if they had the right guidance.
Richard Williams.
That's it.
Richard Williams.
Compton, baby.
Look. One thing I want to get clear here. See, they got to go to my black coffee thing and check this out.
Just go to YouTube, Black Coffee.
Yeah, I said YouTube, Black Coffee shit. A guy asked me, he goes, John, is it that simple to, you make it sound easy to get your kids to that level? Yeah, it is easy. That's my point. It's easy. Why do I say, how do I know it's easy? What's the proof? You know the guy who tells his wife to stand against the wall like that and he throw the knives and outline her body without hitting her?
In the circus?
In the circus, right? My question is, I'm assuming he told his wife, stand there, and he did an outline with chalk, and he started throwing knives, practicing. And at some point he said, okay, honey, I think I'm ready. Let's go live. At some point. But my question is, one, was he born with that skill? No. How many knives did he have to throw before he said, honey, I think I'm ready? A lot. That's how easy it is. Listen carefully. He wasn't born to do that. Your child is not born to do anything. But that doesn't mean they can't learn how to do something. It's a question of how many knives you throw as a parent. How many knives you got your kids throwing as a parent. You're in control of how many knives you throw every day. And at some point, your son or your daughter can be ready if you get them to throw enough knives. No one's born to throw knives. That's how easy it is. Yeah. Now, if that doesn't make sense, then you're a little stupid. No, it makes sense, right?
Hey,
it's logical.
John, this is great. I'm glad.
You missed this, John. It's been too long, man.
It's that black coffee stuff, I'm telling you. That's why they got to go in and also they need to go to my Cane Protein, CANE, and buy some protein for your little kid. Because your kid needs protein. You got to develop. He has to develop right.
You still got the chocolate and the vanilla?
God, that's all I got, chocolate and vanilla. If you want strawberry, shit, buy vanilla and stick some strawberries in it. or whatever you want.
Go to YouTube and just type in
John Brown Black Coffee, baby.
Coffee, John Brown. I'm so glad. It's so good to talk to you, man. And we'll keep this going. I'm pissed that you're not coming to Texas for the Lions
I don't like
games.
flying and YouTube and all this.
I wanted to sit in the Lions section, not with all
Airbnb,
those
man.
Cowboys fans.
Maybe I changed my mind. I don't know, but
yeah, come on.
Steve Daniels lives there now. In Dallas. JT's dad.
JT's dad.
He goes, yeah, you can stay with me. I'm like, okay.
There we go.
See?
Let's go.
One thing good about it, it's not a super long flight. Only 2.5 hours.
It's easy.
Yeah, it's easy.
Come on, let's do it.
Take a little nap. You here.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on. We'll hang out. I'll buy you dinner.
I ain't never had a good opportunity. Think about it. How many times I've been to Texas with you? 2 times. We lost both times. You see, so I'm like, man, am I jinxing this thing?
Yeah, but it's different now.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Now you're on a team that's
Last time, but no. Last time I went to Texas, first time my boy touched the ball, he got a concussion.
Oh, wow.
So my experience of going to Texas ain't been good. I got to really think about it. When I don't go, things happen. Things are good.
Yeah. What about the Houston game?
That's different.
Texans.
Yeah, that's different.
That's in November.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like. No, in November, 2 airports you stay away from: Houston and Atlanta, because the weather is so bad.
Yeah, Dallas. That's easy. That's in and out, baby.
But Houston and Atlanta, you get stuck in every airport for certain. Is that a dome, Houston in Atlanta?
Atlanta's a dome. Yeah.
Okay, good. That's
Mercedes dome.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, that's nice.
I don't like the outdoors.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Hey,
John. It was
John.
good talking to you boys. I talked to y'all in a while.
You're the best. Hey, the receiver. Everybody needs to
stay laughing at everything I'm saying. He's like,
no, man. It's been too long, man. You were preaching today. That's for sure. Appreciate you.
Y'all got me fired up.
Oh my God.
Football season. That's what it's about.
We got people who want to get in touch with you about real estate ventures.
Oh, shoot.
He said, my wife works in low-income housing, and I would like to connect her.
If they go on Instagram,
Cane Protein.
John Brown Black Coffee.
Okay.
Because Osiris is running that. And we got the Cane Protein too. But send a DM to Osiris in relationship to that because how do I say this? Oh man.
You got like a generic email or something? You need to have like a info at John Brown.
Yeah. Just they can send me an email at caneprotein.com.
There you go.
Cane, CANE protein.com at gmail.com. Caneprotein at gmail.com. They can send it there.
There you go.
So you got time for a little story?
Yeah, man.
Okay. So I took my sons about 7 years ago to Charles Schwab. So we walk in to set up an account. And the guy there was helping us out. He goes, well, no, it must have been, it was, sorry, not 7 years. 4 years ago. 3.5, right around COVID. So he sat down, set up the accounts, got everything set up. He looked at my sons. He says, if your dad would have put $2,500 in an account when you were born, by the time you're 60, you would have had $1 million. All three of them looked at me. Papa, is that true? I go, yeah. And next question was, well, why didn't you do that? Because I didn't know about it. And they just looked at me and thought, But that blew their minds. So we left. Years went by. Equinemius started putting money into his market. But we don't have an account manager because they want 1% of your monies. We don't need them. Warren Buffett said the S&P 500 outperforms everything. So just stick it in the mutual funds and leave it and don't touch it. So that's what they're doing. So I made them open accounts, like 4 different accounts. For an example, there's one account I call, can I use bad language here?
Yes.
Okay. So you got to have one account for investment to save, another account called shit happens because shit will happen in your life. And when it happens, you can go in there and take that money out. But don't touch the other one ever. So we did that. And I was talking to a financial advisor who wants to go on my Black Coffee podcast to talk about, financial literacy. He says, a lot of people don't know how to invest. I said, the problem is you guys talk over people's heads and no one understands you fools. So as soon as you start talking about the NASDAQ stop right there, that's it. You lost the whole room. Now I'm talking about people who came from the neighborhood I came from. Please keep that in mind because there's more them than anything. They're black, they're white, they're Chinese, they're all kind of them. But my question was to the financial guy, dude, why is it that those people don't invest? in the market. That's weird. Like, so my conclusion is this. There's a white space that they live in and no one services. Why? Because now you're going to tell me most people don't have $2,500 or can't put even $50 a month in. Almost everybody has that. Everybody. Zay has it, everyone. There ain't a person out there that can't do that. But why aren't they doing it? Because I came from the neighborhood. I didn't buy my first house because I didn't think I could buy it. I needed someone to hold my hand. When I first bought my first house, I had someone hold my hand and take me through it. That's why I did it. Had that guy not done that, I probably wouldn't. I wanted to do it. I was saving money, but I don't know when or how I would have pulled the trigger. I was lost. I was in that white space. So I want to start a company to help people in that white space. I'm going to bring this guy on my black coffee, and when he starts talking about stuff that people don't understand, like the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, when he starts talking about that stuff, I got to shut him off. Stop right there. You don't lost everybody. I've been in those meetings when they talk to the athletes about that. And then also I decided, well, let me talk to them with you. And when you start talking over their heads, I'll cut you off and explain it in simple terms. Like if you got 2 goddamn marbles and I take 1 marble, you got freaking how many marbles you got? You got 1 marble. You got to talk like this to people. And I tell you something. In my opinion, if you're lazy, you're my customer. Okay? If your house is dirty, if your apartment is dirty, you're my customer. You understand what I'm saying? If someone ever told you you're no good for nothing, you're my customer. Okay? Because the lazy guy is going to put money in it and he's not going to check it. The smart guy is going to check it all the time. If it goes up, they're going to pull it out. Or if it goes down, he's going to sell it. The lazy guy, he's not even going to look at it because he's too lazy. So it's a good thing you're lazy. If your house is dirty, it's even better. If someone told you you're no good for nothing, I even want you even better. It's getting better and better. These are good qualities for the people in the white space.
Right.
So if I start something like that, I just want to help them. If you're lazy, no good for nothing, dirty, financial opportunities for you, right? Something like that. Lazy, no good for nothing, dirty, financial advisors to help you out, to help you invest your money. So because there's too many people that don't do that. So I want to start something like that for that person who sent an email in and one that has some question about that stuff. But I got to start it where I can hold their hand, because like even compound interest. You talk about compound interest. If I heard that, I'm like, I'm done. You lost me. Yeah. Don't say compound interest, you idiot.
Right.
What you say is, look, okay, you got a snowball. It's at the top of the damn hill. And you push it down, and it gets bigger and bigger. And as it goes down, it keeps bigger and bigger and bigger. That's compound interest. You understand that visual? That's all you need to know. But don't say words that you confuse people. When I get it set up, it's going to be simple. And I'm telling you right now, it's going to be the best thing you ever saw.
I love it.
Lazy, no good for nothing, dirty.
Investing for dummies.
No, I need to.
That's not beyond that.
This is beyond that. Yeah,
sounds like it's beyond that.
Yeah. Zay from the hood, he knows. Look, Zay like, yeah, it's talking my language. That's why his ass laughing. Because I'm talking to him now. He's too near me not to hear me. He's feeling me now. And it's like, I'm not taking the money from you. It's your money. You control it. You know, I'm just going to have a database that's going to make sure, because I know you're going to lose your numbers. You're going to forget your Social Security number. You're going to forget your account number. And so I got to have a database to retain all the information, because I know your mentality. You know, you be out smoking weed and you're going to forget everything. But if you don't touch it, if you don't touch it, and I'll have I don't know if you've seen these investment calculators they have. They're amazing. You can put in, okay, if I put in $1,000 and I'm 26, when I'm 60, hit the button, it'll tell you how much you can have. Those financial calculators are amazing. So I have that, so you can see what you're going to make if you don't touch it.
That's good.
It's easy. I get everybody rich.
That's good. John
Everybody
Brown,
rich. Black
Coffee. He's growing an empire, ladies and gentlemen, and we love talking to him.
Come on, man. Give me. What do you think about the name?
What?
Like
Black
the name.
Coffee?
No, the lazy, dirty, no good for nothing finance.
Oh yeah,
I love it. Lazy, good for nothing finance. Lazy, good for
look,
nothing
he
finance.
taking the drink. Say like shit. I need to get involved with that right now.
Oh yeah, that's
Lazy,
gonna sell, baby.
good for nothing finances. I love it. Come on, we are in full support of you, John Brown. Hey, let's do it again soon. Let's talk soon.
Yeah, let's do that.
We'll keep watching you grow the lazy, good for nothing finances.
Hey, I had one more question. In the summer, does it rain in Texas ever?
It did rain this summer.
Because I mean, it's probably a weird question for you guys, but I saw in New York it rained on the game the Detroit had against New York. I'm thinking, wait a minute, summertime. Where I live, I've never seen rain in summer.
Right. It's 77 and sunny.
I didn't even know that even happens. So I'm asking everybody around the country, does it rain where you live in the summer? So you actually saw rain in the summer in your life?
Yes, it did rain. It rained more than usual. Yeah.
This year?
Yeah, everything's overgrown.
That's crazy. See, I can't even comprehend that.
Yeah, because every day it's 77 and sunny there.
It's like, in the summertime, it never rained. That ain't happening.
It's nuts.
Then
John,
you guys gotta kind of get out of there.
You're the best. I'm gonna come see you soon. I gotta come see my uncle, so I'm gonna come see you.
Let me know, doggy.
All right, buddy.
Appreciate you, John.
All right.
Good to see you. John Brown. Check him out. Black Coffee on YouTube, caneprotein.com to order his protein, 2 times Mr. Universe, father of Amon-Ra St. Brown, Equinemius St. Brown, and Osiris St. Brown. All right, we got to go, Zay. We got to bring in the fellas from SEC Unfiltered, Chris Phillips, Mike Gillespie.
Hello.
You guys are too kind. We're gonna run out the door and broadcast from Las Vegas tomorrow.
You're paying for it. You're paying for it.
Remember, boys, karmic debt is a real thing.
That's right.
Just saying.
Okay, because I feel a hot streak coming.
A hot streak.
I don't at all. Chip's trying to peer pressure me to do stuff.
Hey, you gotta throw a little coin on one of the week 0 games, right?
Oh, wow.
I'm doing a like a upset pick thing. Like basically, like you have to pick an upset per week, and you get points based off of like what the spread is. That's how many points you get, and if you miss, it's -1. It's these radio guys. I'm going on their show weekly, and they do like an upset, not Survivor, but just an upset game. So I think I'm probably betting on Florida State Saturday. So that I'm not going to play that one. And then there's only 3 other games. And I think Delaware State's a 40-point underdog. And the underdog has to win straight up for you to win. So you have to like pick an outright upset. It has to happen.
That's not a good selection.
Well, I know. They're just doing it for week 0 anyways. So, I mean, Delaware State's a 40-point underdog. Nevada, a point underdog. The game I went with, New Mexico is a 10-point underdog to FCS Montana State. So we're right at New Mexico. I told him, I was like, dude, I'd love to do Georgia Tech, but I'm probably going to bet on FSU's. I can't in good conscience do that. So 100%. It goes nothing with New Mexico. So,
yeah.
All right.
Well, we appreciate y'all.
We appreciate y'all.
Absolutely. For sure.
Y'all be good, boys. Y'all give them hell
tomorrow from Vegas.
See you. We'll see you. Mike, what's up, man?
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Dude, I'm doing great, man. Any day Steve Spurrier's making headlines on the timeline, I'm doing fantastic, man.
Dude.
I mean, that's just what a time to be alive.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I love Spurrier. Just doesn't. He didn't give a crap before in retirement. It's just like, what?
I was just sad we didn't get a this, that, and the other in that. We're gonna get into it in a second. Mike, appreciate you taking the time. Obviously, guys, we are SEC Unfiltered. I'm Chris Phillips. He's Mike Gillespie, and we are on for an extended period of time today. So the boys are able to get out, catch a flight, and just love you guys that much, man. What's another 30 minutes, right? We got a lot to talk about. We're 8 days away, Mike.
Yep.
From Toe actually meeting Leather and getting the season underway. And as someone that, and I know you're similar, but as someone who's been creating preview content for going on like 4 months, I'm so stoked.
Yep.
It's been so much fun. It's crazy, Mike. We're dropping these game previews, which, by the way, shameless plug. This morning, our Texas-Colorado State game preview dropped. Those are filled with predictions, obviously analysis, whatever. Actually, 3 minutes ago, our Vanderbilt-Virginia Tech preview dropped. But, that's how ready we are, Mike, for football.
100%.
We're doing every game of week 1. So, dude, we talked about Mizzou-Murray State for 20 minutes. I mean – when you think like, what in the world is there to say?
Yeah.
We filmed 20 minutes of talking points to discuss because it's just like we're actually getting to talk about a game on the field. So cheers to that. And excited we made it.
It's the best time of year because everyone still thinks they have a chance, right? Like everyone's still super excited. It's seriously it's the best time, and I love the week 0 thing. I know some people hate it. But
at least there's ball on TV. Like
100%, dude.
And it's a lot better, dude. Last year, like Notre Dame, Navy, that was terrible. At least Florida State, Georgia Tech is going to be kind of interesting. I mean,
the spread isn't. I mean, what 10? It's 10, right, for Florida State.
Well, and here's the thing: it opened at 14 or 13.
Yeah.
It's down to 10.5.
Yeah,
and the whole public,
the
whole public is on Georgia Tech, which makes me want to bet Florida State. Everybody's on Georgia Tech, dude.
It's not going to be close. It's going to be the same thing as Notre Dame Navy. It's going to be the same thing. Like
I don't think it'll be that big of a blowout.
I don't think that listen, it's all a line of scrimmage game, right? Like in Florida State is just deep. They got a better defense. I mean, I know they lost 10 starters in total, and DJ Uiagalelei is who knows because. Again, we don't know which version is going to show up, but I don't know, man. I just think Florida State's deeper and better, and I would totally, if I was going to bet, I would absolutely take Florida State.
It's interesting, Mike, because I think a lot of it is coming from people like hate DJU or they think he sucks.
Yeah,
people think DJU is terrible.
Right.
I mean, you got to up close look at this dude. I mean, obviously with him being at Clemson.
Yeah.
I mean, he was not good there. He wasn't. But I mean, I don't know. I think it's a little bit, dare I say, like over exaggeration on how bad he is. I mean, I think he was in a mess of a system at Clemson. That system was not great. And then I mean, Oregon State, he was okay. I mean, but a lot of it's coming from that, I think.
You have to remember, too, like Clemson's quarterbacks, like they have not had a good quarterback since Trevor Lawrence, right?
Yeah.
Like, and look at all the I mean, I know we love Deshaun Watson, we love Trevor Lawrence, but like, don't forget about Kelly Bryant, who was supposed to be amazing, and he flat out sucked. Like DJ Uiagalelei wasn't great either. And then, Cade Klubnik, man, like, yeah, he had spurts last year, but like I'm still not sold on Cade Klubnik. Like until he does it consistently time and time again, like Trevor Lawrence developed into a consistent quarterback, like I can't trust him. So yeah, I mean, I just maybe it was part of the system. I mean, dude, DJU looked solid at Oregon State.
Yeah, I mean, I think a little too much is being made of it. I think his team around is really good.
Yeah,
the game to me screams backdoor cover. Like I could see the spread's 10.5. Georgia Tech is down 7 or down 10, driving late in the game. They throw a pick 6 and covers. Like it just.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. Dude. I mean, listen, if Georgia Tech were to beat Florida State, my God. But I think that's the thing, too, Mike. A lot of it, I think, is people, they're betting with their hearts. They want, like, everybody wants that big bang start to the season, right? Like, so everybody wants the underdog to win, and it's like, I don't know, man. I don't
see it. I don't. I mean,
I think Florida State, or I'm not betting.
Yeah, 100%. And that's a good pick. Why? Because I think Florida State's going to be smart and they're going to ground and pound, man. They're going to take advantage of having a better offensive line, right? Than Georgia Tech's defensive line. And I just think that they're going to make this a shorter game, and freaking, ground and pound. That's how these games are won, man. Like, that's why Florida State's better than Georgia Tech, because they're going to be able to run the football. And I wouldn't if I'm Norvell, right, like limit the passing game, don't have to come out and, be super impressive, impose your will on the offensive and defensive lines, and you got to win. I think it's just as easy as that, man. I really do.
Yeah, I think the physicality of FSU could be a big difference. Have you heard, Mike, the gambling, not philosophy, strategy, if you will? If you're gonna bet the underdog, bet them early. If you're gonna bet the favorite, bet them late.
Yeah.
Heard that?
Sure.
Yeah. So, sure. I mean, listen, it's the best time to get Georgia Tech was when the line first dropped. And the best time to get FSU is going to be literally Saturday morning. So,
100%.
I might wait till Friday, but I mean,
let me ask you something. Do you like that this game is in Dublin, or is that just so random?
It's random. I mean, it does nothing for me. I mean,
Notre Dame made sense because it's it's Notre Dame, right? There's a lot of Irish Catholics that go to Notre Dame. So yes, Ireland makes sense. This, I don't get. I really don't. I don't understand. I mean, and it's not like the NFL playing games in Germany, right? Like, they want to expand the brand, and that makes sense.
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, it's
who gives a shit about Florida State and Dublin? Honestly,
or Georgia Tech.
Or Georgia Tech.
And then I don't know what's more random, like the fact that Florida State Georgia Tech is the week 0 game in Dublin, or Florida State Boston College is the Labor Day night game.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is that? You know what I mean? What is that?
I don't understand, especially because I think Florida State's a good team, but they lost 10 starters from last year to the NFL. I mean, they're not the same team that they were last year.
Yeah.
This isn't the same. They're not going to go unconquered again. They're not going to go 13-0, 13-1. They're not going to go 13-0. That's not going to happen this year, I don't think. Because I think the ACC is a lot better too. I mean, I think Clemson's going to be a lot better, deeper. Miami is better. I just don't see Florida State going undefeated again. It's not the same team.
Yeah, I think we're going to have very few undefeateds in college football. Guys, again, we're on until 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Central. So leave us your questions, your comments, everything. Facebook, X, YouTube. Mike, let's jump to Jack Burton, who asks, Georgia hasn't beaten Alabama in Tuscaloosa in 17 years. Do y'all think they will finally beat them this year?
Yeah, I think so. I think Georgia, even with the arrests this offseason, I still think that they're probably the deepest team in the SEC, right? They probably have top 3 quarterback in the SEC, maybe the best running back in Trevor Etienne.
I know that hurts to say, Mike.
It does. It sucks. But, I've heard honestly, Chris, your boys from South Carolina, man, I've heard really good things about Rocket Sanders. I've heard really good things about Rocket Sanders.
Well, I mean, hearing he's healthy would be a really good start. Honestly.
Yeah, well, for sure. But, I mean, that guy just, he has been a really, really impressive, so far. I mean, I know, his health is a concern, but it's, I mean, honestly, every time the guy gets the ball in practice, I heard the other day he broke 10 tackles in one carry. That's
one of two ways to look at that, Mike.
That's true. That's very true. That's very true. Yeah. No, but I mean, anyway, I think Georgia's probably better than Alabama this year too. If there's a year to do it, right? It's year one under Kalen DeBoer.
It's kind of scary how quick I am to be when I looked at the schedule, I was when? Just for Georgia. I was when?
Yeah.
And it's night game in Tuscaloosa. I mean, that's going to be correct. But to your point, man, that game is so big for Georgia. That game is so good. It's to prove that you had a Nick Saban problem, not an Alabama problem.
100%.
Alabama again, it's like
yes.
The program has your number, not Saban has your number.
Correct. Now it's the pro. And, I'll go one step further, too, and say, like, this is the game that Kirby Smart can solidify that he is indeed the best coach in the SEC now that Nick Saban is gone.
Yeah.
And I don't know if anyone's really debating that, because I think everyone kind of who knows college football and knows the biz, everyone kind of just gives the nod to Kirby anyway, right? But if, again, to your point, man, if you lose to Bama again in Tuscaloosa, then it is a program issue, right? Like,
oh yeah,
and like you're still not over the hump. You're still not the best program in the SEC, which is crazy. Like, I mean, Georgia they've won 2 national titles in the last 3 years, and
3 or 4, yeah.
And it's like I still think Alabama's like the best SEC football program.
2 or 3 is what I meant to say, but going for 3 or 4.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, Bama hadn't won a title since 2020.
Oh, I know, but
some would call that a.
But look, they beat Georgia in the SEC title game last year when they weren't supposed to, right? Like they were 1 touchdown away from going to the national title. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I made quite the stir to debut SEC Unfiltered. I think one of my first takes was despite missing the playoff, Georgia's the best team in college football. I was like, the best team in college football didn't make the playoff.
Right.
So people obviously had a time with that.
Yeah. But I mean, Alabama, in my opinion, they've just been the best brand, of football in the SEC. And this is a chance for Georgia now with Saban gone to solidify that, yeah, they're the next one. I mean, it happened with Saban when Saban finally beat Urban, in 2009 in the SEC title game. It was Urban's show for 3 straight years, and then all of a sudden, it was Nick's show, for the next 15.
Yeah. Mike, here's an interesting question I want to pose to you. So let's say Greg Sankey is writing the script for the season. Who says he doesn't do that anyways? Let's say he's pulling the strings, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Let's say Greg Sankey's writing the script.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think he would prefer Texas and Oklahoma fare in year 1 in the SEC? If he's writing the script, do you think he would rather both of them be really successful? And so to say, like, look how smart I was bringing 2 of the best programs in the country over to the SEC.
Yeah.
Or do you think he'd rather both of them like get their shit kicked in and like be humbled and be like, look how big and bad the SEC, like, or maybe like a split? Like,
I was going to say, is it all or nothing?
No. You can say one do this, one do that. But I'm just thinking, like, dude, if Texas wins the SEC, I'm not going to be upset about it.
No.
How is that going to look for the conference? For everybody else in the conference, it's going to be like,
well, right.
It's like, what have y'all been bragging about for years?
Yeah.
SEC grind, ain't nothing to it,
Oh, 100%. If Texas wins the SEC this year, everyone's going to shut the hell up really quick. Because there's this idea that like Texas hasn't played anybody. And look, I mean, the Big 12 has not been historically as good as the SEC over the last 20 years. And that's just true. I still think Texas is a damn good football team that can and might win the SEC this year. I think it would be a great look for Sankey if one of those teams played for an SEC title. I do. SEC champion, just make the SEC championship game. If both make it, I think it's bad in general for the league because I think you want it to be a little bit more spread out than that. I think for television ratings, having Texas in the SEC title game is going to be money. Like if it was Texas and Georgia, right? Like think about that rematch.
Oh, yeah.
The SEC title game, man, those ratings are going to be phenomenal. So anytime the ratings are good, right? Like the SEC looks
this is booming
for sure. I don't think the the SEC wants Texas and Oklahoma to be in the SEC title game. Like I think that's a bad look.
Does Texas owe you SEC champion?
Yeah. I think that's. I don't think that's. I don't think that's going to happen. But if it did, I think that's a bad look for the SEC because it would just show a weakness. It would show a massive weakness. Right. But I mean, that can happen. Remember, like this is the first year, that we don't have divisions anymore. So they take the top two, and Chris, you and I have talked about that. Like that sucks for teams like South Carolina. That sucks for teams like Arkansas, because now that sliver of hope that you had to make the SEC title game just by being the de facto, SEC East champ, that's gone away. Now you have to earn it.
I mean, because when you had East and West, like, you were only one or two big upsets away from finishing at the top of the East. Like now, like,
right?
Yeah, like you said, it's.
Oh, I mean,
what was once finishing third in the East and be like, yeah, we finished. I mean, now you're finishing sixth in the conference. Like you're not even in that combo. So even if you had a quote unquote good year, you're not even in that combo.
I don't even know how you brag about that. Like
you don't,
right? Like, I mean, I'm sure that my Florida brethren would find a way to do it. Hey, dude, we finished sixth behind Georgia and Texas and Oklahoma and Alabama. Look at all those teams, But yeah, no, can Texas beat the Bulldogs twice is the question.
Be tough.
I don't think so.
Well, that's why I literally have Texas beating Georgia and Austin, and then them rematching in Atlanta, and Georgia getting their revenge.
Yeah. So. Here's something interesting, man, and I haven't heard any talk about this. Maybe you have. You're more plugged in than I am these days to this, but has there been any talk about moving that SEC football championship outside of Atlanta?
No, not that I've heard.
Yeah. I wonder if that's going to come now with the expansion, because
dude, Atlanta to me though feels like, like Charlotte, which is weird because the SEC network is they're located in Charlotte. Right. Charlotte, the ACC has kind of taken Charlotte, which is a shame because I love Charlotte.
I do too.
But they've kind of taken it as like theirs. Yeah, they do the media days there every year and everything. Yeah, they have their baseball tournaments there.
Right.
Atlanta kind of feels like the city for the SEC, in my opinion.
It's
kind of like that. When I think of the SEC, like there's Atlanta, like it's
I wonder. I mean, I wonder if they would ever get to the point, kind of similar to what they do with SEC media days, where they start moving this thing around. I don't know. I mean, it's just a thought. Just because now it's so far west, right? Like it's so far. Like the expansion has been so far west, right? That like it almost feels like they might have to consider it. And I guarantee you, right? Like if Texas or Oklahoma makes that game, and so does Georgia, like they're going to be upset that that SEC title game is in Georgia's backyard, and Oklahoma is so freaking far away, or Texas, But like for the other schools, it makes sense. South Carolina, easy drive to Atlanta. Gainesville, easy drive. Alabama, easy drive. But yeah,
Jack Burton says the SEC championship should be the Texas Motor Speedway. Yeah, let's do that. And he also said Jerry World. See, that's one that who knows, man? Who knows?
There was a good thread the other day. I think Front Office Sports posted it on like where you would want to see college football games played, like different venues, because they've been played at Yankee Stadium and Bristol and just like some great spots. I thought that was a pretty interesting discussion from FOS too, like where they could have these new college football games played across the country. Someone chimed in and said try to do the aircraft carrier thing again. Do you remember that when they tried to do that with the basketball games?
Yes, I do recall that. Yes, that was so strange,
dumb. And then they didn't take into account that like when you're near water, like there's a lot of like there's just like moisture in the air that gets on the court, and so it was just slippery as hell, and they couldn't play basketball anymore. But anyway, yeah, the Bristol game was awesome for sure.
Yeah, Bristol was sick. I mean, and I think that's coming back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next year, maybe 2025. Yeah. I don't know. It was kind of interesting. It got me thinking a little bit, like where we could, start having these college football games. And I was like, could they do this on an aircraft carrier if they wanted to? Like, no, there's no way. There's not a chance.
Well, Mike, it feels like it's prediction season this week because a lot of people dropping picks. Our guy Jake Crane. I want to start though with Steve Spurrier. I could listen to Spurrier on a podcast. He's just hilarious. I don't know. He just makes me laugh. But Coach Spurrier saying he's picking Bama to win the SEC title behind. I don't know if you heard this. Jalen DeBoer. Called him Jalen.
No, I did not hear that.
Yeah, he called him Jalen DeBoer, and here I think we can probably share it.
Yeah,
let's share. I feel like my description's not going to do it justice. Let's see here. Yeah, called him Jalen DeBoer, and then gave his thoughts on Florida as well. So let me just get the tab pulled up. I should already had this done. All right, let's see.
Yeah, Jack Burton says, Spurrier's such an a-hole without trying. It's funny. Yeah, he definitely can.
All right, here we go. So this should share the audio. If y'all can't hear it, let me know. But this is Coach Spurrier's comments.
Alabama to win the SEC. Really? Yeah, I like Jalen DeBoer, and I think their players and their team will say, we don't need our coach to win. We're good enough to win by ourselves.
Yeah.
And that's a hell of a coach, Jalen DeBoer, and I think they've got a schedule they can work with. But that'd be a huge game. I think they do play Texas early. Is that correct? Okay. But obviously, they're Georgia, Texas, and Alabama are the top three. And I just think maybe Alabama will be the team to do it this year. And I'm going to pick the Gators to finish somewhere around 5th or 6th, win between 8 and 10 games, maybe 9, something like that.
That's generous.
I think we have a lot of good players. And if we can beat Miami the first game and develop some confidence that we are good enough to win, and now let's go do it, maybe that'll sustain us throughout the course of the season. I'm going to pick out.
I love it.
Something like that.
Jalen DeBoer.
Dude, watching that, I was like, God, I miss listening to Spurrier on a weekly basis. I really do, man.
He just combined Jalen Milroe. That's what it was.
And he said Jalen DeBoer twice.
Yeah.
And then
my favorite thing is they can do it without their head coach. They're like, yeah, clearly it's not even the head. Jalen DeBoer doesn't exist.
Yeah, when he said that, Spurrier he has a way of saying things that
he does.
Yeah, he doesn't beat around the bush.
No, he doesn't give a shit.
Tell you what, man, Steve Spurrier setting some high expectations for Billy, boy.
There's no way.
I'm Billy Napier. I'm like,
stop it. Yeah,
because all the Florida fans now are going to be like, our GOAT said we should win 8 to 10 games. So
listen, man,
if we had a coach worth a damn who could coach them up, we'd win 8 to 10.
My dad's generation, right? My dad's generation, all Spurrier guys, right? Like, and in their height, right? Their height of life, right? Like in their 40s, right? Like Spurrier was the man. So all these guys in their 60s and 70s and 80s, they're, like you said, man, they are going to be like, well, Spurrier said it. 8, 9, maybe 10 wins. We're Florida. We can. Why not? We used to win 10. Why can't we win 10 this year? It's like, because you have the fucking schedule of the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, who knows?
You know what though? Truly, Spurrier don't give a damn, dude. He ain't gonna get fired.
No, but he never has, dude. He's never cared, and that's like his teams, for better or for worse, carried that swag. Like, we don't care. We're good. Like every single one.
Did Spurrier like Mullen?
I think so. I know that there's a little inside knowledge that I don't know if you saw the thing that Florida did with HBO a couple years ago. It's kind of like a preseason documentary on Florida.
It's not Swamp Kings, right?
No, that was Netflix. This was like you probably saw the clip. Like Spurrier like sort of walked in on a coaches meeting and like gave an idea for a play, right? And it seemed like he was stepping on Mullen's toes, but I guess Mullen had like orchestrated it and like asked him to do it to like come in. So I think they had like a pretty good rapport, but also I don't think Spurrier really liked the fact that it seemed like Mullen had one foot out the door. Like I think he was always very critical about that, and everyone was, right. Like we've said,
Spurrier is a diehard Gator. Somebody commented on that Instagram post, and they were a South Carolina fan. He's like, hate that he says "we" when talking about Florida. I'm like, dude, he won the Heisman and national title there.
Yeah,
he was never a Gamecock. He was. I mean, he was a Gamecock to the degree of doing the job, and I think he's obviously probably got a special place in his heart. But he's. Yeah, you knew he was a Gator. I mean, he's a Gator. Yeah. I mean, it's just bottom line. Gator.
And you know what? Let me tell you, these strong traditions. I mean, my wife sees it all the time, right? Like, I love South Carolina. I covered them for 10 years. They're not my alma mater. They're not Florida. Like, Florida will always have the place in my heart, man. It's just that's where I went to school. Those are my guys. Now I know a whole lot more South Carolina grads, that I'm close with here in town than obviously that I do Florida, but these big brands, man, like Texas, right? Like if you grow up a Texas fan, you go to Texas, right? Like it's such a powerful brand that they suck you in, like they suck you in and it's hard to get out of. And for Spurrier, yeah, he's been a Florida guy, true and true forever, like he's got great memories there. The fans love him. There was never this like Carolina fans still have a visceral reaction to Steve Spurrier, right?
It's so stupid. It's so stupid.
Well, of course, and Spurrier knows it and he hears it and he hates it. And Florida fans never had that reaction. Of course, there were very different endings to both of those tenures, but Florida always loved him. Like it was their son. It's the same way. Every time I come back to Gainesville, I feel the same way, dude. It's like, I feel like it's a part of a family. It's hard to get out of. Texas fans feel the same way. South Carolina fans feel the same way. It's hard to get rid of your fandom,
Yeah, I mean, I literally saw this yesterday, Mike, when I posted. South Carolina had named Lenora Sellers their starting quarterback, which we'll get into in a second. But I think somebody must have commented a GIF of Spurrier, like at South Carolina, and some dude literally commented and was like, "Do not post that quitter." And I'm just like, dude, it has been 9 years, dude. Just let it go. Just let it go.
Yeah,
let it go.
Like, here's the thing, too. I know it was a perfect storm, right? Like, you had to have some of the best talent that's ever come through this state, right? At the same time as Steve Spurrier, right? And Carolina fans are going to get so pissed when they hear this. Even that couldn't win you an SEC title. Like, you had one of the greatest college football coaches ever in the history of the game. The greatest defensive lineman that's ever played, right? One of the greatest running backs that's ever played. Alshon Jeffrey, like, who made Alabama his bitch. I mean, seriously, dude, like, and that still didn't win an SEC title. I mean, that just goes to show you how freaking hard it is. But yeah, man, I like Florida. I don't know. Florida never gave Spurrier as much crap as Carolina fans gave Spurrier. And I think Spurrier he's resented it, and how can't you? How can't you?
He's only human, man. He's only human. I get it. I mean, also too, I'm sure he thinks of it like what an ungrateful group of, I mean, the ending was shitty. Nobody's denying the ending was shitty.
It was.
Spurrier's human. He probably regrets the way it went.
Yeah.
But man, like people have no empathy. They have no sympathy, no, you know what I mean? Like, especially when it comes to sports.
Yep.
Too many people don't realize there's a human being on the other end. So
yeah. Right.
And I guess that's like when I look at the Spurrier ending, did it suck? It sucked.
Yeah.
But I personally never had a visceral reaction. I just remember hearing somebody saying and agreeing that Spurrier was always somebody, he did it his own way. That's how he operated.
Yep.
And if he felt like in that moment, I'm standing in the way of this team winning, or I'm the weak link.
Yep.
You know, he removed himself. So I mean,
and he did the same thing at Florida, man. Like and
side note, Mike,
Yeah.
not to cut you off.
Yeah.
Not Spurrier's fault, because anybody who knows anything about that situation knows he wanted to walk after 2014.
Right.
And it was Ray Tanner that begged him to come back.
Right.
So why are you going to beg a guy to come back when he obviously is ready to hang it up?
100%.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
We should be blaming Ray Tanner, damn it.
But no, I mean, seriously, man, like when a guy's ready to hang it up, like
it's known fact, he was ready to hang it up.
You let him go. But he did the same thing at Florida. I mean, it wasn't the same thing. It was very different. Like, but they had just won the Orange Bowl, and the next day he's driving his car to Crescent Beach and, to take a little summer break. And he calls Jeremy Foley up, the old athletics director. And he's like, yeah, I think I'm done. Jeremy's like, what? Excuse me? He's like, yeah, no, I've kind of had it, like this is, I got you guys to where I want to be and, where you want to be. And I feel like I've left the program in a great place, blah, 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 and of course, then he signs, the NFL contract and he coaches Washington. But he just, it was like when Johnny Carson hung it up, it's like these guys are just so iconic, man, that they just do it their own way, and you, for better or for worse, like you can't fault them. What are you going to say? Like, what's Ray going to say, to Spurrier, in 2015? Like, I mean, he knows it was his fault, that he brought him back anyway.
I'm pretty sure too, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I am wrong, but did Ray Tanner shed tears at the presser when Spurrier?
I don't remember. I know
the fact I remember him shedding tears at Muschamp's presser.
Yes.
But not Spurrier's presser.
Yes.
Ray blows my mind.
Yeah. Ray Tanner was very emotional at Will Muschamp's press conference. They were really good friends. And but I'm
sure Spurrier is more the type like, well, he's my boss.
Yeah, I don't know.
Ray, you don't play golf. We're not good friends.
Yeah, well, I was about to say, I don't think Ray Tanner and Steve Spurrier were like that close.
Right.
But like, I don't know if anyone really is. Like, I've heard like Steve. I've done a ton of interviews with Steve Spurrier, and he's a different dude off camera. Yeah. He's very fidgety. Like he's not the easiest guy in the world to talk to. Like he's constantly like mumbling while you're talking. That's the other thing. Like he's like, it's like very distracting. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know if Spurrier's really close to anyone, but yeah, no, Ray Tanner definitely cried at Muschamp's funeral. I mean, firing. So yeah.
I mean, same difference, whatever. Yeah. Dude, I was just thinking one of my favorite Spurrier words he would say is clobbered.
Clobbered.
We got clobbered.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I don't think I've ever heard anybody else say the word clobbered in any.
Chris, there's no way. I mean, there's a way, but like really, there's no way, right, that Florida wins 8 to 9 to 10 games this year. There's not a chance. Like,
again, I've said it. If they go 8-4, I will stand here and beat the table that they should be in the playoff. And dude, my buddy Nick De La Torre with Gators Online, he said the same. Like he told me at media day, he said, Chris, if Florida goes 8-4, I will go full Florida State fans, scorched earth.
All right,
Florida should be in the playoff.
Yeah, but like I think it depends on who those 4 losses are, right?
Dude,
it's got to be
4 with that schedule.
I know, but
well, let me ask you this: what is Florida ranked if they're 7-5? They got to be in the top 20.
I don't know. I mean, they probably are, right?
They have to be.
Yeah.
Because if they win 7 games,
yeah.
I mean, you can't win 7 and not beat. They've probably beaten Miami. They've beaten Mississippi State. They've probably beaten A&M and Sam.
7-5. That's
they
4
start
wins.
5-0. They're probably starting 5-0.
Yeah.
And the only other one that wouldn't be like a massive win is Kentucky. I mean, and that'd still be like a big deal.
Yeah.
But that 7th win would come against either Tennessee, Georgia, Texas, LSU, Ole Miss, or Florida State.
Yeah. Which, by the way, they're not going to go over. There's no way.
I got them beating LSU.
Yeah, that's a good pick. I like that. I like that a lot. That's in the swamp.
Dude, I mean, if people listen, I picked Florida State to beat Florida.
Yeah.
But if people think Georgia Tech can beat Florida State, shit.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Florida can definitely beat Florida State. Come on. Like, what are we talking about?
Right. Yeah. And I mean, look, Florida's roster is the best it's been in a while, right? Like, they know that. I think everybody understands that. It just sucks that this just happens to be the worst schedule they've played ever.
Mike, let's hit this really quickly. Naman says Lagway will start for Florida when they play Texas and Austin. If Lagway is starting,
I don't think so.
November 9th.
Yeah, I don't.
The season has gone off. The season's gone.
Yeah.
Like,
or Graham Mertz just got hurt again.
Or Graham Mertz got hurt. Yeah, which means the season probably still went off.
Yeah, probably.
As good as Lagway is, bro, like, he's a freshman.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. No, did you see this? CBS Sports, they ranked like the best backup quarterbacks in the country.
Yeah, it was Lagway 1, right?
Lagway was 1 and Arch Manning was 2.
That is
that's pretty crazy to me.
It's a take.
That's a take. Yeah, that's a take. I mean, because one has played football games and the other hasn't.
Right.
I mean,
by the way, Jack Burton says I like to watch the whole stadium singing Tom Petty on YouTube. He says great culture. Football needs them to be good again.
Yeah.
And he also says you can't spell citrus without UT.
100%. Yeah. So those of you who don't know, that's a Spurrier quip. So back when we had the Citrus Bowl, I mean, I guess we still have the Citrus Bowl, but it's not really. Is it still called the Citrus Bowl?
Called? I don't know.
I don't even know. Like they play it in the Citrus Bowl down in Orlando. But yeah, so
here's what's hilarious, Mike.
Yeah.
We do. It's the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl.
Oh, okay.
That Tennessee literally played in last year.
Yeah.
The irony of this.
Yeah, for sure. So the Citrus Bowl used to be kind of a shitty bowl too, and it was like 6-7 wins.
Well, it's a really shitty bowl when your goal is to win the national championship,
right? Yeah, 100%. And so every year they'd finish, with like 7-5 or whatever it was then, 7-3. When it was a 10-game season, and they'd wind up in the Citrus Bowl like almost every year. So Spurrier famously said you can't spell citrus without UT, University of Tennessee. Anyway. Just one of the many quips from the HBC over the years.
Free Shoes University. Did he also say Did he say that the Auburn library burnt down and that were colored or something like that?
Yeah. So the story goes they were playing at Auburn. This was in the 90s. Florida was playing at Auburn, and there was a library, I think, close to the football stadium that had caught on fire. And like you could see it on like television, like fans knew that there was a fire. And so a reporter asked Spurrier about it. And he was like, yeah, no, I heard about that. It's a shame that, none of them were colored yet or something like that. Like, yeah. He's just a quick dude. He's a quick, I mean, like
sharp as attack.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, his wife even said it, this like SEC network thing that they did with Spurrier, like, his wife even said like, I guess she used to like stick up for him. Like, no, he didn't really mean that. And then like over time, she was like, oh yeah, no, he actually meant that. He actually did mean that.
He knows what he's saying.
yeah, for sure.
You gotta wonder if his wit and his mouth got him in trouble with the wife. It'd be really easy to just kind of mouth off. I don't know.
Sure. I don't know, man.
Gary's a special breed, though.
Yeah, and she's, I mean, like, all the football teams, like, they loved her. She'd bring like chocolate chip cookies and stuff, and like,
I remember Garcia told me that Jerry Spurrier's cookies were like the best.
Yeah, she'd bring. Yeah, well, I mean, hey, she was like the soccer mom. Like,
yeah.
Like absolutely love the teams and stuff, but yeah, man, I just don't think that there's any way that I don't see Florida winning more than 7 games. Like I just don't. I mean, because they're going to be favored in how many of the 12? Maybe 4. Maybe 4.
They'll be favored against Samford.
Okay.
They'll be favored at Mississippi State.
Yep.
I don't think they'll be favored against A&M. If A&M's a favorite against Notre Dame, I know it's at home.
Yeah.
I think they'll probably give A&M the nod. Miami game will have a lot to say about that spread.
Yep. For sure.
They'll be favored against Samford, Mississippi State. I think they will be favored against UCF. I do.
Yeah, at home for sure.
I don't
Is
know.
that it? Is that might be it?
I mean,
LSU.
You know what Kentucky's done?
Yeah. So maybe 4.
Maybe 4. Yeah.
Maybe 4.
Yeah.
I mean, are you gonna? I don't know, man. Like it reminds me, like 2 years ago, of that South Carolina team that won 8 games. Like they were picked to win 4 or 3.
What year was that?
2022.
Oh yeah, were they? They weren't picked to do that bad, were they?
Gator Bowl. I don't remember.
I picked them to go 8-4. So
did you? Yeah, maybe.
I had 8-4 with a win over Clemson, like on the nose.
Maybe
it got kind of scary, honestly, Mike. How good I got it.
I know. Yeah, well, no, for sure. Well, and then like the year before too, like
I had 6-6. Yeah,
right
on the nose. Yeah,
yeah.
And honestly, Mike, I'll tell you this. Honestly, I'm not proud to admit this, but last year when I picked 7-5, I think I knew in my heart of hearts that I should have went 6-6.
Yeah.
But what the Texas folks tuned in would have to understand, sometimes you have to make a decision to, it's one thing when you cover the whole SEC and, if I picked Texas to go 8-4 this year, Texas, you guys would be pissed, but you probably wouldn't be hunting me down and filling DMs with sometimes you got to make a decision, Mike.
Yeah, for sure.
You got to make a business decision, man. It's like, I remember last year, Mike, I picked 7-5 and was labeled as like toxic, negative, pessimist, the worst.
Yeah.
And then, so I mean, I probably knew better. I had a buddy of mine that kept telling me in the preseason, like, dude, South Carolina's going 5-7, like 100%. And I'm like, really? He's like, I think they're going to get smacked by North Carolina and they're going to go 5-7. I mean, he nailed it.
Yeah, but it should have been 6-6.
I mean,
I know.
They should have beat Florida. I mean,
right. It should have been 6-6.
I mean, that was the most. Again, that was the game, Mike, last year. I literally said is the key game of the season.
Yeah.
Because I was like, it's kind of right there in the middle. It's at home.
Yeah.
You lose that one, you can kiss bowl eligibility goodbye.
Yep.
So.
Well, and I mean, they almost did what was nearly impossible. They almost had an undefeated November, until they lost to Clemson.
They simultaneously, Mike, almost had an undefeated November and almost lost to Jacksonville State to kick off November.
Yes, that's right.
I mean,
that's right.
How much differently, Mike, are we talking?
Oh my God!
If they'd have lost to Jacksonville State,
the pick 6.
How much differently? I think this is the contract year. If you lost to Jacksonville State and went 4-8, I think another losing season would get him fired this year.
Oh, 100%.
I think that's how big of a deal that game is.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Who made the pick? Was it O'Donnell Fortune?
Stone Blanton, who's at Mississippi.
Stone Blanton. That's right. Yeah, it was Stone Blanton. Yeah,
and Stone Blanton had a terrible game.
That's right. Yep.
I mean, I remember literally tweeting like, 52 has seen better days. I literally said that because I, don't want to say him by name or anything because God forbid you talk shit about a kid who's literally getting paid to play. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, right.
I was like 52 seen better days. And then he gets the pick 6 and people go on Twitter and they're like giving me shit. And I'm like, you were saying the same thing.
You can't, right. You can't just
How dare you come at one of our boys? Like,
you can't just cherry pick, Yeah, no, but seriously, like it should have been. But you've been very accurate, and you had what? You have 6-6 this year.
5-7.
5-7.
Yeah, Mike. I admitted this with Texas A&M too. I admittedly went more conservative because fun fact again for the Texas folks tuned in. I've been giving predictions for South Carolina football seasons, game by game, with scores since 2018. I don't know that I did in 17. I know I started in 18. Mike, every year I've given predictions. South Carolina has either matched what I picked, or fallen short of. They have never won more than I picked.
Right.
Never. They've more often than not underachieved.
Yeah.
Every year. So I'm like, I went into this year, Mike, thinking, you know what? Here's your chance.
Sure.
I'm not overshooting it. I'm not overshooting it, you know. So that's where I stand with it, you know. And I mean, maybe, you know, we'll see. God forbid if they finish below my predictions again. Might be having some interesting convos.
I mean, Beamer's safe this year, but I
like
mean,
if they go 4-8 or worse, he should be fired. I'm sorry, 100%.
I don't think it's going to happen.
I just, dude, you have tech. You have. I don't even disagree with you. As crazy as it sounds, I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
The only path to Beamer getting fired this year is if they lose to Vandy. I think he's gone if they lose. Because I think no matter, I think if you have a losing record and lose to Vandy, because I think at that point, Mike, you have to look yourself in the mirror and say, we're the worst program in the conference. We're the worst program in the conference.
Right.
Like, but 3-9 with a loss to Vandy would do it. That would do it.
I don't think that's going to, like Carolina's.
I don't think it's going to happen either.
Carolina's defense is very good this year.
What is?
Very good.
The what is?
Oh, Carolina's defense.
Oh, yeah.
Carolina's defense is stacked. I mean, they've got players.
They should be.
You know,
maybe I'm just jaded, Mike, because I've heard every offseason how good this is and that is. And I'm like,
of course.
You know what I mean? Like I've heard that. Like our buddy Brad Crawford, he posted something yesterday about, you know, I'm reserving judgment on the running game, something, I don't know, D-line, something, whatever. And people were giving him hell, and I'm like, saying you'll wait and see on South Carolina football is like the least bold thing ever to do. Like, how have people not learned to just wait and see?
Yeah, and it's the smartest decision. Well, I will say this, right? Like, the run game looks really good. And Rocket Sanders looks great. What does that mean? Who the hell knows? But at least in practice, like, that run game looks phenomenal. Yeah, Jack Burton said, come on, Mike, get excited about your Gators. I mean, like, I'm excited, man. I am. Like, I mean, I think Graham Mertz is a lot better of a quarterback than anyone really wants to give him credit for.
Games in Gainesville. Hold on. Yeah, we're going to be there.
Yeah.
Dude, by the way, I meant to tell you on a side. I know we're jumping all over the place.
Yeah.
The way, kudos to you, the way Florida people are rolling out the red carpet for SEC Unfiltered.
Oh, yeah.
Literally, my guy texted me today, one of my other Florida buddies that is in the Florida media. Hey, man, not sure if you need it, but here's a parking pass for the game.
That's awesome.
He's not going to. Oh, let me see if you know where this is. So he's not going to be in town, but he's like, I have a parking pass. If you'd like to use it, you can park on campus. It is parking lot F at Flavette Field.
Yeah, Flavette
Field.
Or Flavette. Yeah. No, it's a little bit of a walk, but it's on campus and it's free. So
yeah. I'm just like, bro, Florida fans are showing us incredible love.
Yeah. No, I mean, honestly, man, like
Florida's setting the bar high.
It's going to be a good time. And I've got 10 days to make some magic happen too. I know we're getting late in the game here,
like,
but
if you can't. By the way, I need on a side note.
Yes,
we're talking about this. I need your suggestion.
Yeah.
I mean, again, as your schedule willing, you and I will do the live show Friday next week. I'll be in Gainesville, but the plan is I'm actually going down Thursday to stay with my buddies in Savannah to cut the drive in half, essentially.
Yeah.
And the plan is I'm going to get into Gainesville around noon on Friday, so I need a lunch recommendation.
Oh,
I need a lunch rec.
You got to do satchels.
Little lunch spot, satchel. Okay,
got to do satchels. Satchels.
We'll have. This is coming out of retirement. We'll have the GoPro.
Yeah.
We documenting the whole thing, man.
Yeah.
By the way, Jake, I've got the jorts on deck. You joke, but I've got the jorts on deck.
Yeah, man.
I'm going to be one with the community, my man. I mean, I'm already ready.
There we go. Yeah, let's see it. So honestly, satchels, I hope they're open like in the afternoon. I think they are, but that is the best pizza in the world. Love it. Fantastic. It's so freaking good, man. It's a little bit off the beaten path, but it's a gem in Gainesville. It's a gem.
Dude, I've heard Spurrier's is a little bit overrated. Food wise.
Yeah. They're still figuring some stuff out. Yeah.
By the way, satchels open 11A to 10P, so we're good. 11A to 10P.
The salads are incredible too. Pizza and salad.
Gainesville's going to be. I'm telling you, I really feel confident in saying Gainesville's going to be hard to top. Gainesville's going to set a hell of a bar.
It's good.
Hell of a bar.
It's a good time as long as it doesn't rain. Like I can take the heat as long as it doesn't rain. It's going to be loud.
If we could get some of what we're getting right now in the Carolinas and Gainesville.
Oh my God.
It's like 78 right now. So.
Oh, beautiful.
But it'll be like 105 next.
It's gonna be bad.
Well, I mean, dude, we gotta. Here we go. So I got the 10-day forecast. So right now, that game is projected to be high of 90 with 58% chance of scattered thunderstorms, which I guess is pretty much that's Florida.
Florida.
That's Florida.
High of 90.
High of 90 is not bad. High of 90 is not bad.
Yeah, that's not as bad as I thought it was going to. I mean, and a 3:30 kick. So, like, by the time.
It'll be humid, but I mean, whatever, man. Like,
yeah, by the time that thing's done, it'll be in the 80s.
I really like I'm hardcore pulling for Florida to win because I want to see Gainesville at its best.
Yeah, it's a fun time, man. It's a blast, and I'm doing everything I can to make it down there. We still got a little magic up our sleeves, so we're gonna try to make it happen. It's loud. I mean, it's fun. It's one of the stadiums on everyone's list. I thought that they were grossly disrespected by EA Sports.
Dude, I mean, because I remember growing up when on the NCAA games, like the Swamp was number one. Like I feel like Mike, the Swamp was looked at how Death Valley at LSU is looked at. Yes. I mean, LSU's been really good.
Yeah,
but LSU's kind of like you just do no research. Like, yep, just death taxes, and this is the hardest place to play.
Yeah, 100%.
I got to be honest, Mike. I'm excited to see the Swamp because I feel like last couple years, Florida not being great, the Swamp has lost some glory, at least in public perception.
Yeah.
Because I've seen pictures of like very sparse crowds, and you're like, is it really that crazy of a place to play? But that's why I wanted to go to the Miami game because I'm like, this will be the peak atmosphere. Yes. This is going to be the best of the best. Will be later in the season, but
that'll I think that'll be the best atmosphere of the year because,
You think Miami fans will travel?
Yeah.
The little bit of fans they have?
Yeah, they will. Yeah, they'll be
going to put them all on a bus up there?
They'll be Yeah, I mean the penitentiary is like, right down the road, bro. So you got those blue buses coming up. They'll travel. I mean, not as good as like Tennessee. But or Florida State. Florida State's always super obnoxious. I mean, they fill the stands out pretty well, but it's going to be a great atmosphere, man. Like probably the best of the year because obviously it's the first game, and it's against Miami, and you only play them twice every decade, so there's that component to it. I know I've said that on here before, but I can't understate that, right? Like it's a rivalry game. Florida hates Miami and Miami hates Florida, and you only get 2 cracks at it every decade. And so that just makes it that much more fun and loud. And it's a good time, man. You picked a good one. Yeah, you definitely picked a great first atmosphere. You know, for sure. It's your ears are going to be ringing. You know, when Florida is good,
I get to watch Neil act a fool.
Yeah, 100%.
I know Neil acts a fool at the games, dude. I've seen his videos of him.
He's
losing it in his kitchen over the baseball stuff. So I can't imagine.
Yeah,
what I'm in for with that.
Yeah, he's going to be crazy. You know, when Florida, here's the thing that I don't like about those rankings, and you and I have talked about it before, but so much of it is about how good, you know, that program is. You know,
because like, bro, Bryant Denny belongs nowhere near the top.
And listen, I love Memorial Stadium. I've covered a ton of games at Clemson, and Clemson gets loud, but it does not get as loud as the Swamp. You know, like
how many does the Swamp seat again?
About 92,000, I think. Yeah.
I think I told you, Mike. Like literally last summer, I got my car in Tampa and then was driving up and stopped by the Swamp.
Yeah.
I mean, it was obviously empty. It was the summer. But yes, I mean, I walked in from that street entrance right by Big Al or whatever, that street entrance.
Yeah.
And it really hits you how big it is. I mean, the thing about it, like it maybe at first glance doesn't look as big as some others because there's not a bunch of like these other decks, but you're like, bro, it just keeps going. I mean, it's just one big, huge bowl. Like, and then you got the deck obviously in the end zone.
There are only a few stadiums, and I've been to most SEC stadiums. There have only been a few that I haven't been able to hear the person next to me, right, on the field. The Swamp was one of them. Williams-Brice at night, Tennessee, and LSU. Georgia gets loud, but again, that end zone there, like it's really short. You know, that north end zone there. You know, it's not a bowl, so you're not keeping all that sound in. It still gets really loud. Don't get me wrong, but like it escapes a little bit. Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of the same way with Clemson. Like they've got, you know, where that hill is. It's not like a connected, you know, massive bowl. So, you know, the noise escapes a little bit. You know, with LSU and with the Swamp, it's just like literally these stadiums are just built so steep that the noise just travels straight down. And
I've sat. So I went down to LSU 2020. So it was COVID. So I mean, we're gonna make up for it and get a real trip in this season. But I sat in the upper deck for that South Carolina LSU game, and it's you know who else's upper deck is scary as Clemson's, dude. It is like this. I mean, it is just you're on a Stairmaster walking up that thing. Like, straight up.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've ever been to Tennessee, but that's another one where you walk in and you're just like, whoa. I mean, it's
I will be making my trip there this year. I'm about to have a very fun football season.
Hell yeah, you are. Yes.
So I'm I mean, dude, we're releasing the schedule week by week, but I mean, I could probably name off 9 or 10 games that I'm planning on being at. I mean, LSU, Ole Miss, Tennessee, Bama, Georgia, Auburn, Oklahoma, Tennessee.
What if Texas?
Texas and Kentucky. I'm going to go to the Kentucky game.
Got it. Yeah.
Texas, Georgia, man. I didn't want to deal with F1 and the tickets are going to be outrageous. And, you know, because I'm obviously like, you know, our friends, this will be the official lid, by the way, of the tour because these are the guys paying for it.
Nice.
But, you know, we're on a budget. So, I mean, I'm not trying to spend like half the budget on one trip. So,
sure.
So, yeah, we'll go to – dude, you know what I'm thinking for Tuscaloosa, by the way? The only time it makes sense, and the trip that would be worth it, Mike, the Iron Bowl.
Yeah, that would be worth it for sure.
It's like I looked, and those tickets are like $240, and I'm like, if there's a game that's worth that price tag, it's the Iron Bowl. It's the Iron Bowl. I mean,
or just put in for a credential.
I
mean, dude, you know, you guys are covering games. You know, like I told you to do that with Florida. You know, if you wanted to, just as a backup. I mean, you know, like you're a legit entity. It's not like, you know, you're some fan that is wandering off the street asking for a credential. You know, like I think you're well within your right So do it, man. Yeah.
We got options.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking on the weather, Mike, they're talking Jack Burton, the index in Texas, 105.
Whew. Damn.
Jake, 99 degrees in Fort Worth, Texas. I will say, when I went to Dallas, it was hotter than hell.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I tell you what, no, but like if it's only a high of 90, down at Florida, because remember, like, dude, you ask me all the time, like the difference, in like the temperature, like Columbia, right? Because you've been to a ton of games in South Carolina. Like South Carolina sometimes is hotter because it's a bowl, right? Like Columbia is basically in a bowl, and there's no wind. At least at Florida, you get a breeze. 104 North Austin right now. Good God, Jesus.
All right, so Mike, breaking news.
Oh,
we officially have tiebreakers from the SEC.
Oh,
This is
okay.
just announced.
Yeah.
Let's see, I'm going to pull it up so we can all look at this here.
Yeah.
Let's see. SEC finally. A week from kick, they were like, we probably should announce how we're going to determine
how people are going to actually go to the SEC title game.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Here we go. Boom. All right. So, in the event of a tie between teams competing for a place in the conference championship, following procedures will be used in descending order until the tie is broken. A, head-to-head. Makes sense.
Okay, sure.
B, that's kind of the no-brainer. B, record versus all common conference opponents among the tied teams. So, depending on conference record.
Yeah.
C, record against highest/best placed common conference opponents in the conference standings.
So whoever has the best record against the best teams in the SEC.
Right. And proceeding through the conference standings among the tied teams. D, cumulative conference winning percentage of all conference opponents among the tied teams.
Okay.
E, capped relatives total scoring margin.
Oh my God.
Scoring margin.
Wow. So run up the score.
How about F, random draw of the tied team? Random draw.
What?
Out of a hat.
There's no way that they'd ever get there. A random draw.
There's no way you get to F, but my God, if you get to F.
If you do, fuck.
Random draw.
You
know what the SEC probably do, Mike, if that happened? They do like they do for like the schedule releases and have like a full hour-long show.
Oh, 100%.
They'd have like a thing spinning with the balls in there, and they're like, all right, here it comes.
Like the lottery.
Yeah, they're like, here it comes. Ready? It's Texas. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, except it would be rigged and there would be like 7 balls for Alabama in there.
Well, I mean, yeah. I was going to say people would think it was rigged no matter what. I mean,
that's probably true. Yeah. That's insane. I mean, like, I would hire private security if I were Greg Sankey. And we got to F. Like, there would be some pissed off fan bases. There's no way. I mean, there's just no way that they're ever going to get to F. Because, I mean, that would mean that the scoring margin would be the exact same for those teams. And
which is like impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, Dave makes a good point. Our guy, Dave Shoemate, on social media said, I would have bet a lot of money. We saw a college football playoff ranking on here. He said, please don't let us get to F.
Yeah. Like, see, that to me makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, you play in the college football, like, why not? Like, that just makes sense to me. Like, the higher college football playoff team.
Doesn't it feel like, Mike, they could have just not put F on here? I mean, I guess they had to put it in writing.
Yeah,
so
they had to.
If we got to the end of the season, they're like, we're just going to randomly draw a team. They're like, what? Like,
but you know what? Like, I know that somebody in that room probably said something about like the rankings. Like, to me, if I'm in that room, I'm like, we are not putting F. That is not happening. Like, F is going to be the highest ranked college football playoff team because it needs to read like, if all else goes to shit, then F. And you can't just have like a random selection because that's not fair to anybody. Like the college football playoff, at least there's like a system. and you have like a committee involved. It's not just luck.
I mean, Mike, I need to say this because it somehow randomly came to my head. You know how they should figure it out if it gets to F? You remember that big machine in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory that gave them the destination of where the golden ticket was?
Yes.
That's what they should use. They have a big machine. They just act like they're pressing numbers, and it just prints it out like a Scantron. And
yeah, that's funny.
Lo and behold, somehow Texas A&M got in the SEC championship.
I'm surprised too, Chris, that I sound like a total nerd here, but I'm surprised that like grades aren't also a thing. I'm not dude, they do it with the fucking 5-win teams to get to a bowl game.
Well, it feels like there's a little less on the line.
I guess, but
when all else fails, which of Georgia be like, well, we're fucking out. We're done. We're done. Our guys don't even graduate.
Congratulations, Vanderbilt.
We are booked.
But like something other than random draw of the tied teams. Like there's got to be a little bit more thought behind F, instead of just saying, fuck it. This team.
Mike Jake says, bring back the BCS formula for that scenario. I'll ask you this, Mike. If you had one free pass, if you could blow it up and take college football back to the BCS model, and nobody would even know. They didn't have to know you did it. We just flip a switch, and we're all like, "This is how it's been for." Would you change it? Would you go back?
Oh no, God no, absolutely no.
You like to play off more? Okay.
Oh God,
I will say, Mike, to that point, and maybe again, I'm a little biased because first season as SEC Unfiltered, I've never been so excited for so many teams, but it does feel like to me there's more excitement this season than there's ever been from the standpoint of so many teams have a shot. I mean, it's just.
Yes. Well, that's the thing. Like, so the 12-team playoff, right, does so many things. It's better games at the end of the season, right? It's appointment viewing, television ratings are going to be through the roof, but it also lets these teams feel like they still have a chance even with one loss, right? Like you and I are old enough to remember that stupid BCS formula where like if you lost a game week 6, you're like, shit. Well, the best we can do is the goddamn Orange Bowl this year, and that's what we're playing for. Here we go, and like the teams knew it, the coaches knew it, right? Like, except this time, like, there are teams, hell, Florida could get in with 3 losses. There are teams that are legitimately going to have 2 losses that are going to get into this thing. And so I love that. I absolutely love that. I think you get better football the whole year because you've got teams that are still bought in.
I agree with you, Mike. Hey, let's get into a little bit of per sources from yours truly to you and to everybody else, but really to you because it's Gamecock related.
Yeah.
I actually got this text while we were chatting about an hour ago, 45 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Obviously won't say who, but it's a good source, Mike. I'll share it with you after the fact.
Okay.
It's a good source.
Yeah.
The text reads, South Carolina will probably be without Gage Larvadain and Amari Huggins-Bruce this season. Gage Larvadain will not be 100% all year if he plays. Wow. So to your point, they're going to have to. If they can't run the ball, they are very much SOL. That's two portal receivers they brought in that, obviously brought them into – and, I mean, Amari Huggins-Bruce was pretty solid at Louisville.
Yes.
So
yes.
That's one that will really be a blow. Again, this is a pretty darn good source. So dude, South Carolina's going to have to – they're going to have to run the ball.
Well, so, as camp has gone along, more has trickled out about this offense, right? And we've started to hear RPO. Lots of RPO, but there, emphasis on that R. Yeah, I mean, seriously, because you also have 2 quarterbacks that can run the ball really well. Lenora Sellers obviously is going to be the starter this year. I got
to be honest, Mike. I think the offense is going to stink.
Do you? Yeah.
Yeah. maybe, and I'm not saying that they can't win.
Yeah.
It's just not going to be an explosive, exciting. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, I don't think so either.
Like realistically,
yeah.
Let's say we're talking about Florida. Like, do you really think the way to win in college football today is we're just going to pound the rock and we can't throw it? Come on, man. Like it's, and especially like you ain't got I know the line's going to be better. I know it is.
Yeah.
It can't be as bad. It can't be worse.
Right.
But you still don't have the bodies.
Yeah.
Like Georgia. Few teams.
Yeah.
Can just line up and run it. I mean, my greatest concern, honestly, Mike, is the same for South Carolina as it was last year. It's just kind of flipped. My greatest concern last year was offensively, what will they do when they get one-dimensional? Because they can't run the ball.
Yeah, right.
As good as Rattler is, if you're one-dimensional, you don't have a chance.
Right.
This year, it's like the opposite.
Yeah, they can run the ball, but they're not going to be able to pass.
If I'm Kentucky week 2,
yeah,
Mike, I'm putting 9 in the box.
I
dare you to throw it. I dare you to do it.
Yeah,
I dare 100%. You. I dare Sellers to throw it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, that number 2 receiver behind Nick Harbor has always been a question mark, and now,
but dude, is Nick Harbor even the one? Is he the number 1?
Who knows? I don't know. He should be. He should be. I mean, based on how he freaking looks. How fast he is, how strong he is. Like
I would imagine, I will say I did hear from the scrimmage this past weekend that the top 3 receivers are Nick Harbor.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying this in order, by the way. So I'm not saying Nick Harbor.
Yeah.
But Nick Harbor, Jared Brown from Coastal, and Oz Bennett.
Yeah.
And then Tyson Russell's like right there with them.
Listen, Jared Brown is a freak. I mean, he's a quick dude. I watched him play at Coastal, and that was a really good portal addition for Beamer. But no, I mean, you're right, Chris. Like last year, we knew Rattler could throw the ball, right? Like that wasn't ever in question. But they had no semblance of a run game at all, right? Like they couldn't run the fucking football because they didn't have a true running back starting. Like you had DK to carry on Joyner, lining up at running back. God bless him. And then a D2, transfer from your old school, Newberry. And, like Mario Anderson did some great things, but like, let's be real. Like he's not Rocket Sanders. Yeah. This year's very different. They have a loaded running back room. I love their running backs this year. And you got 2 quarterbacks who could run the football as well. But yeah, I mean, when push comes to shove, like the deep ball, I don't know if it's going to be there. Not saying that Lenora Sellers can't throw it, because we've seen him do it. I just don't know who's there on the other end. I mean, Nick Harbor should be 80% of the time. Hell, I just throw that ball up. I mean, my wife
was literally about to say that phrase you just uttered. How many times did we hear that last year?
Yeah.
At the Thursday call-in show. Every time.
Right.
Well, they just call the go route. Just throw it out.
Freaking Bama.
Look, even Beamer mentioned he's like we can't just throw it up, and it's like why?
Courier did it. Listen, Bama. Go back and watch the USC Bama highlights from 2010. That was all throw it up to Alshon. Like he's taller than everybody. Like why can't you do the same thing? I don't get it. Right? Like literally, Nick Harbor is taller and faster than most human beings on planet Earth. Like what what more do I have to say? But yeah, I mean, I think the offense is going to struggle in the pass game. Running's going to be different this year. I mean, I do like the fact that you have the quarterback as a threat to run the football now. But I mean, listen, man, I'm a Florida guy, obviously. Like my favorite Florida teams were with Tebow, right? Like I watched that offense just be unstoppable. When you have a quarterback who's big, fast, you run the football, right? Like you can do a lot of things. It opens up, it can open up that pass game.
My only question, Mike, would be who is this team's Percy Harvin?
Right.
Who is this team's Jeffrey Dents?
Yeah, 100%. Well, yeah, and I mean
Aaron Hernandez, not in that way, but you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, absolutely.
That my greater concern with South Carolina is really, Sellers needs to he needs to be good for sure, but it's kind of everything else, to be honest with you, man. Like, I mean, is the line going to be good enough? Is the running game going to be consistent enough?
Right.
Who the hell's going to catch it?
Right.
So I don't know, man. It's
offensive line, I think, is going to be better. But again, we saw it in the spring game, right? Like, there's not a lot of depth. You know, as soon as you get past the ones, it's like, I mean, wow.
And God forbid, Mike, anybody gets injured. God forbid.
Which, you know, I mean, it always happens.
Right.
You know, I mean, so I mean, it's going to be really interesting. I mean, I do think that if they're smart, you know, they're going to flip it. Well, last year, you know, they were throwing the ball. I did a little study. They were throwing the ball, I think, like 60 to 70% of the time on first down. Carolina was. That's going to flip this year. Right. I think they're going to run a lot on first down.
Well, I think they probably felt last year they had to throw to open up the pass. Or throw to open up the run.
Yep. So because they didn't have a good run threat, right? Like, yeah, for sure. You know, this year it's totally different. And I think that helps those third down numbers because they were pretty atrocious last year. You know,
Texas fans, Mike, have no, and even Florida have no clue. I've always wondered, like, if you're a Texas fan or even Oklahoma or Florida, like, bro, you just got to be laughing at, like, bro, they're really splitting hairs, and you know they're making a big kerfuffle about trying to get to 6-6. You know what I mean? Like, I just
South Carolina.
Yeah. It's just like because Jake Crane called me today right before they went live and did their SEC predictions. Which, by the way, Jake, he's got South Carolina 5-7. David Cole's got South Carolina 5-7, and then Blaine Crane has got South Carolina 6-6. Right. But he asked me, he was like, you think 5-7 gets Beamer fired this year? I was like, no, I think he's back.
I don't think so.
And then I think, you know, next year is the year to, you know, they got to get to 7 wins. And then I just stopped and I was like, Jake, like, what are we even talking about?
Yeah.
Like,
right.
I'm like, I know it's South Carolina, but like, we're not saying like, man, in year 5 they got to make the playoff. They got to get to 7 wins. Like,
right.
It's.
I mean,
it's hard, Mike, but it's hard because, like, Florida, kind of a similar situation from the standpoint of, you know, people saying 7-5 would be good, but like, to hell with that. We're Florida. We should win 10 games. But 100%. How do you balance, you know, accepting nothing less than the best, while also being realistic and not burning it down every time you don't get to where you want to go? It's a hard balance, but it does feel like at some point it's like, because if you tell me, Mike, my favorite team, the goal is only to go 6-6, 7-5, and never win a national title, it's like, then what's the point? Like, literally, what is the point?
Right.
You know, like, I mean, I'm not. Everybody should be excited. Like, everybody should be excited no matter what. But it is kind of funny. I'm like, it's just wild to me how much we split hairs just over arguing about, you think their boys going to get to 6-6 this year? Like, bro, who gives a shit? Like, are they going to win 9 games? Are they going to win 10? Like, that's significant winning, you know, like.
Listen, I'm going to say this too, because, you know, my work these days, most of it's in the NIL space. And I'm just going to say that what you're starting to see, right, is when you look at the amount of contributions, right, like the rankings and contributions, right, it's pretty similar to where these teams finish in the SEC, right? So if you really care about it, find a way to freaking donate. Like, that's
to your point, Mike, because I could push back and say, like, you know, people aren't going to invest for this or that. But, like, dude, Ole Miss overnight.
Yes.
They don't get me wrong. They won 11 games. They overnight became a national title favorite.
Yep.
Like, if you really, I mean, I know it's asking a lot, but to your point, man, like, if you can go out and buy the best players,
right,
you can win games. I mean, it's it. That's it.
I mean, like, and listen, I talk to a lot of people every day in the NIL space who are just like, nope, those players don't deserve it. I'm not giving 18-year-olds this money, blah, blah, blah. You know what it is too? Breaking news here. I'm just going to say it. You know who it is too? It's the players who graduated like 2 years ago. They're so damn salty that they don't have the NIL money that they don't want to donate either. And it's like, okay, guys, you're part of the problem then. And when I see you bitching on Twitter in 3 months, I'm not going to hold back. I'm going to be like, I remember having a conversation with you directly, and you said that you didn't want to donate. Well, here we are. So I say that because what's the expectation? Like, where's the cutoff, right? Well, I think the expectation should be if you don't have much involvement in NIL and you're 12th out of 16 schools in the SEC, then your expectation should be to finish 12th in the SEC. It's not a perfect system, right? Like, you're always going to have teams like, the Kansas City Royals. But I just don't think that happens as often in football as baseball.
Football, because baseball is such a skill game and it's so random. Baseball is random.
And luck.
Yeah, it's extremely random.
Yeah.
Football is more of a brute strength. If I'm bigger and faster than you, 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna whip you. If you got a 320-pound left tackle and that D ends 230,
100%,
you ain't getting by his ass. Unless there's some speed, whatever. You get what I'm saying? It's just because it's a brute strength game and it's.
So where the expectation right now, just my math brain immediately goes to, all right, well, let's just see, what the donations were. And it could be sad. I mean, you might be listening to that and being like, damn, this is sad where we are in college football. Whether it's sad or not, it's just a reality. That's just where we are.
Like I said, Mike, the business of college football has never been better. The game for the diehard fan, never been worse.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And, people will come around. They'll come around, it's going to take some time. You always have, people, or they do that in business. It's like the early adopters, with stuff like the iPhone, people who are like the first ones to use the iPhone. And then most people are kind of in the middle there, it takes like 2 years for them to adapt to it, technology or a new thing. And then they do it. People will come around, but the later you wait, you're
got the old heads right now. So I remember back in my day when they played for the love of the game.
Yeah. Well, they still love the game, but they also love getting paid, and so do I. So do I, dude. I mean, like, hell, look, you love media, you love creating, you love podcasting, right? But like, it would look a whole lot different if you weren't making money.
Right. Yeah, business without money is a hobby.
Yeah. For sure.
Listen, I agree with you, Mike, because there's no other walk of life where you're exchanging a good or service, which is all being a football player. There's just no world where you're exchanging a good or service for nothing.
Right.
And it's a goal for you to earn from that. Like,
right. Well,
if I'm putting out value and creating value, I should be able to reap the benefits of said value.
Right. Well, here's, it's funny, man. Like when I tell this story all the time. I used to do play-by-play for the Gators in college, right? And we used to go on the road with softball and soccer, lacrosse, and it was a great experience for me, and allowed me to sort of like hone my skills. It was super cool. I was under scholarship from the University of Florida, and then I also earned money from Learfield to broadcast these games. And this was, 12 years ago. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm getting money to broadcast a game, and the people who are actually playing are not.
Yeah.
How the hell is that possible? Like, they're the ones who had to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning to lift. I didn't. Like I'm sitting there smoking weed at 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm not doing shit. Like, these are the players should get paid. I shouldn't. And it just, like, to me, we're in a much better system now. Yes, it's a wild, wild west. And you're always going to have guys like Juice Wells, who are not faithful.
Yeah.
But it's an imperfect system. Anyway, sorry to get on that tangent.
No. I mean, it's
soapbox.
No, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, like I said, man, we could go down the rabbit hole. It's why, like, for someone like me, it's, to your point. I mean, when you're tied to one team, you become inadvertently tied to things like what is their NIL budget, because their NIL budget directly correlates with what's their winning percentage, and what's their winning percentage directly correlates and ties into what's my income, what's my NIL. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, what's my revenue going to be as a business, right? So,
right.
I mean,
well, and look, man, like, we're having conversations right now in the NIL space too, where, like, you have to tell businesses, like, look, when the Gamecocks are good, business is good in Columbia.
For everybody.
It directly benefits you, right?
Everybody.
Like when Florida's good, business in Gainesville is a booming, right? But if Florida sucks, business in November also kind of sucks. Like, it ain't great, because you have 50,000 people go to a game instead of 92, and it's just getting people to buy in. But yeah, I mean, those expectations, I just kind of put it now based off of payroll. I know that's an easy thing to do, but that's where my math brain goes.
Fair, though. I mean, it's fair. I mean, it's payrolls, right? Again, directly correlated with roster.
Right.
Those who have the most or the best players wins. I mean, it's just
right.
So
yeah.
Mike, last thing before we get out of here, I wanted to get your thoughts. I know, guys, it's South Carolina, little bit of South Carolina heavy, but it's whatever.
Yeah.
Dak Joyner said Lenora Sellers is going to be South Carolina's generational quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, look.
And what was interesting about that article, Mike, is he pleaded for patience. Said he hopes that Shane Beamer, Dowell Loggins are patient with him.
Yeah.
And he hopes fans are patient with him. There's got to be a little bit for Dak Joyner, like, deep down, where he's kind of, I don't want to say resentful, but he's like, don't do to him what you did to me.
For sure.
Beamer, because Muschamp completely wrecked his development. I mean,
yes. So. Well, and I mean, he wanted to play, right? So they moved his positions around, a couple times, and I mean, I think he can be. Look, redshirt freshman, he's got the skill set for it. Big body quarterback. He's got a cannon for an arm. We saw that last year in the Furman game.
Gotta be patient. Let him make mistakes.
Look, I mean, he's a redshirt freshman, right? You're playing in the SEC. He's going to make mistakes for sure. But yeah, I mean, we have a chance for the first time in a little while, where you got a really good quarterback who's got some time to develop, because you knew with Spencer, right? Like, it was 1 or 2 years. If he balls out, in 2022, he's gone, right? He's going to go to the NFL. At least I thought that, so it was 1 or 2 years. Now you're looking at 3 to 4 with a guy. So yeah, I mean, I could see that. Yeah. Because he's got time.
Yeah.
And I think that's Dak's point. Give him time.
Yeah. Be patient. I mean, fan bases in Oklahoma, Tennessee, probably all need to hear that. Be patient with your guy.
Yeah.
Mike, this has been fun, man. Time flies. We jump on here, an hour and a half in the books. Guys, appreciate you tuning in. Again, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain Time. Typically, when we're on here, stay tuned to Texas Sports Unfiltered all across social media, YouTube, podcast, at SEC Unfiltered, all the same places you find them. Again, Mike, thank you.
Thanks,
Good,
buddy.
sir, for taking the time. You and I will chat next week. Probably the next time you and I chat, potentially, will be in Gainesville. So,
hopefully we're both live in Gainesville. That'd be fun.
That'd be fun. That'd be very fun. Guys, again, appreciate you all tuning in. Mike, you're the man. Thank you so much. Again, stay tuned to all of our content. Shameless plug, Texas, Colorado State preview that we dropped this morning on YouTube and podcast. Go check that out. Guys, again, thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. We will talk to you all tomorrow.